Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to another day of Top Step TV. This is the opening call for Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. I'm JD, filling in for Coach J, who's going to be here later in Fast Markets. Don't worry, he's here today. I'm joined by Coach Ray and Coach Vince. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today? Ray, what's going on?
Oh, we're good. We're good. Looking forward to navigating the markets here. Don't get biffed up on a Wednesday. So ready to go.
Absolutely. Do not get all biffed up on a Wednesday. Vince, what's happening in your world? Tell us everything.
Hey, good morning, JD. Good morning, Ray. It's a wacky Wednesday, right?
Wacky Wednesday indeed.
Waiting to see what these markets are going to bring us today. It's always an interesting, trading day, to say the least. So we'll get into these charts and see what's cooking.
We will see indeed. All right, guys, we typically look at the 1 minute opening range breakout trade in gold to start the day. Let me pull up that 1 minute chart. Gold is officially open for business, and we established an opening range already. I'm looking at the micro contract. We got a high of 41.35, a low of 41.30.20. How you guys feeling about this opening range trade? Any opinions before we get into it? We're opening a little bit outside value, outside range, a little bit outside balance from yesterday.
Yeah,
it's got all the makings of a good trade setup.
That's kind of
right?
why I like it. I think I feel pretty good about it as long as the risk is manageable. I think the gold has been kind of bullish of late, so they can maybe a little bit more upside.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Vince, you got any opinions?
Areas above the market here that I'd like to target, in gold. I could see us maybe getting up to that 41.54 level.
Ooh, all right.
But we'll talk about that when we get into like the charts. show you what I'm seeing.
It's feeling a little bit trappy. We just took out the high by a single tick, and we didn't see much follow through. Now we're trading back inside the range. Was it a single tick or 2 ticks? Hang on. Our opening range high was 41.35. Yeah, 2 ticks. Took out the high by 2 ticks. We're trading back inside range right now. Real trappy. Maybe gold will do the heavy lifting for us this morning, and we won't take a trade. But right now, it's long or bust. Since we already
the 5-minute
above
bar
the
is
high.
pretty bullish right now.
Yeah.
5-minute bar is looking pretty bullish. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the second confirmation candle gives us. Nothing. We close second confirmation candle back inside range. Looks like some sellers stepping in. So I don't think we're going to get a trade in gold. Give this another minute to play out. Looking very trappy at the moment.
And the 5-minute candle is about 48 ticks wide. It's not too bad, actually.
Yeah,
if you're trading a couple micros.
Mm-hmm. Sound off in the chat. Do you like this gold opening range trade? What time frame are you looking at? 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. Regular trading hours open for gold is 7:20 a.m. Chicago time. That's 7:20 a.m. Central time. We just opened about 3 minutes ago. And it looks like we've got another nothing candle. All right, let's move on. I'll keep an eye on this trade to see if we actually get a signal, but nothing seems to be happening just yet. All right, with that said, we don't have any 7:30 numbers out this morning, so there's nothing to get in our way of getting in this trade. Let's take a look at the rest of that eco calendar for the day, though. MBA mortgage applications, those came out earlier this morning at about 6 o'clock a.m. Central Time. I have the results for you right here. I had them. Here they are. Mortgage applications up 1.9% week over week. The purchase index was up 5.5%. And the refinance index week over week down 2.4%. So the composite and purchase index were up a little bit. Refinances are down just a little bit. Those are week over week numbers. Not very market moving, but that's okay. Crude oil inventories at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. That could be potentially market moving for the crude oil market. Then we got a 20-year bond auction at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That is it for the eco calendar. Eco calendar is fairly light today. It's fairly light for the rest of the week. Who just got in a trade?
I'm long gold.
All right. Vince, did you just take the opening range breakout trade? I don't think we got a signal. But you just like being
I took one on my own. Yeah, I took one on my own.
Gotcha. All right, Vince is doing it. Vince is in the market. What was your entry price for the trade, Vince?
Let's see. 35.30.
35.30?
35.30. All right. Just a couple ticks away. Let's see what gold does. Maybe we're going to piggyback on this trade. We still haven't gotten a signal for the opening range breakout, but we'll give it a little more time to play out. What else was on that eco? Oh, I was going to say we are in a Fed blackout period right now, so we're not going to be hearing any Fed governors speak until next week's Fed meeting. But we have some earnings after the bell. We've got Tesla and Tesla's a big one after the bell today. And it just popped up on my calendar. The president will be speaking at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That wasn't there a few minutes ago. So that's something to look forward to also. Possibly headline driving event. As always, headline risk remains hot right now. Always keep one eye in the ditch, one eye on the charts. When I say one eye in the ditch, I mean one eye on the news, right? We will do our best to keep you as well informed as possible throughout the trading day. Because that's our job, right? All right. How you feeling about this long in gold, Vince?
I'm not. We're going to see, though. I took it just because we had a nice bullish close on that 5 minute. We'll see if we can hold this 5 minute open range. It's not looking great at the moment, but, you know, ACH, right? Anything can happen.
ACH. Absolutely. And very choppy.
Mechanical. It's mechanical. Yeah, it's very choppy. But I mean, we have a nice gap imbalance coming into the open, so
Mm-hmm.
it could be a huge sell-off though later on today if we can't get some steam to the upside here. So
Yeah.
Yep.
We're gonna see.
Question in the chat.
Interesting trade.
Question in the chat from JK Window Cleaning says, JD, maybe I'm just being the devil's advocate, but isn't that supposed to be a mechanical trade that either qualifies or doesn't based on the parameters? This is absolutely correct. We still have not technically triggered an entry or a
Right.
signal.
You have rules behind yours. Yeah, I think what he's asking is, aren't you just supposed to take it? But you have rules, right, for your qualification of it. So I think
exactly
that's what he's not understanding there.
Oh, and I just missed it because we were talking. So technically, we just triggered a long signal. Nothing done for the house account just yet. Got a little pop there, though. Let's see if it retreats a little bit. But Vince's trade looking a little better, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with Vince in the market.
So far, hopefully it doesn't turn around in my face here.
All right.
We're up against the London. There's a little wick here around 41.39. Might run into some trouble. This whole 40 to 45 zone, I'm a little concerned about.
Okay.
Let me.
We'll dig into that. We'll get a little deeper into the charts in just a minute. Let's take a short news break, and then I will hand it over to Ray and Vince for the chart analysis. But first, let's talk a little bit about Cyclospora, folks. Fast food chains are seeing fewer customers because of it. Let's roll it. The Cyclospora outbreak in parts of the country is having an impact on fast food restaurants. Taco Bell was initially linked to the outbreak over tainted lettuce it had served to its customers. A data analytics platform called Placer AI reports foot traffic at Taco Bell dropped nearly 17% last week. And when the federal government publicly identified the chain as a possible cause of the outbreak, foot traffic dropped nearly 19%. Other fast food restaurants like Subway, Chipotle, Cava, and Panera Bread have all seen a drop in customers since the outbreak. The FDA said it still believes Taylor Farms, a lettuce supplier of many Taco Bell locations, is likely the source of the outbreak. But the agency is still investigating. Heavy claims. When's the last time you guys went to a Taco Bell?
Ooh, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
No, right?
Yeah. I go to Chipotle more than Taco Bell.
Yeah.
I would say don't go to either of them. Yeah. Well, Eric's in the chat saying, "Hold the lettuce, please."
Didn't we have something similar like last year with this lettuce? What? I keep forgetting. There was something that outbreak from lettuce. What's going on with lettuce?
It's just crunchy water, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys. With that, I think it's time to dig into some chart analysis. Let's take a look at gold. Vince is in a gold trade. Ray, Vince, take it away, please. Tell us everything we need to know about gold.
All right. Well, let me. I'll go ahead and start, and you can manage your trade there, Coach, and then you'll come back to you, and you can tell us your progress. How about that?
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Looking at the daily right now, you can see here that we kind of made a nice little double bottom here on the bottom. On the bottom. Look, that's very right around the 4,000 level. Okay, so you can see that overall the market has been bearish, but we're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown here in the bearish direction. And I would say that we're starting to see maybe some indications that the market wants to move higher. Now we have some levels up here. I think Coach Vince alluded to earlier. I'm looking at this 4,200 level here on the daily chart. That seems to kind of ripe for maybe a target for any sort of move. Looking at the visible range volume profile I have here on the right, price is above our point of control, which again is another indication that maybe that we're starting to get a little bit more bullish. We're getting above this. I believe this is my 20 moving average here, and you can see that DMI, while not 100% bullish, we're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown here in the negative DI, and we're starting to see the slope. We're starting to see a slope of the DI, positive DI, in the upward direction. So ADX reading around 38. So I'm kind of thinking that the market is starting to look a little bit more bullish to me on the daily chart. I know that I've had a couple of opportunities on the bullish side yesterday in gold, and I think I'm going to continue to look at on the bullish side here coming in today's sessions as well. So, Coach, what do you think?
Well, yesterday we did have a pretty strong auction. We had increasing open interest of about 3,200 contracts on increasing volume, and we closed up $60. So we did have a nice bullish day. Auction was an A, right? We had everything green. We had a little bit of we lost open interest for 3 days prior to that, and price was kind of waffling back and forth. Down $59, up $26, down $3, and then yesterday up 60. But those 2 days where we were kind of losing open interest, it was on decreasing volume. So I think it was just a little bit of money maybe coming out of the market. And then when we took that bottom, like you said, we kind of have almost a double bottom here. We couldn't take out the low. And then we kind of bounced off of it. But we're in this consolidation range. So right in this area here, this is an area of consolidation, right? So until we could break above this 42.22, I'm probably going to be looking to fade these extremes, on the daily. We have the stochastic indicator is pointing to over sold. We have a crossover, and then we kind of rallied, right? And the ATR is about $95, $96 range per day. Right now we're sitting at about $66. So there's probably about $30 left in this range, right? So there's some opportunities still sitting out there. Hopefully we can get it. What do you got on the 30 there, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, the 30, I would agree. I think the 30 looking a little bit more range bound than the daily chart, right? We're kind of stuck in this range between 41, 43 down to this 20 moving average here around 41.13 or 41.14. So right now it seems like we're, I guess, maybe digesting maybe some of the move that we made yesterday. Okay. Price is still above our 20-day moving average EMA, or 20-day EMA. So obviously that's kind of we're getting a little bit of structure here to the upside. We're above the 20, we're above the 50, we're above the 200, and you can see here on the visible range volume profile we're above the visible range volume profile. So the market is a bit imbalanced in the bullish direction, right? Taking a look here at the DMI, the DMI is also giving us confirmation that we are relatively in some, upside structure here. The ADX is kind of giving me a reading here around 35, which is relatively strong, although fading, right? So while we are in an upward direction, we are seeing maybe a little bit of a slowdown. Again, I guess a function of ranging markets, right? That we are coiling here maybe a little bit, maybe developing a little bit of I would say kind of maybe a little bit of an ascending wedge pattern is kind of what I'm seeing right now, kind of being developed here on the gold chart. So like I said, I think if we can get out of this range here, if we can get above this 41.40 level, I do see some opportunities here. I mean, some upside targets. I think you've kind of alluded to already. A 4,200 there is a very much a psychological number above me. I think that's certainly an area that I would kind of maybe use as a potential target, assuming that we can get some volume above this 41.40 level. Again, we'd like to see price break above this level and then hold. Kind of let's see if I can actually kind of show what I'm kind of looking at here. If we can get some sort of move up and then maybe a pullback to retest and then another move higher, I think that's kind of the signature that I'm kind of looking at. But right now, I think the market is somewhat coiling. It'd be interesting to see if we do indeed hold the bottom end of this line here and the 20 EMA to kind of serve as kind of my reference level to determine whether we're going to continue in this move. If we do break below this level, I think there's obviously an opportunity here of retesting some of these lows here around 4,100, 4,090 area. What do you think, Coach?
Yeah, so the one thing I forgot to mention, though, too, is we do have a death cross in gold, right? So on this daily chart, you can see we are below the 50, the 100, the 200-day moving average, and we're trending lower. So, I mean, right now I'm kind of bullish on the shorter time frame, but if we look at this, you know, we're trending down, right? And until we can take out this structure here, you know, this 4,200 level, like I said, where we're consolidating, until we can get above that 4,200 level, I'm bearish on gold longer time. So, you know, let's check the 30 out real quick. So on the 30, I got stopped out on that, by the way. I knew we were gonna have problems up there around that 40. All right. So here's the 30-minute chart. Okay. So on the 30, there's a lot of interesting levels here. You know, we just opened with a gap imbalance. I can see us come potentially today, if we get some steam to rotate this thing and test settlement. That's a pretty big move, right? We're talking about $60 to the downside. And then we also have about $60 to the upside. So we have, you know, equal opportunity on both sides. And then, you know we have $30 or so left in the average true range on the average true range that's been going for the last, you know, however many weeks here. So there's definitely opportunity here. We just got to find the right side of this market. Now there's a lot of structure below the market here that I'll point out some key levels here. So for downside targets, I'm looking to test maybe 41.11 and 40.81, and then take out the overnight. That's the overnight low, 40.81, with a ultimate target of 40.74 today to the downside for me. There's a lot of unfinished business to be cleaned up down there. You know, gold is a little bit messy. You know, upside targets, I do like a test of the overnight high of 41.46, and then potentially, you know, targeting up around the 41.54 to 41.60 level. You know, we're currently trading at what, 41.32 right now. So it's, you know, there's a lot of cleanup to do. You know, if you look at the charts the way I do, you'll see that there's a lot of unfinished, you know, points of control out there, and it's just a little bit messy. And you could just see the price action, right? I mean, this is pretty choppy. This is a 30-minute chart, and it kind of looks like a 1-minute chart. You know what I mean? 1 minute is very noisy, and look how noisy the 30-minute chart is looking. You know, so we just got to find the right opportunity here. I think if we can't hold this open range low and we start to push down, I think we might see some capitulation of the longs and have a nice flush to the downside. Maybe test the yesterday's intraday high around 40.90.
Very good, very good, very good. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Vince.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on a little bit. We got some news from overnight. Let's take a look at what stocks did overnight, I should say. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed mostly mixed. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.95%. The Nikkei closed down 0.18%. The Shanghai Composite closed up 0.07%. And the Kospi, the Korean Stock Price Index, closed up 0.74%. Very mixed in Asia. However, stocks in Europe are currently all trading higher this morning. We've got the DAX up 0.37%. The FTSE's up 1.39%. The CAC 40 is up 0.96%. And the Stock 600 is up 0.54% in early trading this morning. The US dollar index down a couple of ticks to 101.19. The VIX is currently trading a couple ticks higher to 17.51. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note is resting gently, peacefully at 4.634% going into the equity open this morning. That is just a quick update on what is going on. What happened overnight? Let's talk S&Ps, guys. What are you guys seeing in the equity so far? Or this morning, going into the open?
Yeah, I mean, on the daily chart, I mean, I'm starting to kind of start with the daily here. I had to adjust my little Dorito pattern here a little bit just to accommodate kind of the consolidation that we've been here of late. You can see here that the market has been kind of price action has been overlapping here. We're overlapping the 20 moving average, and we've actually been holding the 50 moving average to the upside. I feel like the upside auction, I think, is kind of maturing here a little bit, kind of slowing down quite a bit. In this range, we have not been able to get above this 70. Well, I would say 76.95 level, and we have not been able to get below with any sort of effort here around 73.20. Looking at my DMI, I'm seeing a DMI that's relatively flat, so kind of indicating to me that there's really not any strong direction in either direction, either bearish or bullish. And we are, for the most part, quite a bit centrally located in this daily chart, right? So that's kind of giving me the sense that I need to be patient with my price location, right? I need to kind of wait for maybe price to get to some of these extremes of this pattern here to really participate in the market. Now we had maybe a little bit of reaction here off of this point of control here at 74.85 on this visible range volume profile. But right now on the daily chart, I'm really seeing a market that just appears to be in some sort of looking for maybe some additional news. Maybe an additional catalyst is kind of what I'm kind of sensing here in this market. So, Coach, what's your thoughts on this? You're on mute, Coach.
Oh, so like you said, we are in that current pennant formation there. But I want to zoom out here. If you go to my charts real quick, we have a very, very similar situation here, right? So if you look at this pattern right here, okay, this is from back on, what was this? I think it's back in June or something like that. I forget the actual January, October. Let's see here, October 10th, right? Coach Jay was talking about this candle for like 6 months straight, right? We were kind of just synced to this one big down bar, and we rotated, we just took out both extremes and we just chopped around this area. But look at this pattern, right? Look at how this looks. Look at what we're facing right now.
Very similar.
It looks very, very similar, right? I mean, markets tend to, they create patterns. And I'm going to draw this out. If the tool would work for me. Well, anyway, it's not working. But look at the pattern here. It comes down, it goes up, it comes down. It looks almost identical to what we went through here when the market was topping out, right? So down, up, it washed both sides of this bar. Now we have the same situation here. We had this down bar here. It pops up, it flushes them out, comes back in, chops around the center, exactly kind of like what we had during this time frame, right? Mm-hmm. Very, very similar. We are consolidating. The market's not really going anywhere. It's just getting tighter and tighter and tighter until eventually we're going to explode in one direction or another. I marked at the 5% down. We're nowhere near it yet, and 10% down, we're way down here. So the market's holding up fairly well. I mean, we're at war and we're sitting at all-time highs pretty much. It's kind of it's very, very interesting to say the least, right? I don't know if you remember, but when Russia bombed Ukraine, the market was down like 1,000 points that day. And here we are, the U.S. is in a battle, and we're sitting at all-time highs. So it's kind of interesting to say the least. We're very bullish, right? We're above the 50. We're sitting on it. We're above the 100 to 200 day moving averages. But we did the stochastic is saying that we're oversold. All right, and being oversold near the highs is pretty good in my opinion. We did have a build. Let me see here. We had a loss of open interest yesterday on an up move, which means money came out of the market. We had very low volume. Okay, volume was at 1,040,000. Previous day was 1,400,000. And prior to that, it was 1.7 million, 1.3 million, right? So the volume has been tapering down. We had an up move. So this, to me, is short covering. All right. I don't know for sure, but if money is flowing out of the market and the market is moving higher, to me, that means that money flowed out, right? The shorts covered. So I don't think this was a very, very bullish indication of what happened yesterday. I think it was just people getting out of the market. Prior to that, so these down days here, all right, we had a build in open interest to the downside. So new money came in short over these couple of days here. All right. And we had 3 down days. Okay. With actually the volume increased to 1 day and then it kind of tapered off a little bit, but we built short positions coming, and then they just got out and right up against this kind of wedge, which makes sense, right? If you start to get to a technical level and you have a pennant formation and you're drawing an upward trend line, I would lighten up here too, right? If I'm a longer time frame trader. So it makes a lot of sense. So we'll see. Let me throw the VWAP on here real quick. Where is it? VWAP. There it is. So VWAP, it's sitting pretty much right here, almost at the 50-day moving average. So very, very interesting where we are. The market is very indecisive. I think we have a lot of work to do, and we need to break out, right? I think we need to break out and find, some new blood, right, to come into this market. It's just meandering around and not going anywhere at the moment. So
yeah,
that's what I got on the daily.
yeah. Yeah, taking a look here at the 30-minute chart, we obviously we can see here that we've had a fair number of shorts in the overnight. I think this overall sentiment during the overnight is bearish. You can see that price is below our range from yesterday. Okay, so that's also kind of an indication that we are in some sort of bearish structure here at the moment. On the shorter time frame, I would say that we're below all our moving averages. We're below the 20. Below the 50, below the 200. So again, that's kind of giving us an indication here that we are in at least a bearish leg of a range, right? Is kind of what I'm kind of reading this to be. If I look here at my DMI, the DMI is relatively aligned with what I'm sharing here. We have the negative DI above our positive DI. We have a nice little ADX momentum reading here of about 25, which is relatively strong. So right now, like I said, we understand that the daily chart is in consolidation, but on the shorter time frame, I am seeing some bearish structure. So as long as we're in this bearish leg, I need to look at opportunities where I can sell strength. I kind of identified a couple of levels here that I would be interested in, maybe in a continuation move. If I'm looking more bearish, I would say this 75.2650 level, low end of value from yesterday, would be a very nice location for maybe a participation to the short side. Certainly a point of control could offer something at 75, was that 43, right? 75. That could be 75.43 of this visible range volume profile. And then I have this 75.54, which is the high end of the yesterday's range. Those for me present logical locations where I can manage my risk and participate to the downside. Now, with that said, we are coming into some areas where I would expect to see some buying, right? Or buyers, right? So the 7,500 level has been kind of a sticky level, right, in this market. So I think anything that comes into that area is going to cause the market either to stall or potentially reverse back to the upside. So 7,500 is one level. I think down below here, maybe this other area down below here, but that's well below. That's closer to this pattern that we were drawing on the daily. Maybe around 74.80 is another level that I would probably keep an eye on if I'm relatively bullish. So bearish structure, I would say overall, again, and maybe in a bearish leg of a consolidation pattern. If I'm bullish, I think that I probably can get to maybe slightly better levels. This level right here could provide maybe a little bit of a bounce. We'll have to see how it plays out. But Coach, what do you think? Coach, you're mute.
Vince is playing with the mute button again.
Yep. So yeah, the I like 7,500. It's a psychological level. It's actually a little bit below excess here. I do like to see a sweep of the overnight low today, 75.1150. The only thing is, if I'm going to look for longs, right, like 75.07 would be an area that I'd be interested in looking at. A sweep of the low, see if we can hold, yesterday's intraday low, which is 75.0450. So if we don't take that out and we start to build structure and we sweep the liquidity below 75.1150, I like longs down there. But if we do take out that intraday low from yesterday, 75.04 half, I do like a test down to 74.84 quarter, which would be a next area I'd be looking for potential longs, which would be down here around these lows, right? We're in a consolidation, but we're kind of, pushing out of the consolidation. We'll see if we come down and test into this value low area. This would be very, very interesting here. If we can get down around this 74.84, 80 level, for potential longs. Now, the settlement is 75, 45, 75. We're opening, we may open inside of range and value from yesterday. So here's the volume profile. And you can see, this was the point of control. Here's settlement up here. And you can see this is where the excess is that I was just talking about, down here on 75, 10, 08. So if we can hold this low, I might look to get longs up against that. If not, I do like longs better down here inside of this range. But you can see we're ranging, but we're trying to push out of it. We didn't take out the intraday high from yesterday, from the previous day, yesterday. So, we tested it and we failed and we rotated back down. So this is interesting. The market is maintaining inside of this range. And if you take this and you draw a line straight through the center, right here, right? We're kind of, here's our range, right? Here's our extremes. Our extremes are down here, 74.67, call it, all the way up here to 76.30. So we're kind of splitting the difference. We're below it, we're above it. You get really chopped up around this type of an area. This was support. It was resistant, support, resistant. And, we're trying to figure this thing out. And, it's very headline driven right now. The Trump tweets, they've been getting me, pretty much daily. Hopefully I'll be on the right side of one of them one day. I just don't seem to have that kind of luck like everybody else does. But, yeah, I am kind of neutral right now. We're kind of like a tennis ball in the middle of the court. Here's the middle of the court. And, I would like to see it get down here so I can whack it back up. And if it gets up here, I like to whack it back down. So that's kind of where I'm at in the S&P right now.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Vince. Looking back on this gold chart, guys, I think it's very safe to say that we would have been out of this trade if we had gotten into it. We did not get into it. It did technically trigger a long, and we have since retraced quite a bit below the opening range. So no doubt if we...
I was going to cannonball it, JD. I said it.
Good thing you didn't.
I should have just put the order in.
You know what Hogue would say if he was here right now. I won't say it. All right. We've got some more news on oil prices. Oil climbs as crucial Hormuz bypass is threatened. Let's learn more about oil prices. Let's roll it. So crude oil prices are on the rise again. This comes as the U.S. conducted an 11th consecutive night of strikes on Iranian military targets. Both the global and U.S. oil benchmarks are up around 4% going into the open this morning. Crude prices have surged around $20 a barrel this month as fighting between the U.S. and Iran ramps up. Adding to concerns, Iran-backed Houthis are threatening Saudi vessels in the Red Sea, putting a crucial bypass to the Strait of Hormuz at risk. More threats to the crude oil market. What's going to happen? A lot of jawboning, a lot of back and forth going on here. These markets are twisted up. I'm not selling my bicycle. No, that would be a poor move, in my opinion. Let's take a look at these crude oil charts. We're going to take a look. We're going to look at the 1 minute opening range breakout in crude oil. Also, crude officially opens regular trading hours at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time, just about 3.5 minutes from now. Let me pull up that 1 minute chart. Just at a glance, before we dive real deep into these charts, just at a glance, I am liking this trade in crude. Again, opening outside range, outside balance from yesterday. It's the setup you want to see for one of these breakout trades, right? You should have a tape on. There we go. There. As we talk about it, somebody heard me say
Cape
opening
bomb.
range breakout in crude, and here we go. Let me check for some headlines. Something's going
Must
on.
be headlines on that.
Yeah, look at gold. Gold just sold off $10 in 10 seconds.
Wow.
JD, remember when gold would move like $6 for the whole day?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was a very tame market for a long time,
Oh my god!
and now we have now we have. Gee, we had like
It's
a
incredible.
We had like a $50 opening range once, late last year, didn't we? The president is speaking on Truth Social right now, or typing on Truth Social.
Yeah, I should have got short on the other side of that open range. I said it. I got to take my own analysis. Oh my gosh!
You guys see this headline that just came out? The president on Truth Social.
No.
I'm gonna read it for you. From this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. will bomb one bridge or power plant.
Oh my god!
Here we go. All right, it's heating up. It's heating up, guys.
Getting spicy, everybody.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about when we say things like headline risk. Headline risk is hot right now.
Yeah, no, I was about to say that I was about to say that I liked crude oil to the upside, but I wasn't expecting so early.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like
wow.
They're already
we got to my first target there too in gold on that little blip down. I said 41.11. It got right there, right? What's the low on that? 41.
Are they selling
40?
Did they already start the sale of Truth Social comments to Wall Street? Is that already in effect? Because we saw the market move a good 20 seconds before we saw that headline come across the tape, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder how many people are already on that list who didn't pay yet.
Crazy.
Don't pay. He wouldn't pay you, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Nah. When you start paying for it, that's when it stops working.
Yeah.
Dan Emmett says the audio on Financial Juice was faster. The voice news, launch voice news. I gotta jump into that. Yeah. It's tough listening to a whole lot of things at once, but I understand. All right, we have got 10 seconds until crude oil officially opens. We will look at this 1 minute opening range trade before we get into these charts. Let's see what oil does. And ding, 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 oil is open for business. You always see a nice influx of volume volatility right in the 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Institutional traders still respect these old school pit trading hours. So you see a lot of business done right at the open. Looking at the micro contract in crude. I'm showing a high of 87.26.
With you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Why not?
Why not? Right? Why not? 30 seconds till this opening candle closes.
Yeah, pretty narrow range, to be honest.
Yeah, it is pretty thin. Just put in a new low, 87.02. 24 tick wide opening range. Very, very light. Still inside that news candle.
Yeah.
I think that news candle should be our gauge for this opening range breakout, in my personal opinion.
Well, this is a good spot for a long.
You like a long here?
Well, I mean, this is a spot, a good reference level for a potential long, but we'll see.
Okay.
Right at the point of control, my visible range is on the 1 minute. Is what I'm seeing. It could go as low as maybe 86.80. That would be another location that I would maybe look at.
Okay.
Well, we took out the open range low, right?
Yeah,
We did by just a couple ticks.
Yeah.
It hasn't closed yet.
I'm going to see if we get a pop up. I might sell it.
All right. We're just a couple ticks below the opening range.
Kind of counter trend, though. But
10 more seconds.
Oh, there it
And
is.
we're popping a little bit.
That did not close, did it?
Nope. It's going to close back inside range.
Oh,
No trade. No signal.
Pretty close.
No signal. Yeah, feeling a bit trappy already.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Another headline coming across the tape. SpaceX AI is exploring data center expansion in Texas. Anthropic is to deploy up to 2 gigawatts of MI450 series GPUs in AMD Helios. I don't even know what I just read there. All right. All right. I will continue
I'm
to.
short.
Oh,
All right.
Vince, you just got in short crude. All right.
We're having fun today, boys. All right.
Yeah.
I like how you come on. I like it. I love it when Vince comes out swinging on a Wednesday.
He's
All
gonna
right.
make things happen. He's a doer.
All right.
All right. Well, let's get back into it. Let's dig into these crude oil charts, gentlemen, if you please. Take it away.
Yeah, just kind of, I have the daily chart, and you can see here on the daily chart that we've relatively over the course of the last, pretty much the month of July here, we've been in some pretty, good structure here to the upside in this market, right? We see price breaking above our 200, breaking above our 50 and our 20 moving average. I would expect that, price could get a little sticky here up at these levels here around 90 and maybe as high as 97. But I would say on the daily chart, we're starting to see, I would say pretty solid structure here to the upside. And I think a lot of it has to do with sort of the unrest that we're getting in the Middle East, right? Looking at the DMI is very much aligned with what I'm seeing here as far as price. We have the positive DI well above the negative DI, and we have a ADX momentum reading here around 28 here. So right now we're coming up. This point of control seems like an area of interest for me. We had, certainly a pocket of sellers up at that level. So I think 90.76, 90.50, that area right there could be maybe a little bit sticky for the bulls, right? And then if we manage to get above that level, I think the next logical level for me is probably this 95, 95.60, 95.70 level. Okay. That seems kind of another area. But right now, I would say that at least on the higher time frame, I know that we just got a little bit of a news event that caused the market to rally here a little bit. I still feel pretty strongly about kind of a bullish move here in the crude oil. I think especially on the daily chart, we're getting a good amount of structure here to the upside. So daily chart still looks pretty bullish to me. What do you think, Coach?
Yeah, I agree with you. We bounced off the 200-day moving average. This is back on July 6th or around the 4th of July right here. So this market puts in the high, we dwindle down, we tap the 200-day and we rally right off it. So this was a great buying spot. I mean, 66.50 a barrel anyway is a pretty good area to get long crude, especially with what's going on. And, we're kind of in between these two moving averages, the 50 and the 100-day. The 50's crossed below the 100 at this point, but it still has this bullish lift to it, right? So overall, I am bullish on crude oil. But if you take this area here is where I think we're going to struggle, right? 97.50, up around the $97 barrel level. There's a bunch of sellers here. Obviously, you can see them. They sold it. So once we get up around that $96.50 to $97 barrel, all right, we're out on that trade. It was only $18 a risk. So, but yeah, 96.50 to 97 is an area where if I'm long, I'm going to look to, lighten up or maybe even get short. But we are bullish. We're above this 200-day. I mean, this was a great spot. I mean, look at that. You have this 3-bar reversal kind of pattern here, right? Down and pow, it takes it out and there it goes. But yeah, I'm definitely a bull on crude at the moment. We are way oversold on the stochastic, but that could stay like that for a while, guys, right? We know that could stay there. The average true range is $3.75. That's the biggest ranges we've seen in a while. I mean, 6-7 months ago, the average true range was like 90 cents. Right. So we're like 3.5 times that. So there's definitely opportunity in crude oil.
Yeah, so taking a look here at the 30-minute chart, we have fair amount of buyers, I would say, in this market. We're above the range that was established in yesterday's session. Price is above all our moving averages that we care about. Now, while we are bullish, again, the DMI is kind of indicating to me that we've lost a little bit of momentum here to the upside, but I think this is a natural, for me, is it feels like a natural little pullback, or maybe another extension here to the upside is kind of what I'm reading. Price is above our visible range volume profile. We're reacting nicely off of the 20 moving average. This to me feels like, another extension. And what I like to do to kind of independent of maybe price structure, what I like to do is, kind of use the this fib-based extension tool to kind of give me kind of a mathematical target, as to where price could go here. And I see 90 coming in at the 100% extension of this most recent swing. So yeah, I think upside target of 90 in this market does not, assuming that we can get above this 88.40 level, and we don't remain in this sort of range. I think an upside target of 90. I don't know if necessarily today, but over the next few days, it doesn't seem to be out of the realm of possibility here. So yeah, I'm feeling still relatively bullish. I think shorter time frame. I think this feels more like a little bit of a pullback, or maybe another opportunity here to the upside in the crude oil. What do you think, Coach?
So with crude oil, we had yesterday we had a pretty big build in open interest. We gained 13,300 approximately in open interest, up $1.86 for the day. But it was on decreasing volume. So it was a little bit less volume yesterday coming in, but we did have a build of open interest. The day prior to that, though, we lost 12,500 in open interest on increasing volume, and we were up 70 cents for the day. So, the market is the volume is tapering down. We're moving higher. We kind of waffled the open interest, right? So we had a build this particular trading day here. We really didn't go anywhere. We were only up 70 cents. And then we had yesterday was a pretty big day, right? Up $1.86. And settlement is sitting down here at 84.34, right? That's why I like that short, because if we trap the longs up here, we're probably going to come back in here and test this 84.34 at some point today, which is huge, right? It's a $3 move. Yeah. I was hoping to catch that on the right side, but it was worth $18 of risk, right, to attempt it. But it's not to say that it won't happen. If we break above this bullish flag, right, so we have a little bit of a bull flag here on the 30-minute chart. If we can't break above this 87.70 level, right, I feel like we could still fall flat and maybe try to capitulate these longs and get this rotation back down here to test this. But if we break above this 87.20 level and we can sustain it, or 87.50, I do like a push higher, right? The overnight high is still sitting out there at what's the overnight high? Overnight high is 88.61, right? So there's a good chance we could maybe gun for that. The U.S. session, we don't like leaving highs and lows usually in the U.S. session. We like to put them in ourselves. So there is a good chance we could go up there and test that. But for some reason, I still feel like this market's going to fall. If we stay below that little bull flag channel, there is a big gap down below the market here. It's around, approximately 83.70, call it, to 83.16, right? So you see we gapped open yesterday, right? Bullish movement. And, the market kind of chopped around most of the day. And then overnight, it kind of found its way. So, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, if you're looking long side on the market, I am looking to get up there to that overnight high and test that, the 88.61-ish level. But if not, I'm looking for a trip back down here to settlement. 84.34.
Yeah, no, it looks reasonable.
Very good, very good. Thank you both. Looking at this crude oil chart, we did trigger a long on the opening range breakout trade. Didn't take it, though. Nothing working, nothing done. We are right back inside range at the moment. So no trade in gold, no trade in crude. We stayed out of the way.
Mm-hmm. See that? A couple extra rolls saved you 2 losses.
Absolutely.
Sure did. Sure did.
But you said it was triggering a long, JD? I thought it was triggering
Did.
short.
Oh no, actually, crude oil invalidated. I take that back. Crude oil invalidated because we took out the low by a couple ticks, just 2 ticks, it looks like, and then we came back and took out the high. So no trade at all in crude.
Gotcha. Nice.
And that is that. All right, we got some more news to share for all you techies out there. Roblox is set to begin testing an AI-powered tool that will let users create their own games from their phone using nothing but text prompts. Let's roll this one real quick. Yes, you heard me correctly. I said Roblox will soon let users create their own games from a phone using simple text prompts. Its new AI-powered tool called Build can generate gameplay, environments, characters, visuals, and sound. Users that can then customize, test, and share their creations. Testing begins in New Zealand next week with a broader rollout planned in the coming months. Has anybody ever aspired to build their own video game? Yeah, he's making it pretty easy for you. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I think people can get as creative as they want with this one, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'd much rather have them create than follow, right? So
True. I won't disagree with that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. It is 8:14 a.m. in the Central Time. It's time to give the people what they want. Let's talk about NASDAQ.
Yeah,
let's take
a look here. Let's take a look. So I'm looking at the daily chart, and again, I've kind of kept this kind of wedge pattern. It's kind of guided me a little bit here, and you can see that we got a nice little break of this wedge pattern to the downside. We got a little bit of a relief rally, and looks like we've kind of resumed this kind of downside structure. We have a developing bearish candle. We don't know necessarily how this is going to play out here, but you can see here that where price is below our 20 and our 50 moving average. So I would say of the 2 markets that we've seen today and the equities, NASDAQ does appear to be the one that's looking a bit more bearish to me on the daily chart. Okay, price is below our point of control, kind of maybe testing the low end of value here, right around this 29 or 28,940 level. Looks like we got a little bit of reaction away from that level. So it'd be interesting to see. Maybe that's the beginnings of maybe a little bit of a rally. We'll have to see. But looking at the DMI is still showing me some interest here to the downside. We have the negative DI above my positive green line here, and we have a rising. So a rising ADX. So I feel like we're still in some downside structure here on the daily chart. Maybe getting a little bit of interest here down at these lows here, right around the low end of this value range. But I would say overall, daily is still rather bearish, I would say, on the daily. What do you think, Coach?
Well, we did have a building of open interest. And let me try to zoom out here real quick. My chart is acting up for me. There we go. Little laggy. All right. And it disappeared. Can you go back to range charts real quick on the daily till this gets figured out? I don't know what's happening, but all right. So we had a decreasing volume yesterday, a build of open interest of about 6,500 contracts, and we were up 537 points yesterday. The day prior we had another decreasing day in volume, right? So volume is for the last 2 days we had decreasing volume, and then we had a reduction open interest, but we were up positive 550, right, on the day prior. So you see where we put in that kind of, wick, and we closed on the lows, but it was still bullish, and then we had a nice reversal day. So,
yeah,
that open interest came in was on decreasing volume. So I think it was, shorts covering again. That's my humble opinion. We did have increasing volume for 3 days coming into the downside. So we were down 97 points, 467 points, 452 points, right, on increasing volume. And then the volume slowed down, and then we caught a little bit of a rally. Okay. So for me, I think that was just the shorts that piled in, just kind of covered. All right. And now we're below that wedge, so for me, the NASDAQ is looking weaker than the S&P, right? The S&P is still in its pennant formation, heading to the upside. So the NASDAQ is appearing to me as a weaker market. Overall, it is below the 50-day, but it's still above the 100 and the 200-day moving average. And the stochastic actually just turned up, the slow stochastic. So, we're going to see. We do have this line. If you go back to my chart, I think we're up and running. We have the channel coming down, right? The pennant that Coach Ray just had on there. He had it drawn like this. Okay, and we broke through it, and we're testing the backside. Now, are we going to get back in there and rally, or are we going to reject up here? So we'll see a little bit more on the 30-minute chart. Back to you, Coach.
Okay. All right. So taking a look here at the 30-minute chart, just kind of zooming in on these daily candles here. You can see that in the overnight trading, right, for the most part, we've been relatively bearish. We're again at the lower end of this value range. We're getting a little bit of maybe of interest here down at this range, maybe in the beginnings of maybe a little bit of a 3-bar reversal pattern. But I would say that overall, again, similar to what we were saying about the daily, I feel like we're still in some bear side structure. All my moving average are sloping here to the downside. And when I'm looking at my DMI, I'm seeing some, a little bit of an acceleration here on my negative as well as my ADX. Right now, my ADX reading is 32, and 25 is an indication that we're in a strong move. So with the DI above my positive and an ADX reading of 32, I feel like I'm still in a relatively strong structure here to the downside. So if I'm really going to entertain a long, certainly this is an area, right, low end of value. But the thing that's kind of catching me a little bit is that they're really not seeing any sort of move higher or sloping higher on the positive DI. So for me, I still feel like we are in some bear side structure. I'd like to see price get above some of these levels here, say 29,165. And if we can get above 29,165 with some volume, and maybe I can use 29,165 or maybe another retest of some of these highs here at the high end of value I have here at 29,367. So again, I see that I'm in some bear side structure. I'm seeing maybe a little bit of interest here on the bullish side, but I'm not really necessarily ready to embrace the bulls at this moment in time. I need a little bit more evidence that they can actually break some structure here to the upside. And then maybe I can retest and maybe we retest some of these point of control and maybe the high from yesterday. What do you think, Coach?
And we lost Vince once again.
Yeah, he's
so I have
on the
mute. All right. So I drew this trend line off of the low from a few days ago, and we're pushing higher, right? Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, and we're kind of flirting with this trend line. Okay, we were just below it. We may end up with a gap imbalance in the open. We're right at the intraday low from yesterday, which is 29,063. So we're just trading around that area. So overnight inventory is it's short, right? I mean, it's been selling off since the overnight, right? So I would say it's short inventory. Are we going to maintain this 2950, right? 2960 level? If we can hold 2960 at value high, I'm looking for longs with a test to settlement today. If we get below this line, all right, and we get back into value here, if value high of 29,067 can't hold, I'm looking to test this point of control of 28,980s. And then I'm going to look to maybe test value low from a few days prior, which is around the 28,670 level. And then all the way down here, I like a test to this excess low, right? We have excess low all the way down here to 28. I think it's 408. Let's see, what's the low here? 408 quarter, right? So I do like this market to come down here and test this excess around the 28,500. Okay, so 20,500 is an area of target for me. This 28,980 is going to be an interesting level, to say the least, right? If we get to it, how it's going to react. Is it going to rally? Is it going to keep selling? But ultimately, if we maintain this trend, okay, I feel like we kind of washed out some longs right here. If we get back inside of it, right, we washed out a little, stop zone, right? Because people are buying up against this trend line. Their stops are sitting below here. But right at that point of control, right? It kind of went right to it and bounced. So if we open above this area, I'm probably looking for a long-sided trade to try to test this settlement. And then this is that other long time frame trend line, right, off the daily. So this is interesting, right? If we get up here, maybe there's shorts up here around settlement. If it breaks above it, then I'm probably going to look to get long and then come and try to test all the way up here to the top of the pennant. But interesting, it's very, very interesting to look at this chart. Let me pull up a couple other things here. So we have above the market, we have the overnight high. Where's the overnight high? Where do you guys have the overnight high? It's not even populating on my other chart here. Where do you guys have overnight high?
Is that 29,362?
29,337. Okay. So interesting. The highest thing right at the
A little
volume
higher than
point
that. I
control.
think it's 360, maybe a little higher. It's an approximate 29,360.
Yeah, I think it might be 37, 29,337, which is pretty much right at the volume point of control. So my upside targets today, if I'm getting long, I do like a target of 29,327, right? The 337 overnight high.
Mm-hmm.
And then a test up there to 29,490 and 29,600. Those are my upsides. Downside, we have the overnight low, 28,952. We have a little bit of 28,800s. I might look to maybe see if it holds there. And then all the way down to 28,500 on the downside.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, look at the time. It is 8:24 a.m. in the Central Time. Let's go over the schedule real quick. Thank you for that analysis, Ray and Vince. Welcome. Got to be moving on, though. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Jay and Jack here to guide us through the next couple hours of trading. They're going to be joined by a few rotating guests. We've got VWAP George and Mandy here from 8:30 to 9:30. Looks like Andre is going to be back for a little bit with a guest appearance from a very special guest. We'll get into that in a little bit. We've got Dakota from 9:30 to 11, and then our man Muhammad will be finishing up Fast Markets with us. At 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time, Dobie's going to be here with our buddy Antonio and Gabe. Group coaching at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Eric's here with Coach Emmanuel and Hoop. As always, we will be pinning a form to the top of the chat in a little bit. If you got a question for one of our coaches during group coaching, this is your chance to have your question answered live right here on TopstepTV. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit. We will get your question and answer it. 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Coach Vince is going to be back with Dominic and a very special guest. We're not sure who yet, but it will be special. And then we're closing off the day in Power Hour. Jack, Eric, and Dobie Time are here to finish off the trading day. Plenty of tradertainment heading your way on this Wednesday. Make sure you stick around, folks. All right, guys. I believe on here. Yes, the president will be speaking. The president will be speaking. All right, Vince, Ray, thank you so much for joining us here on the opening call for this Wednesday, July 22nd. And we're doing the thing. Fast Markets, here we go. Stick around. We got a lot happening today. So don't go nowhere. We're gonna get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Fast Markets on TopstepTV. It's Wednesday, July 22nd. year of our Lord 2026. Jay, are you concerned that a new open AI model that they're testing broke containment and hacked another company?
Yes.
We'll have more on that later, but that is a real thing. It's a real thing that happened, and we need to discuss it. But take it away, Jay. Let's go.
There are supposed to be some security features in check there, but the AI is taking over the world. We're watching the revolution in real time, but we're here to trade these markets. Let's see how we can do. We got Mandy here, VWAP George is here, Jack is here. Mandy, we're going to start with you. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. How are we looking at the markets?
Morning, you guys. Doing okay. I did actually trade in the overnight. Combine's up a little bit. XFA's down a little bit. But yeah, we had a pretty dang good sell-off continuation from yesterday. So got back to settlement, but sold all the way off. We are bouncing off of this support level that I've talked about before. Whenever we've been out in this area, 044 has been a good level, as well as 151.
Okay.
Right now, buyers are coming in, looking to see if we could get back to VWAP. So 151s, 160s, somewhere in there. Long bias, but that's counter trend, Jay. So I'll have to manage accordingly.
It's counter trend for the daytime, but we know the NASDAQ, it's been in this range for almost 2 months now. So we'll see what kind of markets we have. Mr. VWAP George, we heard Mandy's target up there, 151 at VWAP. Good morning. How are we doing today? How are we looking at these markets?
All roads, baby. Hey, I tried to get cute and catch a bottom, and then that news risk is out there, so I kind of got wicked out down here at the 970s, and that's okay. And that was XFA. I'm in Combine right now. We went ahead and took over this Asia low and previous day low at the 060, 063. I like longs right now. Target VWAP 163.
Wait, what?
See if we're taking it a trade.
All right, it longs into VWAP. I think we have a little bit of a plan here. 29,087 quarter last trade here in the NASDAQ, 75.27 half last trade in the S&P. Jack, looking at that S&P chart, what are we seeing here? Any levels that we should be paying attention to?
Well, we're going to be right above that 50-day moving average that we've been kind of hovering around in the SPX. We're going to open pretty close to 7,500, which is a big fat round number, and where we ended the second quarter. Maybe a little bit, something to could damper things today is we're going into earnings full force. We got Tesla and Google after the bell, especially Google earnings are such a barometer for the whole AI CapEx structure that's going to move things. So by the way, you can hold positions till 310, but I'll speak for Muhammad. Don't come crying to Muhammad or me if you hold an NQ position between 3 and 310 today. You deserve what you get.
1,000,000%.
Absolutely, Jack. And we are seeing some buying out of the gate early here. NASDAQ back above those 100s, 29,100. You heard Mandy and George looking for maybe a potential VWAP test here. Made a low of the session there, 28,952. And coming back up on VWAP already. Watch oil. Also, oil prices above $86 we're trading above $88 for a little bit off the back of some of the news. Again, we had the president on Truth Social saying from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship, the U.S. will bomb one bridge or power plant. And Mandy is long. What price did you get, Mandy, and how many? Well, you said one.
Just single 122. Looking to see if I can add into this. I'm just looking for that quick scalp to those 151s. VWAP's at 161, so I'll be happy at either way. If we can get back into the probably like 100s, I would look to add a second if we can hold at the hundreds. This is just kind of I think a cheap 30 points here, just because that target has been a magnet for quite some time for me, but we'll play it out.
I like you pulling the trigger, Mandy. I'm kind of thinking if we get back up to the 180s and actually get to this VWAP and London high, I might think about getting short. We'll see what price does up there.
Yeah.
And just to confirm, you guys are seeing VWAP at 160s? Is that right?
161.
That's
correct.
what I have. Yeah.
Interesting.
I just have a lot of level support on 15-minute multiple areas touch point on the 15-minute candles and wicks from long time ago at 151. Same with 044. And we are right in, like you said, Jay, we're not only just middle of the trend, but we're also in the middle of a even inner smaller bracket of price. So let's see if we could just extend to this little edge here and then look back for that rotation again.
I think it's helpful.
Absolutely.
When looking at these markets to zoom out first, right? Zoom out to the day chart. I got the ES up right now. You can see this just massive consolidation we've been in. The first time we got to 7,500 all out. Okay. Was in May, it looks like May 13th or something like that. Since then, we've just been hugging this. I'll bring it up there. I got a couple lines.
Yeah.
The 7,500 right around where we are in the SPX has just been very comfortable for the market. So we're dead center of this range right now. So trade accordingly.
What is going to be the catalyst, Jack? We've been talking about this. I've been talking with Hogue on the opening call, saying we need a catalyst to get out of this range. Maybe summer trade is actually a thing. What could do it? We got the big tech earnings.
I have one
after the close.
We're entering earnings season.
Companies,
coincidentally.
There you go.
Yes, we could have AI hack everything, but I mean, there's always that. I'm not saying this is going to happen at all, but the most obvious catalyst is, Google comes out today and says we're actually going to reduce capex for 2027, and then it's all over. It was a good time talking to all y'all, but it's over.
Right.
Yeah. It's not going to happen, but it'd be crazy if it did.
Yes, it would. Gold made new high of the day there, 41.52.10 new highs in gold. That higher time frame, 4,000s, no one wanted to sell or had big enough pockets to keep gold below 4,000s. Very interesting stuff going on with gold at the end of the week as well. China cutting off some of their retail trading in paper gold, I guess, to figure out what the real price of gold is. Amanda, you still long that one lot, or did you get out there?
Short
No,
two, out
I got
one.
out.
Short from
Right.
146.5, out one. At New York.
We are trading it up today. You have George short from 48, short one lot.
Love it.
One now. I took one off at anchored VWAP from New York session at looks like 129 currently. So quick 20 points.
Nice trade there. Manny, what price did you get out at? Nice trade.
Right? I think it was like 150 on the dot.
For now,
so yeah, we hit my
rejected in the
EP.
We rejected initially in the ES exactly at the 7,500 SPX, so around 75.38 or so. Man, with earnings, I wonder if that's the place it wants to be.
Yeah. Just stay kind of glued to the middle. We are right in the middle of this range for the day as well. Really nice sell-off last night. No, Dakota was looking to get long.
Yeah.
Great cut by him. He was looking to get long last night during slow markets and just could not find a bid. Staying in the middle of this range here. Gold is a surprise to me. Gold right now is up over 1.5%, 1.67% on the day. It's our third biggest percentage mover to the upside. Crude oil is up there as well, up 2.25. Selling off a little bit here in crude, 86.30 last trade over there. Taking a look at the tilt 50-50. 50-50 in the NASDAQ, 59% long in the S&P. George, flat there?
Yeah. We're in between the overnight VWAP and New York anchored VWAP. It's deciding what it wants to do here. I need a little bit more extension to see what the plan is. I don't want to get chopped up around this VWAP chop, right? It's just like bouncing back and forth and stuff. So I'm good. I didn't like my entry anymore.
We're only 6 minutes into the New York session being open, so there is a ton of trading left to do. Top Trade in the chat says gold is doing a mega fake rally because there's a mega flush coming. Top Trade is looking for every market to sell off back to zero on a higher time frame. Yeah. But for right now, gold is on the. I mean, I do too, Jack. Especially for gold. I got some bids in at 3,500. I don't know if we're ever going to get there, but if we do.
Well, it's an interesting overlap, like on the Venn diagram, because usually if somebody thinks everything's going to crash and like the economy is going to fall apart, they think it's going to be gold to $1 million an ounce too. So
right.
I respect just everything crashing.
Sell everything. Sell everything.
Speaking of selling, just looking at our mega cap stocks really quick, everything is down, but nothing too severe. Besides, Micron's down 2.25%, but Micron also was up 12% yesterday, so I'll take that. Let's see if there's any big movers. The only one that's not in the red is Google, barely, but they have earnings, so it's going to behave. It's trading 347, and I wonder if it sticks around that 350 area just so people can roulette the options. We'll see.
Speaking of selling here, micro Bitcoin looked like it was going to catch a bid on a higher time. Bitcoin is in a very interesting spot. While the equities look kind of weak, Bitcoin is maybe catching a bid on a higher time frame, but that head and shoulders that we showed yesterday during the opening call is the neckline is still holding for now. I kind of got that neckline at 66,700s. You can see this little head and shoulders pattern we got there on the charts. And we are it's upside down head and shoulders, but he's rejecting right. It's rejecting right there, right at that neckline. We'll see if we get back down to these 65,000s, but micro Bitcoin down almost 1% right now. Mandy flat, George flat.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I got out of this trade. We've gone down a little bit, we've gone up, and I'll just save my mental capital for a better position. You know what I mean? And also, are we going to get a big red button and a little bit more regulation on this AI stuff? I mean, when they solve the quantum cooling stuff and plug this this crazy AI into it, what's going to happen, Jack?
Well, I mean, George, you probably know better than I because you work with computers, right? You're like a coder and such. I don't know, man, but this story, we'll get into it a little later as well with some cool images. But yeah, OpenAI had a computer that wasn't connected to the internet, apparently. And they were testing a model. And it so badly wanted to pass the test that it found like a software way to exploit and get into it kept on going computer to computer until it found one with internet. And then hacked the GitHub amalgam analogy of AI, Hugging Face. Then Hugging Face.
I mean, I'm not proud, but it's been smarter than me for quite a while.
Yeah. The real crazy stuff is then Hugging Face couldn't use the frontier models to defend itself because they had guardrails and they said, ooh, this looks dangerous. So they had to use those Chinese LLMs.
Wow.
What an F situation, man. I think we'll hear more about this.
All going exactly how we expected it to go.
Nobody
exactly
saw this
how
coming,
we expected
Jay.
it to go. No
movies made
not
about it or anything.
I'm cool with it. I trust Sam Altman 1000%. Seems like a straight shooter.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Looking at the delta here for the session so far, this is full session. Positive 4,500 in the S&P, negative 1,500 in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is trading right in the middle of this range. So nice cut there, George. Let this thing try to figure out what it wants to do for the day. We got a lot of time still to go. Let's take a look at the calendar for today. I don't think we have any numbers out. Again, like Jack mentioned, we do have some major tech earnings after the close. We got Google and Tesla, IBM reporting as well. Crude oil inventories at 10:30 Eastern time, 9:30 Central. We got Trump attending a dignified transfer. What does that mean? At 11 a.m. Eastern time.
That's the remains of the troops that were killed.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Got you. That is at 11 a.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. Central. And we got a 20-year auction as well. Should we be paying attention to that auction, Jack? Is that, what are yields doing right now? I know they were down. Yields were up. Prices were down over the past couple of days.
Yeah, they're still pretty high. We got about 5.14 in the 30-year, 4.64 in the 10-year, and the 2-year is the most. We're up around 4.28 in the 2-year. Now, the 2-year is going to follow. Oil's been bid, right? So that will affect the inflation calculations on that. We'll talk about later. I'll show a chart. The real yields on treasuries are like at the highest level since 2023. And that means either people are expecting, more inflation or they just don't trust the CPI numbers so much. But Yeah, not in a great place at the moment in yields.
Looking at
We're gonna
a
buy
10-year chart
two.
here. Go ahead. Mandy, long two. What price you get?
Long two. Right here right now, 161 half ish. Looking to see if we get a new push closer to these 200s. It's one of the couple variations of the pressure play. This one's a bounce off of the 5-minute EMA and a recross on the 1 minute with a little bit of momentum. So we'll see if we snag a little bit more here. See how far we could go. Might be chop fest, but we did get a little push. So I would love to see that continuation going through here.
Looks pretty good,
Speaking
Mandy. Hopefully we close above the London high. I have that at 173 half. So we have the
Ooh,
VWAP
good
at
call.
160 London high. So that's if we break and close above that, maybe get a retest of this exact zone here, and then
Yeah.
I'll go long for sure.
Nice. Yeah,
There we
this feels
go.
good.
What are we saying, Jack?
Off the open, semiconductors have bounced a good deal. They were down like over 2%, just down 0.4% at the moment. Interesting. Okay, so the NQ is still down 0.5%. That makes sense. Crude oil is trading at 86.74. We got the VIX at 17.22.
Wells Fargo CEO, right before the open, says Wells Fargo is big time bullish on the U.S.
Okay.
Big time bullish.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on Wells Fargo stock prices. See if the president
In
mentions
addition
them.
to Sam Altman, I trust Wells Fargo. Those are the two things I trust absolutely.
I'm catching a vibe from your trust list here, Jack.
Yeah, I'll add some more throughout the day. It's like Sam Altman, Wells Fargo, Howard Lutnick, the Hamburglar. Yeah.
Long two
Oh,
from
yeah.
183. Kind of a bad fill here, but we did close above that London high, as I mentioned, on the 1 minute. So tight stop, 30 points. I remember when 30 points wasn't such a tight stop, Jay.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah. 30 points now is like
Nothing.
it's a blink
Nothing.
in the Nasdaq. Could happen real quick. But we got George long two from 183s. Mandy still long from 161 half.
Yep. Like one more push here. We're about to get out of one. That'll be 30 points at 191 half.
There we
And
go.
now I'm going to move my stop to break even. Lovely.
Out of
Way to
one.
go, George.
S&P catching a bid here as well. 75.40s last trade in the S&P. 75, 45, 75 is settlement price in the S&P. We're about 5 points off of that right now. Nasdaq has about 110 points to go to get to settlement. 29,316 is that price. Right, Mandy out there. Nice trade. Long from 161s, getting out above 200s. About a 40-point trade. George is about 30 points in the money on this one. George, you got a target, or are you just kind of trading the flow here?
I kind of have a soft target of the standard deviation from VWAP at 247 half, but I have my profit target set up towards the previous day close. I like watching these regular trading hour gaps, right? So if I go to regular trading hours, you see this gap here. We're heading in that direction, and that's at 297. I mean, it's way up there, 100 points from here. That would be nice, but I do have that soft target, and my stop loss is at break even. So soft target 247, long target 297.
Nice trade so far. This is where Hogue would be talking about that 1 minute opening range in the equities is the DAL, the dead ass low. So in the right direction right now. Nice flow to the upside. Let's see how and if this can continue. Gold just made a new high of the day, 41.54 evens, trading $1 under that, 41.52.60. Last trade there in gold. Metals on the bid. I love people in the chat posting who they trust.
I know.
Alex Jones, Carvana, Larry Fink, Bernie, Palantir guy, FIFA president.
Palantir guy.
Let us know who you really can trust out there in the Palantir guy. If you're long Palantir from like $12, you could trust him, I guess. I trust Dakota, says Hunter. That's a good one. Yeah, right? Good guy to trust for a little while, but we're all on a list because of him, I'm sure. 29,190 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 75.40 last trade here in the S&P. A little bit of a pullback, tilt very heavy long in the S&P here, 73% long in the S&P. The NASDAQ just 60% long, crude oil 62% long, and gold long as well. So traders trying to find something and buy it. Gold 67% long right now, but that S&P tilt 73%. Flat, George?
Yeah, flat. Good cut, Mandy. I got greedy.
Yeah. No, I go and try to get back to the basics, right? Like I may or may not have stayed up a little bit excessively late last night, reviewing the strat, typing it up for the Discord. Got a revamp version 2 of it coming out soon.
I saw you in there.
So, yeah. Yeah, we know George. George doesn't sleep much, but I like my sleep, and I did not get much sleep last night, but it is awesome. Just going through my trade plan, just re-evaluating, re-emphasizing the importance of the rules. What are the rules, the nitty-gritties of it, and getting myself have another fire lit under me to hold myself accountable to those rules, right? So yeah, I
on 3
really,
from 176.
I see it. Anchored you
George getting back in it.
The biggest thing is
3 from 176s, George.
Let's go. Biggest thing for me is 30-ish points, about 20 to 30 points for TP1. We got to 30 points on that trade, and so ATR is a little low for me at the moment, so I decided to cut that. But good fill it there, George.
Gold is not done there. Gold is not done.
Through.
New high of the day in gold, 41.56 half. New high of the day in gold. Gold is up just under 2% on the day right now. Really nice movement in gold. Who's trading gold right now? We got a poll up in the chat. The first 15 minutes of New York session just flew by. Where are you at? Already bagged a win, letting the dust settle, context locked, firing now, and protecting my capital. 39% letting the dust settle, another 37% already bagged a win, 200 votes there. 20 minutes into the session being open here. And we'll see what happens. Gold is looking extremely bullish here. Where are they trying to take this? 4200s maybe in gold? Chat, if anyone is out there trading gold in the chat and you are long, let us know what your upside target is in this market, because it is continuing to push the upside while the equities figure it out. George, long 3 from 176.
Yeah. Correct. Put my stop down at 146. I have one take profit at 205 right at day high. Another one, as I mentioned, at that standard deviation at 245. We'll see if we get some follow through on this trade. Looks pretty heavy.
There's that 151 tag
in the chip. Trump and Netanyahu sit down under discussion, but no meeting set. This is coming from Axios. The White House and the Israeli Prime Minister's office are discussing a potential Oval Office meeting between President Trump and Netanyahu next week, but no meeting has been set yet. This is coming from Axios.
So you gotta listen to it.
Jeez,
I will
let's
say
go,
that,
George.
Yeah. I think it's shaping up to be like, I can't see like a huge move one way or the other unless we get some crazy news ahead of the Google earnings, right? We're still right at 7,500 SPX. What's going to take it too far from there remains to be seen.
Google's what, number 6 in the NASDAQ as far as weighting goes?
Oh, no. It's like number 3. I think it's sold off a little bit. Let me take a look. It looks weird because they split it into 2 companies for the different classes of shares.
Right.
Let's see.
Got the president saying, Americans aren't against the war. Iran will pay a big price. He's speaking at Joint Base Andrews right now. Nice pop there in the NASDAQ. George out one there. President's comments are done for right now. He's saying Americans aren't against the war. Iran will pay a big price. Had a little pop there in the NASDAQ. About 440 contracts traded in a second there. A lot of positive delta in that. Right at those 200s. George, you long two now?
Long two from 176, stop at 146. I have one target at 243, the other one at previous day close, right around 29,300. Hey, Jack, not financial advice stuff, but what about SpaceX, man? What's it at?
I mean, it's so... SpaceX right now is trading 123.30.
I mean, I'm kind of getting an itch. I know you and I talked about maybe September or something, but that's, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it looks cheap on a chart, but I cannot emphasize enough that, come on, give it to me. SpaceX still has a market cap of $1.6 trillion with only 5% of the float released. 1.6 trillion. I have this page open right now. 1.6 trillion has it at the same valuation. You know, SpaceX right now has a higher market cap by a little bit. Its closest comp than Meta. You know how much money Meta makes?
That's crazy.
Right ahead of it is Saudi Aramco. How much money they make? SpaceX, I believe, made like 15 billion in revenue and like lost money. Like, it's a great company. Don't get me wrong, but like I'm not touching it.
A little lofty there.
Maybe this is a hot take, but like it's definitely going under $1 trillion at some point. Like
I think so too. Did you say you were
a
long?
whole bunch of shares coming?
For sure.
Yeah. Another nice setup hit for me again. It bounced off the moving average on the 5-minute with another candle close and momentum coming in. Long 3. If you can hold this on the 1,000 tick, less pressure. That'll be good.
Awesome. Jack, isn't the argument
S&P
though that
about
one of them wants to build like virtual world and the other one wants to go to real ones?
Out of one.
I mean, that is a argument. Just to hit on what we were talking about earlier, Jay, NVIDIA is just above 5 trillion market cap. That's your biggest company. But neck and neck, Apple is very close now. Passed them briefly last week. Apple's at 4.8 trillion. Google's had a rough month or two. 4.2 trillion. They're all neck and neck. Then there's a big gap, and then Microsoft at 2.9 trillion. So those are the 3 biggest. So Google is the 3rd biggest.
Out with one left. Stop is at profit at 30.
Nice trading so far here. All longs so far with the market. Yeah. Again, that 1-minute opening range at the low of the session. Markets on the bid here. The S&P about 2.5 points off of settlement price. 75.45.75 is settlement. Gold pulling back a little bit off of its highs, but still trading at 41.50s here. That S&P tilt did pair back just a little bit here. 63% long now. 66% long in the NASDAQ. Top of the hour coming up in about 4 minutes. Mindy flat there. Nice trading so far.
Moving my stop into
morning
profit
in a while.
Just under 20,200.
Looks so good, George.
Okay. Nice trade. Can we call this a quiet morning? The Nasdaq's up 200 points. I mean, I guess we haven't had those crazy 100-point moves in both directions.
I know.
Yeah, I think it's all relative.
On the bid here. Yeah.
I think it's like, Jay, what the psychologist, like the studies they do where it's like you can adjust to anything in like 3 weeks. Like you go to jail or something even.
Makes sense.
So I think after all this volatility, yes, this is a quiet morning. 3 weeks.
Yeah,
you're going to break through it, guys.
4 gray walls aren't
so
bad.
I don't know if I could handle the flu in prison, man.
3 weeks, George. You'll be good.
Right.
Cattle. Shout out to Coach Hoop. Cattle. One of the, and we're quoting cattle prices, you're not going to see many people on here trade it, but had a 15-day down streak, 1 day of buying on Monday, and right back on the sell-off here in cattle, and looking pretty heavy. I hope you're short. So that is a market that is a trend for sure. While we see the equities in this range, providing opportunity in the range, right? We're seeing 600-point daily ATR in the NASDAQ, so there's more than enough opportunity. But your ribeyes are getting cheaper. So if you make some money in the equities, go buy some steaks. Maybe keep them in the freezer just in case we hit all-time highs again. Gold back on the bid here, 41.54 last trade here in gold.
Ooh,
S&P
new highs
of the day.
Stops there in the ES.
Yes, we did. Prior day high, 75.54. Yesterday's high, 75.54. S&P back green on the day. The NASDAQ has about 50 points to go to settlement.
Move my stop loss up a little
Jack,
bit in a profit of about 50 points.
Okay. Nice trade. George, still long from 161s, is that right? Or no, you got back in 176.
176, yeah.
76. Jack, that at the lows, you were talking about the 50-day moving average in the SPX. Any levels you have up here for the S&P?
Yeah, so we did, if we go to my charts real quick, I'm mapping the 50-day moving average in the SPX onto the futures, and I have it around 75.11. And you can see how that has been reactive. Let me show real quick. You can see that these are daily candles in the SPX, how, really since we had the sell-off at the beginning of June, we've been more or less really respecting this 50-day moving average, only a couple closes below it, and kind of, these would be very wide trades on the day time frame, but overall, the buyers here have been pretty happy, I would think. Going back to the chart,
stop loss at break even.
Nice. There's some possible like options resistance. I don't see anything keeping us down until 75, 68 or so in the futures.
68. Got another.
Yeah, it's 75.30 in the SPX.
Got you. Gold is just booming here to the upside. 41.6150, new high of the day there in gold. Shout out to Lion Trades in the chat. Still long gold. It's my biggest trade ever.
Nice
job. Following a process and then letting the market do the heavy lifting for you. Gold on the bid here. Top of the hour there. It is 10 a.m. Eastern time, 9 a.m. Central. George out one. How many are you still long, George? And what's that average price?
Average price 258.5. I'm trailing it up. I'm at break even right now. So it's kind of a do or die thing.
Very nice trade here. U.S. reaches deal with Saudis for nuclear energy commercial agreements. Shout out to Coach Hoop in the chat posting those headlines. Oil here trading $86.91, the top of the hour. Just came and went. NASDAQ up 250 points from the open. The S&P up about 35 points from the open and still on the bid here. I haven't even taken a look at the Russell and the Dow, but the two major equities that we trade here are on the bid here.
New highs again in the ES. We're coming close to yesterday's high, Jay, as you remarked. Got that around 75.54.
75.54 evens. Let's see if the buyers are that convinced to trade above there. Delta is positive in the S&P, positive 7,800. In that last 1 hour, we saw a positive 6,200 Delta come in there. So congruent with direction, buyers are coming into this market, not just with price alone, but there is some volume behind it. In the NASDAQ, that last hour, positive 2,000 Delta. Still negative 200 for the day. NASDAQ still has a little bit to get up to settlement, about 40 points here. But a really nice bid. And gold, man, gold not done. 41.6570, new high of the day in gold. I'd love to see that. Lion Trades, my biggest trade ever.
That's awesome.
On a day that might not seem very remarkable, but you follow a process and the market rewards you for doing it. So really nice trade there. Make sure you take most of that home. Mandy, flat right now. Anything you're seeing here for potential opportunities?
Possible short back down to these 230s. Just don't know
All
if
out.
it's worth the 30-point risk.
Seeing a potential pullback. With that pullback to 230s, is that, and I try to think about this all the time in my trading, is that a good short or is that a better opportunity to get in long on an uptrending market? How would you read that, Mandy? Is this a range bound market that we're seeing, or
That's a great question, Jay.
is this
I would
overstructured?
say depends on what we do at those 230s, right? Do we have a nice
Gotcha.
strong
Okay.
bounce off of this EMA? Like we tag it and then quick resistance, we're bouncing right off of it. Can I get a cross 1 minute with my EMA on top? That's what I'm looking for a continuation trade. That's what I would call like a pressure reclaim. Then when do we have like an actual pressure play? It would be probably a close below these 205s, 200s area. Be a little hesitant because we'll be coming upon that VWAP and the 151s. I have a hard time getting short until 151 is becoming resistance, right? So it's the question is, what is the reaction? Is it a strong bounce like we've had these last couple 5-minute candles, or is it a hesitation, consolidation, even a wick down to the 200s? I would be hesitant to get long then. But if we see a immediate bounce of like 10, 20 points, then yes, I'd go long.
All right, we are seeing a 500 lot here on the bid here. That is a passive buyer underneath the market, and we don't know what their intentions are. But sitting out there with 500 lots, that's the biggest size we've seen so far this morning. 75.45 is that price, about 4 points from where we are trading right now. Not really seeing any similar size in the NASDAQ. Let's see if that bid acts as somewhat of a support, or do sellers want to sell into that? Gold, not done. New highs in gold, 41.6880. Lion trades, your best trade ever, keeps getting better.
Okay.
I'm curious how you manage that one. Where are you long from? That's a beautiful trade.
Jay,
what do you got, Mandy?
Example here. We didn't exactly touch it, right? Price isn't going to do exactly what you expect it to. So we've got close enough. Yeah, we got it close enough of an adjustment as those 220s, 225s. This wick comes down. I've talked about this before. Mom and dad, right? Candles are the kids. Kids want to go out, be rogue, go wild. They might run away at the park. They want to come back and say, hey, mom, watch me go down the slide, right? So we're coming back to talk to mom. I think that was close enough to yell at mom, right? Mom's the EMA. The candle got close enough. So then my question comes into what's going to have control here? Is it a cross where we have buying pressure, like buyers have control? Then I would get long on the 1 minute. But right now we're back to a new 5-minute candle. So of course this EMA is pulled up because we've been in an uptrend. So this is hands off for me right now. I think this is a consolidation zone.
New highs in the S&P. There's that prior day high, 75.54. Yes, we do, Jack. And still going here.
My, oh my.
On the bull. 87s, was that? No, you said 68s. JRG was talking about 87s in the chat. 68s was your price. Keep an eye out there. Maui man, shout out to Coach J. Yeah, that's me. Been a volume follower for a while. Caught the gold long this morning on a volume spike. Nice trade, Maui man. Nice. Seeing a lot of good trades out there in the chat. This is fast markets. So do us a favor, hashtag fast markets or hashtag power hour whenever you decide to trade. Share your trader wins, your losses, your trade setups, your favorite thing about Topstep TV, preferably on X, and we'll bring those to you later in the day. Again, hashtag fast markets. 36 minutes into the session being open here, we had some pretty good trades already with the equities on the bull. Mandy and George both getting long, both adding some money to those combines. Love to see it. And let's see if we can get some buying above this prior day high in the S&P, maybe dragging the NASDAQ up to settlement. Again, another 30, 50 points until settlement in the NASDAQ there. That 500 lot bid is still sitting there in the S&P at 75.45s there. What does settlement mean? So settlement,
like when to add. like, and it comes up all the
When to
time,
add, okay.
like when to add. And I added to that trade there. So I have a couple rules, and it might help some traders out there. Number one, I'm green in the P&L, and then number two, I'm green unrealized. Right. So my unrealized P&L
You're not adding to a loser.
was up there. So, you know, that makes a huge difference on how comfortable you are in the trade. Right. So I already took profit. I'm in a trade. I'm green. I add to it. I'm risking the unrealized or a portion of an unrealized. And then I have a tight stop. So that risk is very minimal. I have an opportunity to make more money, but I already made money on the trade. So I'm good. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I got
Makes a
short
ton of sense to
there.
me, George. Having rules.
3 MES from 75.54. You know, we
Nice.
wicked above the prior day high, and then when it went back through it, I figured it's worth a try. We'll see. Probably see money take money.
Short 3. Let's see if we
there.
see if we get that fill, Jack, at those 45s. That 500 lot is still sitting there. $500 lot is still sitting out there.
Great short.
You get short right at 54s?
Yeah. Well, it went through it. That was the prior day high. It went through it, tried to push higher, then came back through. And because it's a short, I know I got chopped up short today. We're already like pulled it back to that daily high, right? So it's gonna be a break-even trade essentially. Like we'll make a few bucks if it comes back and hits it. I mean, otherwise, I'd like to see, like, for the end of the day, this 7,500 SPX down at 7,538 is like really. This is way early in the day to be doing this. This is not a trade I would take with like options or something, but
okay,
it calls to me.
Huh?
I really like this trade, Jack. However it plays out, I think that candle just set the high of the week as well in the S&P, and
wow.
We'll see. Full session VWAP is right under those 38s that you just mentioned, 75.33. So,
yeah,
for the day, still pretty range bound. Nice trade so far. Here's Mandy's 230s.
Yeah, so we're reacting right now to that EMA on MNQ. And wow, we are just kind of really stuck right now on NQ. So if we get a bounce here, close above 250s, I am possibly going to be looking long. Would get a little worried about a double top though. A close below 214s would be nice, but we have a new 5-minute candle printed. This is going to be a hands-off trade. A lot of indecision. The candle closed in between my MA, EMA, so it's kind of no man's land for trades for me. So I'm willing to sit this out for another 5 minutes.
Interesting spot to look at here in the NASDAQ. So we got those comments from the president earlier. We talked about a tape bomb. We had about 450 contracts traded in a second in the NASDAQ. That ranged 29,211 down to 184s. So we're coming down to kind of test that order again right now. We'll see whether or not that acts as a support. But 211 is that high of where that order did get filled there. Daniel looking at 75.54 has been a very good level. Yeah, that was prior day high. You can look at it. It's kind of the weekly high. There's a bunch of indecision around that area, 75.50. So nice trade so far here by Jack. Short a couple micros. Take a look at that tilt. Where'd the tilt go? 65% short in the S&P now, 63% short in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in crude, and 61% long in gold.
Jay, I wouldn't mind getting long again down at the 29,180s. We have, not only do we have New York anchored VWAP, but we have overnight VWAP with the London high confluence there. Just basically almost where I got in previously.
Yeah, your prior long was 176s, and now you're saying 180s, George, so right around that same area.
Right around there, that zone, 170 to 180, right around there. See if buyers come in there. We get down there. On the flip side, the previous day close. See if we get some sellers up there. If you look left, there's definitely some some resistance up here. The 29,300. You got the big round number. You got previous day close. A lot of times we get bounces off of the regular trading hour gap fills. So we'll see what happens.
That 500 lot pulled in the S&P.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where they went, but they did pull. Yep,
Kicks
Manny.
and giggles.
EMA settings.
Going one.
Oh,
Yeah, EMA
long
settings. Long one. Set up again. Gonna have a real tight stop on this below the previous rotation. So like 210s. EMA settings. I have it set to 5 on the EMA 7MA. That is the MA EMA cross. Kind of does it all in one and puts the cute little crosses on your chart. So it's my tried and true, my bread and butter. Sometimes I'll play with it. Sometimes 8 works really well too, 8 and 5. I know a lot of people really like the 9 and like a 20, but okay, this is going to be a real tight stop here. Let's see how we react.
Here's 75.47 last trade here in the S&P. 29.237 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Gold is just holding bid here. It keeps pulling back at like 5 points off of the high of the day, but sellers are not really gaining any traction in that market at all. Quick look at the Russell, 29.9160. Russell having a little trouble at that 3,000 level on a higher time frame. Kind of looks like that 75.55 we talked about in the S&P, and the Dow on the bid here. It's 52.630 last trade there in the Dow. Looking pretty strong here as well, but maybe a pullback. S&P back under settlement.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, how are you been
Bryce,
trading, man?
To be honest, George, not great. Not great, to be honest. When the markets are extremely range bound like they are, my impatience sometimes gets the best of me. So I'll see a level and then try to front run it. So I've been trying to slow myself down. I'll trade in a combine here and there. But in my personal account, I think I've taken, what's today, Wednesday? I think I've taken 2 trades this week. So trying to slow down because
good job.
I'm a momentum trader, right? And
right.
It's when markets are very range bound, I have to slow down.
Yeah, makes sense. It gets me in trouble too because I see setups that aren't there. Like, oh, this is going to bounce off VWAP for sure, and it's just part of the range. It's part of the range / chop / P&L definition.
Right.
Like, that's the definition, right? The range / chop.
You're cooking over there, Jack. Love it. It's such a
trade.
Yeah,
Jack.
This is the position you love to be in, at least for me, where I just am not going to touch anything, and we'll either scratch,
let it go,
make a few bucks, or we'll get our target. Just 2 MES.
Right.
The question is, do I reverse it down there at that 7,500?
Oh, Jack getting fancy
I'm
here.
all out.
Jack getting fancy. I like it though. It's a strong level. It's a strong level. Mandy all out there. Okay. Now the NASDAQ is testing that order that we talked about right here at these 211s.
That was me being impatient. Jay, I'm gonna call myself out on that. What did I say? I said, oh, we closed in channel. I'm not gonna take a trade for another 5 minutes. I did not follow that rule. So calling myself out again, patience as we're talking about it. It's so important. I think I did that well the first 2-3 trades. That last one, I think that would fall under a rule break right there. So that's where you get hurt. Here's a bounce off of a New York anchored VWAP.
Yeah, this is where patience comes into effect as well, Mandy. Like, that's a really clean bounce, but it was really quick on the 1 minute. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient. I kind of wanted to get a little lower, like into this zone. And I've learned a lot from TopstepTV and everybody that I've met since I've been on the program. It's okay to miss a trade. And so instead of getting long here, where would my stop loss be here? And that would definitely be a better entry, right? It would be under the 170 mark, right? So if we get closer into this zone, and buyers come in, I'll take the trade. Right now, I'm green on the day in this combine. I'm not about to ruin that just because I'm impatient.
For sure.
Right. So let's see if we can get down further and then buyers coming in.
We do have some responses from Iran here on the president's comments this morning. If the U.S. targets a bridge or power plant in Iran, Iran will in turn strike infrastructure and bridges in the region, including energy facilities where the U.S. has interest. That is coming from Tasneem, citing a military source. Again, we heard comments from the president this morning, and that is the response from there. Taking a look at oil prices, $87.06. Oil on the bid, just slightly from there. Jack, were you originally short 3 and now you're down to 2? Is that correct? Or did I have that trade wrong?
Yeah, now I'm down to 1. So what I did there, because I don't, not mess around with the level. What I did was we were like a couple points away from my target. So I took 1 and then moved, none of this is exact, then moved my profit target a little further back. It's still in the same like range where I wanted to cover it.
Yeah. It's a zone though. And 75.38 is 7,500?
Yeah.
Got you. Nice trade. Nice trade. Watch oil here. Oil getting a little jumpy. I don't know what that was. You got 12 minutes until initial balances are set. Gold selling off a little bit here. 41.54 last trade here in gold. 73% short tilt in the S&P. We've seen that tilt get pretty heavy both directions. First long and then short. 68% short right now. 58% short in the NASDAQ. 61% long in crude oil. NASDAQ is holding that order. So again, that price range that I'm looking at, 29,211s down to 184. So that midpoint is right around that 200. We saw that bounce from 200s there. So there was some buying there, whether it was longs getting in, shorts covering above those 200s. Either way, it's holding for now. George, still looking at these 180s.
Yeah, I am. And hopefully we get down there. I really want to get long. I kind of get itchy trigger finger, but then I have flashbacks to when I just buy, as soon as it touches VWAP, you know what I mean? It just rips your face off going the opposite direction right through it sometimes.
I knew I should have waited.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you got to touch the stove and get burned, several times before you learn that lesson, I guess. And you know what?
Absolutely.
Still have bad days, Jay. Right?
Of course.
Of course, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we did have a question in the chat earlier from the L7894. What is the indicator that Mandy's long too? What is the indicator that they use to show the volume of orders on the side? So there's a couple of different ones. I think we saw it probably on Jack's screen. If you're looking at Mandy's screen right now, that is the depth of market on the right side. You do have to subscribe to level 2 data in order to get all of the prices. If you just have level 1 data, you're going to only see one price up and down. But when you hear us call out, hey, there's a big order at such and such price, we're looking at the depth of market to do that. Again, subscribing to level 2 data. On the side of Jack's chart, when we have Jack's chart back up, that's a volume profile, right? And that's telling you where the volume traded for the session.
Yeah, visible range. So whatever I'm showing on the chart, it'll adjust.
Yep.
Great trade, Mandy.
Visible range.
Thanks. Reason I took that one. We are crossing on the 5, but again, nice bounce and rejection off of that 15-minute EMA. So that was the play there with the cross on the 1-minute. EMA's on top, telling me buyers are in control. I am gonna scale out of 1 here. See if we can get a push into these 65s or so.
Crude inventories.
Mandy and I trade a lot together.
Bottom of the hour.
Mandy and I trade a lot together, and it's fun when we have the same bias. We don't always have the same bias.
We don't always, at all. We do sometimes, but it's special when it happens.
Yeah. So here I was itching to get in. Mandy saw her opportunity to do so from her setup. And here I am with FOMO, but at least it's going the direction I was kind of thinking it would, so that helps my psyche a little bit. You know what I mean?
The read was there. The read was there.
That's right.
NASDAQ, nice little pop there off those 200s, about 70 points above there. Again, we had about 50 points to settlement here in the NASDAQ, somebody asked earlier, what is settlement price? It's the price that the exchange marks the market for margin purposes. If you're holding a position overnight, you want to know where that settlement price is. Basically, the way we look at it for day traders, the market is green above settlement, red below it. It's just another horizontal level to look at and can act like a magnet when we trade there. Got the S&P settlement price 75.45.75, the NASDAQ 29,316. Shout out to all the wheat traders in the chat. I know there's at least 2 of you who join at the buzzer and trade wheat right now. Wheat is our biggest percentage mover to the upside, up 3.8%. And it's another trending market. I'll look at a bunch of different markets. I have that quote board up all the time, but it's a reminder that there are other markets to trade. And wheat has been on a pretty strong bullish trend over the past month or so.
Out of profit, made some of that.
Nice trade.
Back. So
Nice.
almost to the high water. We'll get there again.
Here we go.
Come
Maybe a
to
little
me.
divergence here.
Today.
Where are you at,
Hard.
Jack? 30, 37?
38 on the
There
head.
we go. There we go.
Jack.
Come on.
There we go. Okay, we're out.
Oh,
There we go.
trade of the day right there.
Nice
Yeah.
trade.
Trade
Love
of
that
the
trade.
day.
Always want more,
Nice, dude.
but
Yeah.
it was good.
Oh no, it's great. Oh, that's
The read was on point. Look above
Yeah, it
that
was
prior
perfect.
day high. No follow through above the prior day high in what has been a pretty range bound market. Come right back home. Come right back home. Right back to VWAP here. 75.33s in the NASDAQ. I keep losing audio for some reason.
Oh, well, here's some audio for you. Like, no, it's like what I said this morning. It's just that I think, unless there's news, that we have Google earnings after the bell. So, like, how far do we want to go away from 75? And so, was just looking for like a place to limit risk. We broke the prior day high. Probably a low probability trade, but you make the math work. Go for it.
nice.
And now we're back to 7,500 in the SPX.
Right back
I like
there.
my-
Big.
Cut.
Still looking for
not the
longs.
profit.
Still
I
looking
don't
for
mind a
longs,
long
George.
here.
Yeah.
Kind of stick to my guns here. Maybe if we get a little lower here.
Jack is definitely like 007 status right there. Like that was top
That was
tier.
sweet, Jack.
Well,
Top.
thank you, because I'm gonna bottle that for the next time I make a stupid ass trade, which is always just right around the corner.
Wasn't it
just clip
JD
it.
that had a perfect trade and lost money on the day or
Yeah,
something?
he did it in reverse. Bought the high, sold the
Love
low.
it. Yeah.
The long here, no, maybe doesn't look so bad. We got VWAP here, 75.33s in the S&P. NASDAQ
pull
is
the
still
trigger.
holding that zone.
Pulling the trigger in 2 at 221.5.
Long 221s.
Looks like we might be in a little bit of a range here. So I'm going to be all out at 259.
Oh, nice. Just
Bottom of the hour,
sell.
we
Yeah.
do have crude oil inventories for all our crude traders out there. Should be an interesting number. Again, crude right now trading right at $87, $86.97. Last trade there in crude.
I've had MACD on the last
Okay.
Heading
week
2.
or so. Let's go.
George adding to this
Uh,
trade.
It's helped me get out of the trades in profit when the tick, like I'm on 1,000 tick, when
Okay.
bars start behaving a little differently, right? And pulling into the MACD, when we get angled closer to that 0 line, that's been a good out for me. So one, looking where we're at in relation on the tick chart, are we starting to consolidate, have double bottoms? Are we maintaining a certain level? And then, for example, going through this MACD 0 line on the histogram, that's usually like if I've been going long, that's been a great time for me to get out. And that has actually been a really nice play. I think I've done that twice this morning where I made sure I put my stop in profit. and I cut it before it went another, 30 points. So capital preservation. So like in this new zero that Topstep's put out, Summer of Indicators has been fun for me already.
It's been a
Zero
great summer
lag
indicator.
MACD. Omni Bad Plays says, I don't trade gold too often. Is this a normal pullback or steep? I mean, if you look at the range today in gold, it's an expanded range today, right? Gold high to low for the session is at 88 points. So we're seeing, some expansion in that range. So I'd say this is probably a normal pullback. Is it just a pullback? We'll see. To me, gold on a higher time frame has been in a downtrend. A really nice pop here. Every time we get down to 4,000s in gold, someone's buying it. But yeah, this kind of looks like an average pullback here on a market that's been pretty much up the entire day so far. George, still in the long 4?
Long 4 from 223. Pretty close to my stop loss here. I'm not moving it anywhere. I still like it. My stop loss is there for a reason. And again, I think this is a range. I have my target 100% at 259.75.
On a couple micro NASDAQ. Everyone else flat right now. We got a poll up in the chat. Fast Markets P&L check. How's the bag look? Did you secure the bag? Did your bag get shredded? Did you save your capital, or are you just grabbing your coffee? We are only an hour into this. An hour goes by really quick, but we got to make some room. We got some special guests coming in here. So Mandy, George, great trading with you both. Mandy, we'll throw it to you first. Anything you want to say before we head out of here?
If you're struggling, go back to basics. Shout out to Scott. He always says, if you don't know what you're doing, aka you're struggling, go back to what you know. Get back to the basics, follow that trade plan, reevaluate that trade plan, make sure you're always adjusting for current market conditions. But yeah, ground yourself again. Go read it, rewrite it down, do something to make sure you are holding yourself to that. I think it's easy to carry on bad habits or old habits. So thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure, as always.
Great trading with you, Mandy. VWAP, George, still in this trade. Anything you want to say to the chat before you head out for the day?
It's always fun. Stay green if you're green. Watch out for the news risk, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Mandy, George, great trading with you both. Top of the hour coming up here in just a few seconds. We're going to get those initial balances set. And again, we have the crude oil inventories as well. So watch out for those. Crude oil inventories expectations forecast is negative 1.95 million. And they're coming out soon here. Crude inventories are out. Build of 2 million. Build of 2 million in crude oil. Nice little pop there in crude oil prices. 87.08 last trade there in crude. 29,235 last trade here in the NASDAQ. George, nice trade we got going on here. Let us know in the chat how this does play out.
Yeah.
Let's go. Going to go to a little bit of a break. We got a special guest joining here right after this. Andre, after you.
Andre,
Trading your mute. Check your mute, Trey.
Trading it up a little bit here on in the office. I hit first trades taken in the office here. Heard VWAP George was long, and it's not the bottom of the hour, so I'll do my Hogue initial balance. What's it looking like right now? How about this? Just coming in and hijacking the show a little bit and doing a lone wolf Dakota style. So I'm currently long the NQ right now, MNQ from 29,227. Looking for, I'm in the new Topstep office here. As you can see, people are all over the place. Good energy is flowing through the place, and I figured they let me in, take a couple trades, and see how this thing goes. You should see all the folks walking around here. Maybe we'll give you a tour one of these days. But Chad, I got to ask, do you like this long or not? Long from 227, looking for an upside up around 300. Looks like it's been a choppy day so far. Initial balance. Here we go. Initial balance high NQ 29,284 quarter. Initial balance low 29,088 and 3/4. Again, those are the highest and lowest price trade in the first hour of the New York session. So, yeah, I'm still long 20,227. And we'll see if we can catch a move to the upside here. There seems, what's going on back there? There's motion stuff. Maybe it wasn't a great idea to start trading in the office. There is a lot of energy going on. All right, we're catching a bid here. Think about maybe adding into this long. See if we can go back up to IB high. Trading 29,243. Now 244s. Longs are looking good right now. See if we can add into this. When's the last time you see me get in here and trade it up lone wolf style? It's like Dakota on slow markets. Nice trade, Jack, by the way. We are starting to catch a bid here. Let's see if we can push this thing higher. Taking a look at the what's going on here on the schedule. All right, we got a 20-year auction at noon central. Okay, we got Alphabet earnings. We got IBM, Tesla earnings after the bell. Look at this. We are continuing to pump this thing higher here, catching a bid. Looks like we're in the money right now, and we're really liking how this goes. I'm maybe thinking about adding to this winning trade. Yeah, long 12 micros from 29,231. And we're now trading 29,253. This seems to be pumping a little bit. Maybe add into this a little more. This is where we break out. Some might say this is a bull flag. Again, initial balance high. We are about 30 points from IB high. Continuing to pump this thing. How about this? Do I shave some? Do I take some off right here? I guess unrealized, looking at about 400, 480, now 500. See if we want to keep pumping this thing. Go test initial balance high. Again, long 12 micros from 29,231. Last trade, 28,251. Seems to be running out of steam. What do we got on the tilt? 50-50 on the tilt. Across the board. And here comes some sell pressure, and something just turned around on me. Maybe I should have taken some profits to the upside there. I wonder if people in the office are watching me take this trade as well. I know TopstepTV is on the big screens throughout, so they're watching this here in real time. How's it going today, chat? But you didn't expect this, and now I'm taking heat on this trade. It's almost like something changed. The vibes may have just changed in this market. What changed? Look at the headlines here. I'm not seeing much on the wire. And, yeah, now we're taking heat. This thing's going to be turning around. Speaking of turning around, what is going on? This just got something changed. I don't know what just changed, but these markets continue to change.
What's up, dude?
Are you kidding me?
TV fucking crash,
Are you
buddy.
kidding? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing? Get out of here.
Fucking best in the West, bud. Ready to freaking party.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? What are you doing here? I thought we got rid of you.
Go, baby, go.
I'm losing money now.
Dude, where are your drinks?
What are you
not having a drink? Come on.
I thought we got rid of you.
Taking a job too
Oh,
seriously.
my God. What are you doing here? Hans, what are you doing?
What's up, chat?
Oh, my gosh. Now I'm losing money. It's your fault.
Dude, you put on a horrible fucking trade. What do you think?
Oh, my God. You just came in and hijacked?
Oh, my God. You got to hit lean hogs, dude.
Oh,
Full port lean hogs, dude. Oh, my God. Are you on a 12 lot? Jesus, criminally.
Why are you here? Who let you in here? Oh, my God. Oh, now you're thirsty.
I heard you were trading baby oil. Are you hanging out with Diddy? That's fucked up, dude. Oh, my God. Come on,
Give
dude.
me out this trade. Give me out this losing trade, Hans.
Dude.
I thought we got rid of you. What are you doing back in Chicago?
What does Chad have to say, dude? Where is he?
Chad, we're not letting you get access to the chat. Chad, don't let him.
Where is it, dude? Chatty cakes.
Oh, my gosh.
Everyone freaking stamp Andre, bro. Spam him. Fucking spam him.
They let you back in here. They let you back in here. What should I do? You're just losing me money now.
Dude, I didn't even freaking do it. You placed the trade.
This is like your old trading days, Hans. Get back at it.
Yeah, that's right. Dude, I look fucking good. This camera's awesome.
Trader Supreme. They're calling you Trader Supreme.
That's right, dude. Trader Supreme. Oh, here we go. We're going green, baby. 130, 106, 152, 172, 148, 172, 160, 136, 142, 160, 130. Boom!
Hans, you're back at this. Who let you in here? Hans is an absolute
fucking
menace.
cranking, dude. Spitters or quitters, dude. You gotta fucking hit it hard. You gotta get in here. Okay, 29. Guess what they called me back in the day?
What did they call you back in the day, Hans? I thought we got rid of you a long time ago.
Laxative. Because I make shit happen, buddy.
That's it. Would you get out of here? We got a live show going on,
Fine,
Hans.
dude.
Get out of here.
Enjoy your freaking live show.
Get out of here. With that
I'm
being
sure
said,
it's a lot of fun with just you here, pal.
get out of here. Laxative. You hit me with the laxative. Get out of here.
Dude, I've had enough.
I'm throwing it back to you guys. Get me out of here. Save me. Bye. Later. Thank you for that.
Today's episode of Topstep TV is brought to you by the letter V. V is for October. Traders use the letter V for the October contract.
Are the
And
mushrooms
we are
kicking
back.
in yet?
What just happened?
What did we do? What was that?
Pretty insane. Yeah. Shout out to Hans, bringing some entertainment to the show, and Andre with that nice trade in the office there. But welcome to Fast Markets, Dakota. How are we doing today? How are we looking at these markets? And what do you think of that last segment, man?
I mean,
The office
market-
takeover there.
Well, markets, I don't know. I lost my train of thought. What was going on? He was wearing a trading vest, a trading jacket, Topstep trader. That was interesting.
Newest live funded
I
trader at
definitely-
Topstep.
I'm still trying to
I thought it
process
was
that.
Richard Harris at first. I thought that's who was in the office.
Was he drinking a PBR? I know it's like
think it's
Old
9:30.
style.
Old style. Okay,
so.
there we go. There we go. That makes sense. And Jim Seraphin says, not very professional. So we'll get back to the markets. Dakota, how are you looking at the markets today? I know you took some trades last night. What are we seeing here? We got the NASDAQ trading 29,224 last trade here. I didn't realize we were supposed to be extremely professional.
I know.
Lighten up a little bit.
It's not professional. Now open that 1 minute chart and slam some NQs.
button my top button up here. We are seeing some selling pressure here in the S&P. The NASDAQ, we talked about a 500 lot on the bid in the S&P a little earlier. We got 500 lots on the offer now. 75.39 is that price. And another that looks like 1,000 lot. Yeah, 1,000 lot, 75.44 in the S&P. So the size flipped to the offer side. Passive sellers here. Right back at VWAP in the S&P, 75.33 last trade there. What do we got, Dakota? What are you thinking?
I don't know, man. I'm still processing what just happened. I think we get a little bit of pullback. I took a loss last night. If you guys want to see me take loss, you could rewatch Slow Markets. And I took a loss in the live account. I posted about it on the socials. So I'm in a combine right now. We have earnings today. That's going to be a big one. Coach Jay, earnings after the bell. I think we even have Trump going to be saying something before the close. And overnight we sold off. This morning we rallied and completely retraced it. We're still red for the day. And I mean, this 220 level in the NASDAQ seems to be a very solid line on the sand. So do we consolidate around here? Is this a bullish flag that we look to continue going up? Or are we going to see a reversal and maybe a retest of the mid 100s? I'm not sure. I think the play for me, which is sit on my hands, wait, watch, see what's going on. I don't want to jump in a trade right here in the middle of this range yet. I'm going to lean towards a sell-off. I'm not going to look for a dramatic sell-off. I'm going to lean towards a pullback and a retest of this consolidation from earlier, right around these 160s. That's where I want to see this market go. So if you were to force me to take a trade right now, I would short it going down to the 160s. Obviously, not financial advice. Let's see what happens.
We will see. And the NASDAQ on the way up, what time was this? 9:52 Eastern time. There was about 400 contracts that traded in a second. We keep tapping into that area, right around those 220s that you mentioned, Dakota. But I'm looking at 184s up to 211s, and we keep holding it for now as somewhat of a support. That is the heaviest negative delta range that we have on the day. It's a 20-point range, 190s up to 210s, negative 800 delta there. So sellers are trying to hit these prices, but not really gaining any traction. If we can start to see some closes below, which we might be getting now, especially with these offers here in the S&P, do we get that rotation? But yeah,
it's a combine. I should have shorted it.
Is that
Come on?
Was that did that sound professional, Jack? Did I sound professional, Jack?
No,
There with my
no.
Delta read.
Tried,
man.
Here's some things that sound professional. So, like, we're breaking through the sort of like resistance had briefly come support there in the ES from the overnight highs in the Euro session, but we just broke through that. Anything? Are the tweets a flying?
Pretty quiet right
Nothing
now.
so far.
We did.
I mean, next big stop. You know, if we start selling off, I'll look at the 50-day moving average in the SPX, which is down around 75.11. Got a little time there.
Well, we did get a headline there while Hans was taking over the office. Amazon cuts jobs in Artificial General Intelligence Group. Amazon has cut jobs with its Artificial General AGI organization. Company says that the move is part of efforts to focus on the highest priority AI initiatives and accelerate execution.
Are they giving up?
Amazon.
Like, Amazon's not going to be the one that does AGI?
Well, yeah, I guess so. So Amazon says developing large AI models remains one of its most important strategic priorities.
Sure. I mean, like, you can see how it's very important to Amazon to do that, but the AGI, those are probably some expensive headcount. Some expensive headcount too, if you're working the AGI program at Amazon. They'll be okay.
Yeah, that means they're so rich they'll just buy the winner later. Yeah. You guys pretty good here. Coach Hoop saying bonds are in trouble. I'm looking at the 30 here, down a quarter right now, but the 2 year is probably the one we should be paying attention to, the shortest time frame. On its lows, kind of hanging out near the low of the day there. You're saying 160s downside target here, Dakota?
Yeah, the zone, right? 160s.
Yeah.
Maybe that was it. Maybe that was the push down. We did see lower 170s, and that's right at the zone right here. When I say zone, it just means, this is kind of the consolidation area. You could say 160 plus or minus 10 points. And we broke down. We did take a look, 170s, lower 170s. And now we're starting to see buyers come in. Look at this 100 tick chart, and that's why I watched the 100 tick chart as well. You can see the market structure. You can see maybe a higher low, maybe like this. You can see technical patterns, right? And that's why I like watching this 100 tick chart, just to see. We're right in the middle. The question is, are we going to get that continuation lower? So that's always the question. Are we going to get continuation this way or that way? But yeah, we all know the market moves in trends and then consolidations, expands and contracts. Wish I would have.
Speaking of the bonds being in trouble, the big notable thing to me is that the 2 year yield is above 4.3 now, 4.306. That is the highest we've been in the 2 year going back to February of this year.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Going to be hard to cut Z rates if the 2 years is at a 4.3 yield, 5 years or the 30 years up to 5.14.
Next week, right?
Yeah, next week is the Fed meeting on Wednesday. Yeah. I will say, be careful at noon. At noon, noon central, we have a 20-year bond auction. And given, I always say, like, the bond auctions usually only matter when bonds are in the news. At these yields, probably like 6 months ago or something, we had some kerfuffleation around the same thing, a 20-year bond auction. So just beware at noon. There's going to be some movement. I don't want anyone out there to be like, what happened? Was there a tweet? No. We auctioned off more debt in this country.
Jack just told you what was going to happen. Oil selling off a little bit here. $86.52 last trade there in oil. Those offers are still sitting there in the S&P.
Long 3.
Nice trade, Dakota. So far, what price you get long from? Nasdaq's holding VWAP 177s.
Not the best price. Wish I would have got those 70s. I was slow. I waited for the buyers to step in again. I got 29,200s even. And just like that, we're up
20 points in the money.
Points. Yeah.
Lovely. Points in the money.
This has a chance to run, man. We're 90 points away from settlement here in the NASDAQ. So can the NASDAQ rally to settlement? maybe.
See here, 29,220 settlement price, 29,316 in the Nasdaq, and those offers are still sitting out there in the S&P. 1,000 lot at 75.44, and another 500 contracts at 75.39. The evens. That 75.39 is pretty close to that 7,500 SPX level that Jack was mentioning earlier this morning. 41.55. 41.55 last trade there in gold. 50-50 across the board in the tilt. If you liked Hans taking over the show there for a little bit, we got a link pinned to the top of the chat for more Hans content. Saw somebody say these markets are boring. Go watch Trader House. Go watch Hans content. And
just leave this on in the background. Hit like, hit subscribe.
Exactly.
Leave it on the background, and then go watch Octonauts or something on Netflix.
Right.
Octonauts.
And when you hear us yelling about the markets, you'll know something happened, or we're making a big deal out of a 5-point bid in the Nasdaq. We got Dakota Long from 200s right now, 29,208 last trade there.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, making money is not boring. So,
no, not at all. Not at all. Or if you want a trending market, look at wheat with a T.
Wheat.
Saw someone in the chat earlier said, "I want to be a weed trader." Well, you could do that. Maybe consider doing it legally. But wheat up 4% on the day right now.
Has smaller margins, Jay. Here comes the buying. 230s. 230s. Let's go. Let's get through these session highs.
Look at this. If you go, it looks like they have at the Montreal Stock Exchange, they do have cannabis index futures.
Really?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Montreal.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Wonder what kind of volume those trade.
No idea. We'll get on that. If it's ever available through the
have
CME.
The full contract, and then do they break them down in quarters, or do they have micros? Jack, that got you.
They're not called micros. They're called dimes. Right. Hey, if they're offered on CME, we'll do it. We ain't no choir boys.
What's the tick value of an eighth? We are 75.33 last trade here in the S&P. One of those offers did move up. They were at 38. They are up to 75.59 right now. Having some fun here today. Maui man, I like this comment. Consider liking the stream while you're enjoying these silly looking characters. It's a button that looks like this little thumbs up button there. You can do us a favor, hit that thumbs up. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. Buyers trying to hold these 200s, Dakota.
Yeah, we are. We're trying our best. I mean, there's a lot of sell pressure in these equities right now. So
What are the components looking like? What are the major companies?
Yeah.
Looking like? Are we up? Are we down?
Just for example, the ones that I'm a little worried about. We got Microsoft down 2 1/3, Apple down 0.8, Meta down 2.2, Walmart down 1, Amazon down 1.5. So there's plenty of selling here, and there's not much to counter that. The biggest thing I'm looking at is Broadcom up 0.45.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Nvidia is up 0.2 for what it's worth, not anything special.
Gold back to these 4150s, 4151.90 last trade there in gold. Definitely seeing things slow down just a little bit here. We got 9 minutes till the top of the hour. Who's in a trade right now in the chat? Let us know. What position are you in? What markets? How many? We are seeing some size in the S&P here. Kind of anytime I see this, it feels like something's going to happen. That 500 lot is back on the offer at 39.75. Another 1,000 at 44 evens, and another 500 up there at 59. So see how this plays out. Filled orders are way more important than resting orders, but could be capping the flow to the upside right now.
Yeah, I like this comment from Jeff. Says, I don't care about professionalism. I want authenticity. You coaches are what I need. I mean, hey, authenticity is very rare in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Nasdaq doesn't want to stay below 200, Coach Jay. We're just still consolidating right here at 210s, lower 200s.
That negative delta is still sitting in this area. Delta for this session in the Nasdaq full session, negative 1800, and 800 of that is in this 20-point range from 190s up to 210s, and they keep selling into it. It keeps getting aggressively or increasingly negative in that area, which means a bid is stepping up and absorbing any selling. So if those sellers are not able to break through that level, maybe get a candle close below VWAP here at 78s, then yeah, you know, sellers are kind of losing the fight right there. A little different in the S&P.
Yeah, in the S&P, look at where all these 5-minute candles are wicking to the top. They're, we discussed this 7,500. You know, the last 1, 2, 3, 4 candles have wicked out at the top here. Now, it's not as easy as, you know, just like sell it there, right? I mean, I guess it could be.
Right.
It might work, but it makes sense because as you're eating through these options levels, when people are talking about these gamma levels, the idea is what do options market makers need to buy or sell in the outrights to hedge their position. And so when we see the positive gamma levels, what that means is that as price, so in this case, as price rises, it means to hedge their positions, they need to sell into it. And that has a dampening effect. The opposite is when you're in these negative gamma zones. And that means as price, for instance, goes lower, they have to sell more outright futures to hedge their positions. So moves become more exacerbated. So not surprising that we're chopping around here. And those numbers change, right? So like once they get their hedging done, it could take off. But I think they're just important levels to like be aware of.
So if you hear about gamma exposure and traders using that in their trading, listen, just go rewatch what Jack just said the last minute. There was a YouTube video that I was watching, Jack, literally yesterday, 30-minute explanation of what you just said there, right? Where you kind of narrowed it, and it could be more complicated than that, right? But in a negative gamma environment, we're probably going to see more aggressive price action, and in a positive gamma environment, more consolidated. And right now we're sitting in a positive gamma environment. Is that correct?
A little bit. There's not,
Okay.
It depends on the time frame, right? On the zero dates,
Right.
there's not a lot here. But if I go out, because we closed the quarter at 7,500, there's, you know, a little more. It's not a huge level, and I can condense it all to one sentence. Unless you're going to go and learn like a lot about options and know all the Greeks and stuff like that and get really intense into that. It's just
Right.
Positive gamma means market makers are fading, and negative gamma means they're going with it.
Gotcha.
To hedge.
Top Trade asked a very important question here in the chat. The exchange that allows weed futures, can the trader let the future expire and take delivery?
That's a good question. I did not look at the contract specs.
Gotta ask Montreal. A little selling coming in here now in.
It has to be cash settled, I would think. It has to be.
It has to be. Gold selling a little bit here. 41.50s last trade there in gold. Shout out to Coach Hoop again, posting these headlines in the chat. We have regular calls with Chinese counterparts on critical minerals. We have leverage to make sure they comply with agreements. That is coming from U.S. Trade Representative Greer. Seeing a little bit of selling here.
This market's going sideways right now in the NASDAQ.
Yes, it is.
Range traders probably loving it because it's not, I mean, this market's been volatile. So even the ranges there's opportunity there. 40-point range.
Top of the hour could give us some volatility here in about 4 minutes. See if some volume comes through there. Looking at the quote board, biggest percentage movers on. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I was just say I hate to burst the bubble on everyone, but as I look into it, those futures, they're futures on like cannabis stock indices. So unfortunately, it's not a physical commodity, or at least what I look. Maybe, you know, here's an opportunity for someone. You got a warehouse in Canada.
Let's see here. Biggest percentage movers on the day so far. We got copper down 0.84%, micro Bitcoin down 1.13%, and the Nikkei down 1.58% to the upside. We got silver up 2 point 2.36% in silver, crude oil up 2.79%, and wheat futures up 3.98% on the day. To look at our big four major markets that we trade, we got crude oil, like we mentioned, up 2.83%, the S&P down 0.13%, gold up 1.82%, and the NASDAQ trading under settlement price right now, down 0.35% on the day. We got Dakota Long from 200s here, 29,218 last trade there in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm still very happy in this trade. I mean, you can see this 5-minute chart. I mean, it's literally a barcode right around these 220s where, yeah, back and forth. Still looking like maybe we could break out to the long side if we can get some momentum above these 230s.
That 500 lot at 38s in the S&P did pull again. Still have the 1,000 up there at 75.44s. We'll let you know if that does get filled. And then you got someone's up there with another 500 up at 75.59s. 75.50. No, that was not the price you mentioned earlier, Jack. You mentioned 68, 75.68 was that price. What was up there, Jack?
Options still up there, maybe even
Gotcha.
down 5 points. Like maybe I'll move that down to the 75.25 level. I think I'm doing this right here. 68. So we'll call that 75.25. I gotta switch this back actually. I'm on the 0 dates. And now I gotta move my line back. That happens sometimes.
Mateo in the chat wants to know, are those big orders fake outs? It depends, man. That 1,000 lot has been sitting there, right? We've been talking about it for the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. Have you ever changed your opinion about an order, right? You have an order out there and you decide to move it. So we don't really know what the intentions are. So, for me, it's kind of one of the things I look at, but a filled order means a lot more than a order that gets pulled, right? And speaking of which, that 1,000 lot just pulled. So they were at 75.44. The market got close to it and they pulled. Now they're all the way up at 75.69. So now we'll just watch how the market responds. What it does mean is that if there's a... Go ahead, Jack.
No, please finish your thought. I didn't want to step in your foot.
The way I kind of read it is if there is a passive seller there with 1,000 contracts, regardless of the market, you could use this in stocks, you could use it in futures, whatever market. If there's a 1,000 lot there, in order for price to go higher, one of two things have to happen. That order has to get pulled and then give the room for volume to trade higher, or someone has to come in and buy that 1,000 lot there for the market to go higher than that price. So watching the fill to me is more important than knowing that the individual order is sitting out there, but I'll still pay attention to them. What do you got, Jack?
It's very rare, and let me know if anyone else has different experience with this, for like large people that are making large orders and stuff, especially like in market making or trading, are almost always doing it against an other position.
For sure.
So what I see in that, if it's moving around, is that it could be one leg of some spread position they're trying to put on, like a calendar spread or something like that, and they're thinking, well, if it pops to, if there's some insane volatility gets that, we think we can get the other side at a better price. So that's what I see there. You're kind of always, and that's the whole thing with when we talk about like the options market makers and stuff. It's just, what are they doing to hedge their position?
100%. Because they are coming to futures to hedge. Dakota, nice trade we got going on here. Nice patience. Chopped around for a little bit there, but we are seeing some direction at the top of the hour here. It is 11 a.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. Central. NASDAQ's trading 29,260s. Dakota still long from 200s, long 3?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like those order spoofing is a bunch of LARPers, Coach Jay.
Yeah. Well, I know this
1,000 lots
too,
in the S&P.
That's what I used to do for 7 years of my life. I'll never get back in treasuries, right? So one of the sides, and if the cash ticked up and the futures haven't, you instantly buy the futures, sell the cash, and ideally lock in money the second you get into the trade. And then if you want to let it run, let it run. But that's sort of like the sauce, and that's why I kind of see everything as spreads in futures.
Right. Yeah. It's hard to imagine that somebody's just out there slinging 1,000 lots naked, right? I could have worded that way better. But
hey.
yeah, It's hard to imagine that. Dakota, you got a target on this trade, or you just kind of trading the
I wouldn't
trading
want to
floor
imagine
here?
that either, Coach Jay.
Hey, man,
I mean,
what are you doing with this trade?
yeah, I since I got on fast markets this morning, sometimes after taking a loss and then reading the market like this, right? As soon as I got on, I'm like, I'm going to sell. I want to push down to this consolidation zone. Then I'm going to look for a long. So far, that's exactly what freaking happened, man. We pushed down into this consolidation zone. Didn't get the 60s, but we did get that sell off. And now we're seeing buyers step in this market. I think we could continue higher. We're seeing, buyers starting to step. I'm seeing a lot more buyers stepping into like Nvidia and Broadcom. Micron's now positive. So there's a decent chance we come up and test these 280s and maybe even break out to the long side. So I don't mind holding this for, another, what do we say, 340s, maybe 330s. So I think there's still 60 points left on the bone here.
Let's see. Got the S&P trading right back up at settlement here. 75.45 last trade in the S&P. 75.45.75 is settlement price. A couple ticks below that. We did see the S&P look above the prior day high. That was that nice short that Jack took on the way back down. 75.54s. The NASDAQ has about 100 points to get to its prior day high. 29,364.75 is that price. Jack, they're saying in the chat, you need to do a masterclass. Jack's masterclass does not happen unless we get 2,000 likes on this video.
Guys, if I do a masterclass, I can show you guys how to make so much money in 2010. That I promise you.
That's
you getting
that's a
back
fire
there
class.
is your issue. Well, the industry is always.
They say look
evolving,
left, right, Jack?
Right. Look left. Oh boy.
Something about Paul Tudor Jones looking at 1929 charts to call the crash in 87. So history may not always repeat itself, but it does rhyme. Nice trade we got going on here. Dakota, 29,271 last trade here in the NASDAQ. S&P, those offers are still sitting out there, but they moved up a couple of thousand lots now, 75.69 and 75.74. Couple thousand lots there.
Man, it doesn't get better than this, man. Just having a trade and then letting it run to the long side.
A low cortisol trade, as they would say.
Correct. Yeah, low cortisol trade. Let's go. Let's get through these session highs. We're bumping on them. 270s, 280s.
Right. 69% nice long tilt in the S&P, 61% long in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in crude, and 55% long in gold. We've got Dakota long from 200 to 29,200. We'll see if we can pop up to settlement price here in the NASDAQ with the help of some announcements from Dr. Volatility. James, what do you got for us?
Let's get.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Let me just make sure I'm not going to get busted in by no hot dog Hans. No, I think we're good. I don't think he's coming to my house. Hey, everyone. My name is James Harden, and I'm here to tell you about the things that you need to know about to stay in the know with all things Topstep and TopstepTV. And today I'm starting with the Topstep subreddit. That's right. If you haven't heard yet, it's the thing all your friends are talking about. Yeah, we're all on the Topstep subreddit. We're talking about our favorite products, our favorite trading patterns, our wins, our losses. We're talking about how much we love Topstep, and we're talking about how much we can't stand Topstep. And we're doing it all in the Topstep subreddit. It's the new digital trading floor and also the front page of the internet. So come get your morning news and your morning trading talk all in the same place that is currently in the Topstep subreddit. Now, we love seeing you guys in there, and we love it so much. We all have accounts, and we are interacting with you in there, so you never know who might be responding to your comments or your posts. So go ahead and upvote and downvote to your heart's content. We're dropping the link into chat now. Join our Reddit community today. Then once you're done doing that, be sure to come back because you know what I'm about to say. That's right. It's group coaching time. Featured here is Hogue, and well, Hogue's not in today. So Hogue will not be taking your group coaching questions, but don't worry. We here on TopstepTV are making sure that you are covered. That's right. Today, we're going to be joined by Eric, Emmanuel, and Hoop. That's right. Eric, Emmanuel, and Hoop, making sure I got that right. 3 wonderful coaches with tons of experience headed your way. So if you have a question for any of our coaches or just a trading question in general, go ahead and click on the link that's going to be pinned in chat and submit your group coaching question. Tune back in today at 12 p.m. Central Time to see if your question is read live. And if it's not, don't worry. We do try to get to every single question. So keep tuning in all week long to group coaching on Topstep TV at 12 p.m. Central Time. Anyway, that's what I got for you guys now. I'm going to send it back to the charts with everyone's favorite traders, Dakota Muhammad. Let's finish off fast markets.
Dr. Volatility is undefeated. Nice little 30-point pop there in the NASDAQ trading, 29,294. Thank you for that, James. Nice trade here, Dakota. And welcome to the show, Mo. Happy Wednesday. How are we looking at these markets, Mo? Please tell me you are.
Good morning, everyone. Summer trading. I see this market as a range bound. We start this overnight sell-off, and then the buyers came with a strong spike with a channel. So I'm seeing this as a range day if we unable to make a new high. But if we made a new high, I see this spike and channel is looking for a target that I am calculating right now. You can see this spike and channel. This is spike and channel. Strong correction. What it is what you want to see in a spike and channel, squeezing the sellers. Now we are looking to the measured move target. So that would be buyers will be looking to 7,582. 7,582. The condition that we stay above the 55. So this could be still a range day if we are unable to pass the 7555. So if we pass this, holding above it, we're looking to the 81. I'm looking
really quick. Mo, really quick before you continue, we don't know that we have your chart shared. If you can just reshare your charts with production so we can get this great analysis. I was following you on my charts. So you're cooking right now. 75.82s to the upside. But see if you can share those one more time. We got Dakota's charts up here right now. Is it?
Yeah, NVIDIA's up 2% right now.
Okay. Here we go.
They do.
Yeah. So let me repeat that. So this is a range day because we made double top and then making that strong correction in the overnight, which is also a double bottom in here. You can see this double bottom and double top. So this is a range day. However, giving this spike, because I see this spike from overnight, spike and channel, followed by a strong squeezing the buyers, the late buyers. So everybody's out. Now they are looking to the measured move from the low of the spike to the high of the channel, AB, then should equal the CD. CD will take us to 7,081. However, the B point of the spike and channel is 7,555. So if we pass this 7,500, consider a little bit, and the buyers holding this area, we are looking to the 80s. If not, I'm looking to visit the low of the range that we are having. I took a long because I see the buyers taking control in this after this spike. They took control. I took a long at 7,542 at around 15. So I took major of the profit as we go higher. So I'm long only 2 now, trailing the stop to 39.75.
We are going higher here. NASDAQ right back at settlement. 29,316 is settlement price here in the NASDAQ, trading a couple ticks below that right now. S&P back on the bid here as well. Again, prior day high, 75.54. Let's say we were up here earlier today. Can we sustain some buying above these prices? All of those offers that we've been talking about, none of them have gotten filled. They continue to pull.
One more thing, Coach Jay.
What do we got?
Looking at this is giving the same confluence. Opening range in the ES, the 30-minute opening is 7,550. The low of the range, 7,525. So that is 25 point of opening range. We can see it's get rejected, and then they should continue the rotation to the low of the opening range. However, they are unable to continue the job. So that is a clear strong signal that the buyers are stronger than the sellers. So because we undershoot the target of the opening range, I expect we will overshoot the high of today with the same amount, which is about 5-6 points. So if we are there, I'm seeing 7,562 is the next target.
Got you. Thank you for that great analysis, Mo. Watch oil here. Oil catching a little bit of a bid, $87.25. And whoever was asking about that pullback in gold, yeah, that looked like a pullback. We tagged 4150s and right back on the bid here, 4161.80 last trade there in gold. About 6 points off the high of the day of 4168.80.
Okay. I took
Something's
a couple
lying.
contracts off right here at 300. Looking for maybe a little bit of a hesitation. Have one on for a runner, though. See if we get to those 330s, 340s.
Why is everything bidding at the same time? Oil, equities, gold, all on the bid. Saw somebody post this on Twitter yesterday and saying one of these markets is lying. And I don't know if it's worth it to try to figure out which one it is or just find one to buy. We got these guys in longs right now. Dakota long from 200s, Mo long from 42s in the S&P. Tilt right now, long across the board, 68% long in the S&P, 58% long in the NASDAQ, 59% long in crude, and 61% long in gold. Clutch says oil is lying, and Michelle says the equities are lying.
Mechanisms.
We will see. The mechanisms are working right now. Watch gold.
Trade what you see. Trade what you see.
Yep.
So we were talking about NVIDIA on the bid. NVIDIA up 2.5% right now on the day. Today's highlights, NVIDIA unveiled Vera, its first in-house server CPU, with customer deliveries to OpenAI, Anthropic, and SpaceX planned for June. Maybe that was it. Let's see.
This is an order block. What we are fighting now, it's the order block from this rib that we saw in the highs. LARB, I think they called Dakota. LARB. You can. This is a clear LARB.
LARBs.
They're LARPing at the highs.
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
This is the LARB. So now this is the order block of that LARB. You can see the price is struggling between 50 and 52. So if this gets broken, the price stays above it, that will be a very bullish signal. If this gets rejected, we can see the middle of the range one more time as a pullback.
See here, a little hesitation there in the NASDAQ, right under that settlement price. But it is looking extremely bullish here.
It is strong momentum here.
Yeah.
You can see the 5 minutes.
Positive.
All of them from the low are straight green candles.
Delta positive 10,000 now in the S&P. Still negative in the NASDAQ here. And if that stays negative, it's a little too early to be talking about a squeeze, and it isn't the heaviest negative delta that we've seen. But remember that zone that we talked about, 190s up to 210s. That's 850 negative delta in that 20-point zone. Those could be the sellers that, if they don't get price to move in their direction, maybe help us trade higher here. But a positive 10,000 in the S&P.
I'm trailing my stop just below the last 5 minute candle, 7,547, because the opening range high is 7,550. So if this gets rejected in here and closed below it, that's what I don't want to see. That maybe will be a pullback is in the making. So I would trail my stop at 75.47.
All right, 75.47, 75.50 the last trade here in the S&P. NVIDIA is continuing to bid here, almost up 3% right now.
Coach Jay, I have two options here. Tell me what to do.
What do you got?
Two options. I'm already two. So either I take one here as a profit and let the stop at point of entry, or I trail the two of them here. It will result at the same P&L.
Same result. Yeah. I personally,
What do you
Mo,
think?
I'd probably, since you've already taken, and not financial advice, but since you've already taken most of your profit on this trade, right? You're down to 2 runners. I'd probably take one, leave one, right? Take one and then let the runner do whatever it wants to do, whether it's going to come back to settlement, come back to your break even, or continuing to go. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I do see more potential room to the upside, right? If I thought that this move was capped here, I'd probably say just take all the profit. But it looks like we might be starting a trend here, so I'd probably take one, leave one. But
Take one, leave one.
that's how I would manage
I will
that.
do that. I'll do that.
Add one, Dakota.
Add one.
Bet more.
It's on you now.
Bet one. Bet more.
It's on me now.
Mhm.
Yeah, Mo. It's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
That's one way to take the pressure off you, Mo.
Right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, you should tell me to sell it all.
I should have just said short 15 right there, right, Mo? That would have been the perfect trade.
You will never end, you know. This market never satisfies you, whatever you do.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And when that does happen, it's important to remember the top step tip of the week, which is keep your emotions in check. Emotional control is crucial for successful trading. Don't let fear or greed drive your decisions, and take breaks if you feel overwhelmed or stressed. Or you could do what Mo did there and ask your trading buddies what to do. But keeping your emotions in check is probably the most important thing. You know, we can talk about strategies all we want, but if you can't manage your behaviors and you can't manage your risk, it's tough to make money over an extended period of time in this. Mo, when it comes to keeping emotions in check, we hear you come on and talk about keeping your cortisol levels low. How do you keep your emotions in check, Mo?
Yeah, two things. First of all, there is a psychological or physical thing that you have to take care of, because your emotions are a byproduct of hormones and things that you are having, your food, your sleep. These things are real things that will directly affect your emotion. Every day you come with a different mode. Sometimes you're tired, sometimes you're angry, sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're sad. You never come the same mode every day. You cannot do that. You just cannot. So check on that physical side by checking your cortisol, because your cortisol is the thing that is responsible for your reaction, not your actions, mostly your reactions of things. So if you get a stop loss, so there is a reaction will happen. If your cortisol is high, most probably you will take a revenge trade, or you will reverse that trade. You will do something. If your cortisol at normal level, you will follow your plan. It will help you to follow your plan. So that's one side.
Absolutely.
The other side of the equation is the money management. Money management. Whenever you are in a fear or greed or anything, your position size is the reason.
Yeah.
You cannot be feared if you are only 1 micro. This is impossible to be feared of. You know, even you cannot be greedy because of 1 micro. But if you are in 10 minis, then 100% you will be in fear, because your account cannot afford the loss. So money management and physical
Checking.
hormones and checking. Yeah.
You know, Mo, I was going to let you continue to cook there because the markets were continuing to catch a bid there. We finally traded above settlement price.
I should keep that too. I should keep that too, Jay.
Keep your emotions in check, Mo. Sorry.
I
was just.
Thanks, Mo. Go ahead.
Hey,
I see you
I
too,
gotta add
Forrest
more,
Whitaker's good eye. Man, you see the things in chat that are grayed out. I sometimes have reactions to them.
Yeah, Jack, I saw that as
we
well.
weren't going to show that, sir.
Sometimes I just wonder where people's minds are, but that's a scary thing to think about sometimes. So we're just going to check back in on these trades. Yeah, we are on the internet. Welcome to the internet, everybody. Dakota, how are we managing this trade? You're long to 200. It's a 100-point banger in the money right now.
Yeah,
Traded
I took
above
most of my
settlement.
profits. Okay. We just tested settlement in the NASDAQ. I mean, we just barely tested above settlement, but yeah, this is basically a settlement test here at what 316 to 320s. I think this can continue to grind higher. I don't mind the pullback. This is kind of the target I was looking for. The doesn't get any better than that, Coach Jay. Come on, Air. Say, yeah, I want to push down, get it, get long, and then we rally 120 points off that. So it's low cortisol for the rest of the day for me.
Oh man, nice trade,
Yeah, so
Dakota.
you guys
Nice
only
trade. 29,300s. Go ahead, Jack.
Are you only allowed to trade micros? No, it's a debate back and forth. We could trade minis, but it's like, what, at the end of the day, what are we trying to demonstrate here? I mean, it's a question that goes back and forth.
Yeah,
I mean,
we have in the past. We used to trade a lot of minis, but
oh yeah, go watch
it's a different
2024
vibe
at
to the
Topstep
show.
TV.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're new,
I mean, the account I'm
it's
trading
fine
here
to become
theoretically has a
consistent.
$50,000 daily loss limit. Now,
Yeah.
how would Mick react poorly if I were to test that? Probably.
Yeah. It's probably an account big enough to take out one of these 1,000 lots up here in the S&P if we were so inclined to get the market to move higher. But that could make for either really good or really bad TV, depending on how that goes. 75.53 last trade here in the S&P. 29.310s last trade here in the NASDAQ. Gold, watch gold, getting ready to make or maybe test the high of the day there. 41.6450 last trade there in gold. 41.6880 is the high of the day. Lion trades, if you are still in the chat, I'm keeping in the back of my mind your best trade ever in gold today. Are you still in this trade or did you take profits? Either way, great job. Nice trading day. Hopefully that came off the back of following a process. Means you can repeat it when the market conditions facilitate that again. But 2 points, $2 off the high of the day there in gold. And we are back on the bid.
Yeah, NASDAQ's green.
Hey,
NASDAQ just turned green.
One of those 1,000 lots did fill in the S&P at 75.55. We just had 1,000 contracts trade at 75.55 in the S&P. Mostly positive delta, which means buying is still continuing to step up here. Delta is now positive 12,000 in the S&P, congruent with direction. Buyers are stepping up and buying any offers up here. NASDAQ is green now. Dakota above settlement price. We got a high of the day, 29,337. Prior day high, 364s. Mo, you had a bunch of targets to the upside here. Sorry for telling you to sell that one lot, but like Hogue says, you got to sell one for the rally. How do you manage this last position, Mo? He's frozen in time. He's trying to look for that one lot. I told him to. They got Mo. They took his one lot, took his internet connection, but they can't take his trade from him. Mo's still long right now. New highs of the day here in the S&P, 75, 75.
If only
he had it, right, Dakota? Yeah.
Yeah. If only
that was too good.
It was too good. Well, I mean, the last 30 minutes, it's been all green. You take a look at the 5-minute candle, and it's been just a beautiful breakout. At the end, this was a bullish flagging pattern, a bullish pattern, and we are continuing higher. NASDAQ just turned green. There's plenty of room to the upside. And if we see the NASDAQ up 0.25%, we could see maybe another 100 points. Like this thing could just keep going. Here we go. New session highs. Where, I mean, 337 is overnight highs, right?
Yep.
So we could keep going. I mean, 337's above 337. Yeah. I don't see a reason for this thing to stop.
40 points till yesterday's high in the NASDAQ. 29,364 is that price. New highs in the S&P there. 75.58.5. We found Mo. Mo, how's that trade looking? Still looking pretty good here.
Yeah, but now my other stop now is at 49 75. So just below the opening range high.
Almost new highs. Daily highs
Doing
here.
to push here. Daily highs. London close coming up in about 3 minutes. We got some great trade. We got pretty great trades happening all day today. Shout out to Mandy and George, both getting long. Jack with that really nice short on that first look above the prior day high. Dakota coming in here getting long. Mo coming in here with a long. Markets are making new highs. New high of the day there in the NASDAQ and in the S&P. I believe gold did just make a new high of, nope, not yet. Gold pretty close to that high of the day. Traders trading well. So let's bring in that leaderboard for the day. Today's live leaders taking real live money out of the real live markets. We got Francisco up $13,636. Andrew up $13,164, and Brandon L up $10,767. Shout out to all of our live funded traders out there in the Octagon. That should move some of those standings around in the Octagon. Real live traders taking over 5 figures out of these markets today. A ton of opportunities still. We're, higher time frame, we're still range bound, but these ranges are so big in the equities that you can find a trade high to low range. So far in the NASDAQ, we got a 400-point range, and maybe extending that 75.59 half. Jack, I'm remembering 68 was 75.30. We have a
Still
900
there.
75.62. Still there?
Yeah, still there. If we get up to, that'd be 75.30 in the SPX. There is some positive gamma up there. So I'm not looking to short this until we test that. Also a little behind the scenes. Dakota, can you do me a solid? When you get off air, could you send me a screenshot of your execution marks for fast markets? I just realized I'm doing the morning highlights after this, and it would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, my man.
Sure. I bought 200 and it just went up.
There you go.
Sounds good. I'll remember.
That's it.
I'll do it. I got you.
Some people, I think everyone got long today, Jack, for the most part. I got some prices written down for you, but I think everyone got long with the exception of your trade, which was a great trade as well. New highs coming up here in the equities.
Yeah. Not too shabby. Not too bad.
London close, 40 seconds. London close in 40 seconds. Let's see if that gives us some volatility there. 86.82 last trade in crude for all of our crude traders. 41.6260 last trade there in gold.
Here you go. This is what you're wanting, right? You're wanting these
executions on the chart.
That's where you. Okay. I think I got it. Okay, I closed that last trade. 326. 326. Nice. There's the execution.
Right there.
That's what you're wanting.
Nice.
Simple, straightforward. Buy low, sell high.
Hold on one second.
Long from 200s, out from 326s.
All right, I'll send it. I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Karan, Jack, I got to give it to you, man. That trade you took, the entry and the exit, I don't think you could get better than that, right? We got a market that's trying to push the upside.
That would have been sick, but
yeah, you did.
That kind of reeked of hubris, but obviously it worked out.
It's a tough thing to do. That's why I was kind of asking Mandy earlier, right? She was talking about a potential short and was looking for maybe 30 points. And it was saying, she came in with kind of a long bias. And is the short just a better setup for the eventual long? And, great trade. Obviously, Jack, you taking points out of the market. But I always ask myself that, right? What is this market trying to do? And is the trade I'm looking for just a better setup for what could be a huge trade as well? I can never find myself hitting that reverse button. It's a tough thing to do.
Oof.
But if you can,
I've only hit it in the reversal challenge.
Yeah, man.
But many times I've wanted to, and hey, that would have been a great idea after the fact.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, you say it a lot too, right? When you're looking for a short, and then sometimes you're like, I'm going to wait for you to get out before I enter the short.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. What do we got here, Mo?
Yeah, this is the cortisol level, the normal cortisol level. This is normal, and it can be as high as this, as low as this by time of day. So usually when you wake up,
your cortisol level should be at the highest, because this is what makes you wake up. Actually, you need the cortisol to wake up from the sleep. Then normally it goes down, goes down, goes down, goes down as the day go off, and you go to sleep again. The problem here that when you do some things like drinking coffee early in the morning, you delay this curve. So instead of going down at 6, it will go at noon, for example. So you would like to reduce that cortisol level as quickly as you can before you start trading. That's the point. So you can do that.
I have to ask, Mo, how does one check a cortisol level? Is it like checking like oil levels in your car with like a dipstick? How does this work?
No.
Where's
No,
the
you
dipstick
cannot.
go?
You can, but the
wanna know.
result will appear after 5 days. So you will never know instant cortisol level now. So you can check it by your emotion. You check your emotion. Are you frustrated? Are you angry? Are you do you get angry quickly? So usually when you wake up, you are quickly to be angry. So if you get an accident with the car in the morning, very morning, you cannot take it. You will shout. You are not in the mood to forgive at that time. So you have to check it. As long as you know it's already high in the morning, so you start do things like getting some sunlight, drinking some lemon juice, drinking some cold thing. Don't eat carbs early in the morning. Just wait for 1 hour or 90 minutes. So those will help your cortisol level to go down quicker. Read about it more.
Well.
Everybody is different. Everybody will be different than other. Check your doctor as well.
Yeah, well, thank you for everybody. We just tuned into the Mo Rogan podcast, and that was a lovely. I will take some of that. I will take
I'm
some
glad,
of
by
that.
the way. I'm glad.
Is
Nice.
amazing.
Nice
Oh
trade,
my
Tom.
god, nice trade from everybody there. Jack, why don't you just
At 53,
follow up with that?
Jack, at 53, I'm out.
The Mo Rogan podcast, that was amazing. Amazing trades here. Mo's flat. Dakota's still in a runner.
No, I closed mine out at 326.
Oh, everybody's flat. Perfect. Perfect. Jack, you got some news and tidbits for us.
Yes, I got a few. All right, now we can finally talk more about that OpenAI thing. I could have given the whole thing, but a brief description here. Hugging Face got autonomously compromised by a model from an American company, and then tried to use American frontier models to defend themselves, but were locked by guardrails and had to turn to a Chinese open source model. This is going to be a story that sticks around for a while. So I explained it earlier. I won't beleaguer the point again, but basically, OpenAI was training a new model that somehow jumped from a box that wasn't supposed to access the internet. And it did all this to try and pass a test. In the hope of answering the correct question, it decided the best way to do it was to hack another company to get the answer. I love this meme kind of shows it next. Here we are. Kramer warns against Chinese LLMs. Anthropic and OpenAI warn against Chinese LLMs. U.S. government considers actions against the LLMs. Hugging Face gets hacked by OpenAI agent. Hugging Face uses Chinese LLM to defend itself. We are living in weird times.
Yes, we are.
I want to wait. I'm sure there'll be a lengthy article at some point about exactly what happened here, but it's kind of terrifying. I heard someone compare it to what do we do to and the only reason we know about this stuff is because Hugging Face said it happened to them, right? Who knows if stuff like this happens more frequently? But what do we do with these frontier lab tests? How responsible are you for how a product you're
You should be
lots of questions.
very responsible, right? Yeah, I mean,
at some point, oops isn't going to cut it when it
exactly, Jack.
Exactly. Everyone's bank account at Wells Fargo.
Right.
Anyway.
It was all cool when we can do AI videos of, the president flying a
pieces
helicopter.
of fruit, having
right.
weird sexual relationships. Have you seen, like, this stuff is so weird. We need to get rid of that.
Different story when
restart.
AI is
Hard
trying
reboot.
to take over the world.
Get off my YouTube channel.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about them actually doing like pornographic things. It's like they're always like dating each other. And why are they fruit?
Yep.
Why am I shown this? Anyway, let's cool down with some bonds. As I mentioned, here's the chart from earlier showing real rates on 10-year treasuries have reached the highest since 2023. My read on that is either that people expect more printing, more inflation, or are suggesting that the CPI itself is too low. Because I believe how you calculate real rates is just the 10-year treasury yield minus the CPI. So those are diverging a little bit here. Once again, I mentioned the 2-year right now is trading 4.3. It's going to be tough for the washing crew, as I'll call the Fed now, to cut rates in this. So we'll keep an eye on the Fed watch tool, but yeah, bond yields go higher. And that's all I got for now.
Nice. So what is Fed watch showing right now for next week? We got a Fed rate decision in 7 days, next Wednesday.
Yeah, it's still
66% no cut.
Yes, it got down to about, like 90% of no cut before. What are we looking at for September? We're looking at like 50-50. By the end of the year, like 60% by the end of the year will be higher. How high? Who knows?
Dakota, you got a question in the chat. I know you're out of that trade. Is this reversing? Do you see a 3-bar reversal up here at the highs, 29,286?
Yeah, man.
I mean,
the picture perfect. We just talked about it, Coach Jay, where I closed my trade out at 326 and beautiful looking 3-bar reversal. And like you said, if you're looking to get short, say, oh, I'm going to wait till you close your trade out. I closed my trade out at 326. If I would have hit that reversal button, I mean, we're down to these 280s. That was, I think the same thing happened to me yesterday, man. Got into a long and I ended up closing it out at the high. The one thing I am watching right now is we broke out of this zone at these 270s. Beautiful, beautiful breakout. So the question is this a retest? And then do we get continuation higher? So just thinking about technicals, a breakout, a retest. So maybe an opportunity to get long for a pushback above 300s.
Let's see here. 29,280 last trade there in the NASDAQ. Jack, that reclaim under prior day high again would have been good for 3 points right now. Do we go back to the
I
low
want
on
a
this
little
one?
bit.
I'm taking it.
We got a little bit above the previous high made, and then off a little bit right now. Still in the back of my mind, I'm looking at that 7,500 SPX for the end of the day. Dakota, how many you long?
3 at 79.
And there you go, 290s, 20 points in the money, just like that. Gotta love the volatility of these markets. Oil coming down a little bit here, $86.34. Dakota long from 79s, 293 last trade here. Mo, what's your read on the S&P here? You got flat.
Yeah, I'm looking for a long right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still bullish. Yeah, still bullish. Still looking to the 82s. Right now, I'm waiting for this candle to close green in the 2000 tick chart, so it gives me a setup that I can put my stop just below this low. However, I need to see a strong green candle now. If not, I will wait.
Who said trading's easy? Who said trading's hard? Trading's not hard. You just freaking buy it and it goes up.
Just buy it and it goes up. Sometimes it works like
in general.
So it's all about the times where that doesn't work.
Don't make me bust out. Wait a second. You're going to make me do it. Here we go.
Uh-oh. What do we got, Jack?
You're going to force me to break out the SPX log chart.
Oh, there we go.
You're not wrong, Dakota.
Yeah.
Even if we go back.
I will wait. I don't like
You
this
should have
fight.
to like. You should have to stare at this chart and like play the Moonlight Sonata. If you take a short and lose before you short again, you have to like stare at this chart for like 10 minutes, Clockwork Orange style.
It is still going higher.
It keeps going.
And will forever. Will forever
Yeah.
continue to go higher. Depends on your time.
Jack, I mean,
frame.
SPX is a calculation of stocks. So as long as they are removing the bad ones and replacing them with new ones, this will never go down.
Yeah, I mean,
Is this-
in the longer term, the problem is when you add leverage to the equation. You know,
Mhm.
Yeah.
we took a 08, we took a 54% drawdown. So if you were levered, see you later.
This rod's continuing without you. Oil selling off a little bit here. $86.17 last trade there in oil. Gold $3 below the high of the day. 41.65.50 last trade there in oil. We got Dakota Long from 79s, 286 last trade here in the Nasdaq, and 75.51 quarter last trade in the S&P. We got about 17 minutes to go here until the top of the hour. Just a few more minutes left in fast markets. And if you haven't done so already, do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button. It's been a great show so far. I'm having a lot of fun doing this. Hopefully you guys are as well. Hopefully you're trading well. Let's get a little vibe check going on in the chat. How is everyone trading out there? Are you up on the day? Are you down on the day? Are you out there calling people idiots like JRG in the chat? Shout out to you. Good to see you here every day.
I want to see what happened with Hot Dog Hans. What's going on over there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hans has had a party going on there in the office. Confetti, taking trades, doing a drinking old style at 9:30 in the morning.
Exactly. You know what I want to do?
What's that, Jack?
I want to talk about the AI fruits for like one more second.
Okay.
The only novel thing about those videos is the surreal aspect of something created that could not possibly have been created by a human, and I do find that fascinating. Like, a human being, I don't believe could ever bring to life the story of like different fruits repeatedly cheating on each other on an airplane and then like throwing one off, and then they start like a business there for the people that are thrown off. Like that's the sort of stuff that has kind of eclipsed the ability of humanity. Do you see what I'm saying?
I get you, Jack.
Okay, so I think about that a lot, and that's probably why I get served more of those videos.
Jack staying up at night thinking about this stuff.
That's what your for you. Mo, do you know what videos Jack is talking about here? Have you seen these videos?
No.
Oh no,
man.
I'm
Mo,
long.
you missed
You
out.
haven't lived.
Oh man.
Okay, we need to Jack, if you can,
It's like
find a link to one of those videos. Just check your for you page real quick on Twitter and send Mo one of those. He has to see it. I need Mo's opinion on these videos.
Yeah, I need to see it.
Mo, it's like a soap opera but with fruit. It'll be like, you know, it's the strangest thing there is out there. And
no, the annoying orange is pretty strange.
Annoying orange? I don't think I've seen that.
You don't know what the annoying orange is?
You know their names? Like I don't know their names. It's called.
I was like, yeah, I got the T-shirt, I got the merch. Annoying
I got
orange
the
hoodie. No, I've never heard of the annoying orange, and I'm kind of scared, to be honest.
Look it up in YouTube.
I won't do that. I use YouTube
No?
Premium as like my main source of content, and I can't.
It's
I can't sully my feed
out,
with that.
No, no. It's just when YouTube first came out, it was one YouTuber that just created something very similar to that. Yeah.
Annoying orange is probably older than me.
Yeah, it's.
How did I miss this? Oh, that thing. Okay, yes.
Yeah,
I got you.
The YouTube feed is sacred. I remember like back in the day, it doesn't happen as much anymore. But if you were signed into the Topstep YouTube, sometimes people would forget that they were the Topstep YouTube and would just like browse around. So I got like a front row seat into what like a lot of people's viewing habits were. And nothing too troubling, but interesting. Gave me new
For sure.
appreciation.
Like, oh, that's what you spend your time doing.
Yeah.
Hey.
Then I try and guess who it was. And it's usually pretty easy. All right. 75.55. We're trading the ES at the moment.
Shanks a Million said, "What the heck is going on right now? The markets are in balance, so we are just biding our time here." Dakota's in a long. Dakota is in a long from 79s. Mo, did you get in long there as well?
Yeah, I'm long from 55, almost 55.
55s.
10 micros.
Long from 55, 10 micro, 75, 54 in the orders. Last trade there in the S&P. Gold looks like it wants to take out that high of the day. We'll see if it can do it. 41.6520 last trade there in gold. Is Nvidia still on the bid here? It was up just under 3%. Pulling back just a little bit here.
Yeah, just a little bit, but NASDAQ's holding well, trying to hold these 300s. I mean, sure, conversation. I mean, this is just normal conversation. And Mo, we're tearing it up. Like 120 points from my end. You're making some great money in the XFAs and got a pullback. This is trading. I was talking about it in slow markets. When you're bored, what do? Right? You don't want to force a trade. Distract yourself, have a trading buddy to have conversations with, talk markets, talk shop, talk something else, not be in these markets all day, all the time.
And then not over managing when you're in a position, right? You could look at every tick right now and make a decision. If you're on a 1 minute chart, you're making a decision every minute about what the market is doing. Zoom out, identify where your stop is, accept the risk on the trade and let it work there. Or I've mentioned at least 6 times on this stream already, wheat futures, new high of the day. They're up 4.35%. So if you're looking for a trending market, ZW is that market. What do you got, Dakota?
How many great trades were taken? You place a trade and you forget about it and you can come back and it worked out. You're like, oh, wow. But then if you would have managed it and watched it, you wouldn't have let it run all the way to your take profit.
Exactly. Grains are cooking right now. Oil selling off here a little bit here. Shout out to Bryce in the chat who's placing these 111s in crude. Yeah, watch oil. 85.86 last trade here in oil. We are seeing some volatility pick up there. 85.88 last trade there in oil. Ooh, do we see the equities pop here? New highs in gold, 41.70.30. And just like that, we were talking about markets being slow, and we are seeing S&P make new highs of the day, oil making new highs of the, gold making new highs of the day, and oil selling off a little bit here. Markets are waking up into the top of the hour here. Really quick, we're going to give it back to James for some updates on P&Ls and payouts, and then we'll come back to wrap up fast markets.
Absolutely. What's up, guys? I know that things are moving, so I'll try and keep this moving as well. JD is out harassing a car salesman, so I am filling in. Let's take a look at yesterday's best P&Ls in our live funded accounts here at TopStep. Coming up at number 1, John M with a cool 18,299. Camille W, 16,481 in second place. Third place, Marcus B, 15,924. Jack K coming in fourth place with 15,194. And Daryl M in fifth place, 13,681. Congrats to all of our live funded traders. Y'all are killing it out there in the live markets and putting that money in your accounts. So I just want to give a shout out to all of our live funded traders. We see you all every day, but especially to these top 5 traders from yesterday. Now, let's see which traders actually pocketed some of that cash and are taking it home in their sweaty little palms. Coming up, number 1, Jack C, taking home $32,000. That is not a small amount. Congrats to you, Jack C. I hope you do something nice with it. Christopher G, 20K. A cool 20K coming home to you. Hong Fei, 17,164. Brian K, $15,554, and Daniel T, $13,500. A pretty nice day in the markets for our live-funded traders and a nice payday to these 5 traders right here. Congrats to you guys. Don't forget to share your pop cards on X. We look for them every day. We love to see it. So nicely done. Let's go ahead and also do a quick check-in on the Top Step Octagon. I went ahead and screen recorded the entire month for you, and while it plays out, I want to remind you all that this only goes until the end of July. Once July ends, we're going to reset the board, and everyone gets a fresh start in August. So we're going to follow this whole story all again in August. But let's take a look. Still sitting in number 1 is our good friend Jack. Number 2, John. Number 3, Jack. You can see not a lot of movement across the board. Jack had that one incredible winning day and has been holding that first place spot ever since. But a lot of familiar names here on our Top Step Octagon leaderboard thus far in July. We're going to keep checking back on it each day as we come into the end of the month and before we crown our July winner of the Top Step Octagon. Will it be Jack? Will it be the other Jack? Might be able to be John. You got to keep watching to find out, and we're going to keep reporting on it. That's all I got for now. Let me send it back to you guys in the end of Fast Markets.
Thank you for that, James.
Wow.
Shout out to all those traders out there in the Octagon. Shout out to our moderator in the chat, Renegade, says, who's going to be next on that top 5 live funded leaderboard? If you're a live funded trader in the chat, let us know out there if you're sticking and hanging out with us on Topstep TV. Gold, new highs of the day there, 41.71.40. Oil is continuing to sell off, $85.79 in oil. I don't even see the chat, but I knew I could hear your keyboard, Dakota, and I knew what the message said in the chat. I'm live, but I could hear him typing.
Yeah.
All of the the live funded accounts are automatically entered into that. And
Yeah.
I don't know that everyone has like gotten the message about this yet. So it's entirely possible that someone's just going to get like $100,000 and be surprised by that, which is kind of awesome.
It'd be insane.
How awesome would that
It'd
be?
be absolutely insane. Just have a great trading month, and all of a sudden, yeah, fairy godmother just drops off $100K in your account. Keeps going. It's like the tooth fairy, but rich. $85.88 last trade here in oil. 41.70 last trade there in gold. Updates on these trades, guys. Dakota, you were long. Mo was long as well.
Yeah, I'm flat. I mean, that played out just another beautiful setup, right? Breakout, retest. We got that continuation up to those 220s, and I closed it out. So I don't think I could set another trading day up as good as this. 2 beautiful trades, and unfortunately, wish it was with a big size and a live account though, so I could be up there on that leaderboard. We always wish more on.
It's about the process. It's about the process. Mo, how's your trade going? I think you might be on mute, Mo. Mo, you might be on mute. He's just cooking right now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's the same. Nothing invalidated. Still have this buyers trying. Now you have the sellers coming. We have this small 5-minute candle in the ES, which doesn't scare me because as long as I think we are in a trending up day, this 5-minute candle should be bought in the next 5 minutes. If not, I will consider exit. But so far, nothing changed.
There we go. All right. Well, we are going to make some room for the morning highlights and then power players after that. It's been a great Fast Markets, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for trading with us. Thanks for commenting in the chat, voting on our polls. We could not do these shows without you all. And if you haven't done so already, do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. Dakota, we'll see you later for Slow Markets. I will be joining Dakota for Slow Markets. Mo, we'll see you back on Topstep TV sometime soon. But Jack, we're going to give it over to you for the morning highlights. Stick around. We got more trading to do. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello, everybody. How we doing out there? Hogue and JD are off today, so I'm going to handle the morning highlights. Let's relax, take a break, and review some trades we made during the first 2 hours or so of the show. Opening call and fast markets. Starting with opening call, that's easy. No trades made. They didn't take the oil or the gold opening range trades. So we came in flat. Heading ahead to fast markets, off the open, we started pumping right from 8:30. And we just took out initially the high from yesterday by a few points. The house account took a short when it recrossed there. Short 3 MES 75.54 with a full target of being back to this 7,500 SPX level, which I still feel might come into play later in the day. The reasoning being that we have Alphabet earnings, which is a huge, I mean, they're the biggest of the hyperscalers by market cap. And the guidance they give is really going to influence everything that's going on in the AI CapEx industrial complex. So keep an eye on that. As I said, make sure that you're not trading willy-nilly between 3 and 310 today, because those Google earnings are going to move, especially the NQ. So we got out of that. I joked about reversing it. I did not. However, Dakota did. Let's talk about Dakota's trades here. You're watching, you know, he was nice enough to send me the screenshot, so I actually know where he made these trades. Dakota got long 3 MNQ from 29,200, and then he held them a pretty dang long time. Just rode this momentum along here. Eventually, he didn't cover his first one until 29,296. So it took about 96 points out of that. He covered a second one at about that same level, and then covered the last one all the way up at 29,326. So that makes it officially, you know it, a 100-point banger. But our boy was not done yet. Second trade he made, he sent me a screenshot, so I don't before this, but I know vaguely what happened here. He once again got long the M&Q somewhere in this area here and was holding it. He covered around when we got off air. So I think Dakota finished the day up about $800 or so. Going back to the MES, for Mo came in at about 10 o'clock here, long, riding the momentum. He had already started scaling out on the way up, pulled his stop up to 49, I believe, where he got taken out of the last few. So that's another winner for Hogue, not Hogue, Muhammad. But I mean, overall, just one of the better trading days we've had on this show. Listen, do I know every trade that George and Mandy put on? I'm on air. I can't be expected to follow all that. But I'll give you a rough estimation because they were both long as well. All I can say for certain is they got off at about 9:30, and I think early in the session, George was long for MES, I want to say, but the charts, will look relatively similar. Both winners there too. So overall, great job to everybody that was on air today. It doesn't always work out that way. And remember, this is never financial advice, just reviewing what we did. Let's check the schedule really quick. We got a lot more tradertainment coming your way. Coming up next on this Wednesday, we got power players. Dolby, Gabe, and Antonio will be here. Group coaching with Eric, Coach Emmanuel, and Hoop. Dominic and Vince are in here for trade with Topstep. And then I'll be back for Power Hour. It'll be me, Eric, and Dolby to close out the day. Looking through stuff on the calendar. Remember, at noon today, we have the 20-year bond auction. I never expect a huge move in things off the bond auctions, but given how yields have increased and approaching some troubling levels, especially in the 2-year and 30-year, there's a good chance there could be some movement off of it. So just don't get caught up in that. That's 55 minutes from now. Then right after the bell, as I mentioned, we have Alphabet earnings. Tesla is reporting as well. And we got Trump speaking. It just says Trump speaks at 2:00 today. Other of note, we have earnings from IBM. They just got nuked from space a couple days ago. My condolences to the IBM shareholders, down 27% in one day. We'll see if they can turn it around on the earnings. Besides that, NVIDIA's been the big story. They're still up 3% today. Broadcom's up 1.9, which naturally means the whole semiconductor, well, semis are only up 1.25%. Still a rotation day, though. We got software down 2.5% on this day. But overall, a pretty good and steady day in the markets. Hope you guys can all stick around because we got some great stuff coming up. I can't do it like Hogue, but I did take some time and fish out a quote. And I wasn't, well, I'll let you know if you're happy with this or not. Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can today. This is a quote from an anonymous source. As the AI tells me, this timeless reminder encourages us to focus on the present moment instead of waiting for perfect conditions to start working towards our goals. For more inspiration, you can browse a daily archive on Brainy Quote or find quick daily motivations on Wisdom Quotes. So with that, that's all that I have now. We're going to take a break for a few minutes, and then we'll be back with Dolby, Gabe, and Antonio on TopstepTV. Let's go.
You're muted, Dolby. Dolby, you're muted.
Oh.
Welcome to Power Players. We're doing it live. What's up, Antonio? How are you, man? Welcome back.
What's going on, Gabe? How's everybody doing, man? I'm doing all right.
Good. Glad to hear. Wait for Dolby time to figure out what the heck just went down. We heard him literally 5 seconds ago before we got in, so I'm not sure what
Right
happened
before
there.
we got on, he was there.
That is... He's coming back.
Wait, all right, well, but now.
There we go. There we go. We got you now.
Bro. Killed my opener. Anyways, we're going to call it Traders Anonymous. Gabe was telling us a story in the green room. Gabe, you were doing so well with the micros. What? Care to tell us what happened?
You know, man, I sized up yesterday and paid the price for it. Kind of started to get a little bit of confidence. I had like a 6 green day streak going. I was like, oh yeah, let's size up today. And lost the whole XFA, all $4,500 of buffer that I built. So that was phenomenal. Yeah, here we are, back again in a combine.
Man, back to the combine, Gabe. Chat, can anyone relate with sizing up and losing an account? Put some, what do we put in there? Put
Let me
some
get a
W's, I
hashtag
guess.
eval jail.
Yeah, put a hashtag eval jail in there. Man, yeah. You know what? It's community, Gabe. A lot of people out there can resonate with you on that one for sure. How come the market can't just reward us? You know, we're trading well and we size up. Did your process change, Gabe?
No, the trade didn't change. Like I followed my plan just mainly in terms of my edge, but I definitely did not follow my plan that was working well for the first 6 days. I went to NQ. I was trading. I was so locked in on my bias of long yesterday, and I just got essentially. I kept adding down, adding in and scaling in drawdown as the market was continuously kind of reaching those lows before we ended up bottoming out and kind of taking out the highs of session early in the morning. Like that first half hour, man, that first half hour was brutal. I kept getting pump faked. So I kept adding, and then eventually it was just, all hell broke loose. But
yeah, I've been there, done that plenty times.
It happens to the best of us. And Gabe, chat is sending lots of love, a lot of comments in there. Lion trade sized up from 2 to 3 lots. I remember when my bud lost 5 XFAs in one day. And Monica Smith can totally relate, Gabe. Ghost T, don't worry, Gabe. I did the same today. Lost 800, and now I'm digging myself out of a hole. And of course, Mo said, too much cortisol. You size up like that, Gabe. You got too much cortisol running through your blood. Mo Rogan. That was so funny. That was my favorite comment today. Antonio, how you doing, man?
Yo, I'm doing all right. I'm only down real small today, like 78, 80 bucks, something like that. But that's just because I decided to not play around, and I didn't really feel which way the market was going to go last night. So I decided to just let it play out and see what we were going to be looking at today. And I missed the longs for this morning. I didn't see a proper setup for me to just get long besides just pressing the buy button and kind of staying away from that.
Yeah, that is the problem with the caveman trade. You just don't think about it, press the buy button, but most people don't really have a strategy in their trading book that just says me go long, and you just don't even think about it. It's not the most intuitive. It feels very impulsive, but sometimes, given the market state, that is the correct trade. Gabe, I peered at your screen. Looks like you're in a trade currently. Are you still long 2 MNQ 29375?
So I have passed the combine yesterday, and I'm looking to see if we can just get this over the fence today. So I'm in 2 NQ from 325 half. I got to stop underneath this little 1 minute low, but I was essentially just looking for those overnight highs around those 364 364 3/4 is the overnight high in the NQ. I'm looking to see if the market wants to maybe chip away at a little bit more of a bid here, and then.
Yep.
But I'm looking for this little 1 minute range to hold.
It's all just resting there. It just looks so juicy.
It looks so juicy, and I just want to see if we're able to get that pop now or whether or not we need to go lower. I got a type stop. I'm only risking about 20 points on this.
It's nothing.
But I am definitely way more aggressive in combines than XFAs.
As you should be.
Minus
as you
yesterday.
Should be, because to get it, you kind of got to steamroll a combine, especially if you have a bit more experience. I mean, I wouldn't suggest for somebody who just begins trading to steamroll a combine, but you kind of have to steamroll it just for your mental capital.
Wow, talking meta here. Talking the game of the game. Chat, how do you trade your trading combines, especially after losing, say, an XFA? You tend to put on more risk to get back into it. I wouldn't say necessarily it's a good subject. I think that's a good subject to talk about. I don't think it's controversial. I think it's very interesting. You know, what's the strategy of passing trading combines?
Yeah, that one can go 50-50 all day. That's a 50-50 question all day.
It is. I mean, there's
all
you can make
day.
the argument that you should trade them all accounts should be traded the same. You should make the argument that you know.
Well, I mean, there's different people who have their little 5 stacks, and some people will trade all of them as copy trading, and then there's other people who have 5 stacks who have different purposes for each account. This one I'm going to size heavy. This one I'm going to size light. This one I'm going to do this contract. This one I'm going to play with this market. Like, some people have 5 stacks and they're not doing copy trading on each account.
Right. Each one has its own little its own flavor. Maybe
every account has its own purpose.
Risk reward. Yeah,
But
I kind of like that.
I wonder if that costs you more or less mental capital if you diversify the accounts for different purposes. Does that cost you more mental capital while you're trading, or do you go into it each day with a fresh mind on whatever account you decide to pick? If you decide to pick your no size account, okay, I'm going in with this mindset. If you decide to pick your size up account, okay, I'm going in with this mindset. So does it cost you more mental capital, or does it allow you the freedom of mental capital because you know what you're looking at each day and how you should behave?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's something nice about having a fresh account. So I think if you can like have a 5 stack, so let's say 5 trading combines, and you trade them one by one, if you get stopped out or maybe hit your TP on the first one, it does feel like a mental capital refresh on the second. But I guess maybe too, if you get like real down in the dumps, you might just burn through all of them and just trash them all, and maybe there is no refresh. I mean, back in the day, you only had one account, and hitting that reset button, oh man, was that a hit of dopamine. I've got a poll question in here right now. How do you trade your trading combines? Got one account at a time, copy trading, micro contract, slow and steady, or full size aggressive pass strategy? That's like a Madden strategy right there. You go to aggressive pass, you go to run heavy. Oh man, shout out to this market. Gabe, I have to assume you probably got stopped out. I think you had to stop right below that. You're still in.
Yeah, I gave it a little bit of room. I'm still only 10 points, a little less than 10 points away from getting tagged, and I very well could get tagged right here, right now.
Go. There's a sell.
Which is okay or not.
Still in? Oh my god, you got Dominic Hasek playing goalie for your stop right now.
And there it is. Okay.
Ran away.
There it is. Kind of a sell-off here. Actually, relatively tight range. Only about 30, 35 points. It just looks a lot bigger because I'm on the 1 minute.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. I can't call it. If you don't get the initial move, it's going to be tough for you to find somewhere to place some risk.
Yeah.
Well,
if we get a nice little bounce back off this 300 level and close back into that like 310s, and I'll look to re-enter.
Yeah, I'd be looking for something long off of that because we're retesting whatever we just broke out of. So this would be a decent place to look for longs, but how much are we looking to grab out of this? 60 points, 70 points? Like, it's, I
Face
see
it, I don't know.
we've already crushed the overnight lows. We're just behind yesterday's daily high. Just under. Just by a couple points though. And that was already crushed in the overnight session. So
yeah, can we get over these 340s?
It's like how much are we looking for if we zoom out on a higher time frame? Maybe there's something else, a different target.
Well, we do have
there's stacked highs over here that never got mitigated, of course. So if we're on the uptrend, then we do have visual targets at least. I see one. Maybe if they decide to get there by the end of the week at 29,525 at the very least.
29,525. Well, we do have some news. Not some news. We've got pretty important news coming in here after the bell. Let's just take a look here at the economic events. We already had our EIA crude oil inventories. We have a U.S. 20-year bond auction bid to cover high yield. That's at noon Central. Trump is speaking at 2 p.m. Central. So stay tuned for Power Hour. That's going to be popping off. And then the big ones, we got Alphabet, Tesla, and shout out to the inventors of the TI-84 Plus calculator, Texas Instruments, and IBM. I mean, IBM, they were in the news recently. I think their stock took about a 30% haircut. So we got some heavy hitters coming in after the bell. That is certainly going to affect the markets today. It might just keep us in a range until we get the news. Truth Social has been relatively quiet today. Crude oil is currently trading 86.37. That keeps on doing sneaky bids. Actually, very close to getting back to the middle of its Dorito pattern that it was in early spring. So between like March, April, and May, that was in a big old Dorito pattern. And the midpoint of that is actually 90.74. So we're only about $4 away, give or take, let's say from getting back to the middle there. But let's get back to the indices. NASDAQ is trying to get above these 29,366s. Will it do it? Stay tuned. We're going to find out. How's this poll doing? We got 94 votes. Let's see if we can get to 100 votes here, chat. We got 96 right now. Let's see if we can get to 100. How do you trade your trading combine? One account at a time. Currently in the lead, 36%. And we got full-size aggressive pass at 16%. So that's the lowest. And then in the middle, micros, pretty popular as well. That's second. And then copy trading only at 19%. Do we think that the copy trading being as low as it is makes sense? Are that many traders copy trading? Have you ever copy traded, Gabe?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
How does it feel? Is it different? Do you feel the difference between a copy trade and one by one?
I mean, as long as you have a plan for how you're going to navigate copy trading, I mean, some people use it to amplify their risk, and some use it to diversify their risk. So I think that's the main question that I would really ask myself if I was willing to start copy trading is, how am I going to approach my risk management? If I'm now times 5, am I going to do my same risk, but now just add it to 4 more accounts? Because at that point, that's what I mean by amplifying my risk. But if I split my risk that I normally take, let's say across 1 account to then 5, give yourself a little bit more time to survive and focus on that base hit mentality across the 5. I think that's probably a little bit more of a logical approach in my opinion. By the way, I did get long from 311s.
I was just going to say, hey, Antonio, you scoop up 310s? You were just talking about them.
I mean, we're getting long off of these overnight lows from the Asia high. So I'm looking at maybe 325s right about here and now.
Okay, cool.
To grab some real estate. Yeah, I'm going to grab 322s there.
Okay, perfect. We got Antonio in.
And
we got Gabe
my risk
in.
is going to go, let me see how much that is. It'll go right up under at about 250, 260, 262.
Nice.
And
okay. If we can get the positions updated up top, that would be fantastic. You got a shout out here in chat from Orlando Gerardo. You familiar with Orlando, Antonio?
Oh yeah, that's my guy, man. That's my guy. Absolutely.
Orlando, make sure to like and
Shout out
subscribe.
O, man. Shout out to O for sure.
Shout out to O indeed. Like and subscribe, O. Thanks for tuning in, man. Sidebuster, how's the kitty? Oh, the kitty took the kitty into the vet yesterday for a sinus issue. And so I took the cat in. This is never a good sign. Went to the vet, took the cat in, and then they leave. They come back, and they're in like full protective garb. I'm like, what the hell's going on? It's like, oh yeah, the lesion over his eye, probably ringworm. Went in for sinuses, came out with a ringworm diagnosis, so he's in quarantine. Total pain in the ass. $280 later, thanks to the vet.
Love
Pet
those
owners.
vet bills.
Oh my goodness, man. What a racket. What a racket. So yes, Mr. Montgomery currently has ringworm. He is in quarantine right now, so keep y'all posted. Let's see if the Nasdaq can make a new high here. Both of our traders currently long right around the 310s, 325s. We got the poll results. I think the poll got taken down. Maybe I closed it. But we could probably wrap up the poll. Get those final results out. Yes, Aaron, I know. He's not happy right now. He is not happy. Oh, are you trading? Is O still in chat? Oh, do you trade? Let us know. Ooh, Nasdaq. A little wiggly here. Maybe catching a bid.
See if we can get back above these 330s.
Yeah, let's
330s
go.
are where we were struggling to build a little bit of a bid there. So we got
Let's see how far we can ride the momentum at the very least.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it's got to get out of this range, right? It's a very tight 5-minute range right now.
Because there's no telling where it can go because we still have the earnings and all that other crap on the docket for the day.
I know. And that's the thing with earnings, right? Is as soon as the market knows that the earnings are coming out, that it tends to get range bound, which if you're a range trader can be kind of fun because it kind of puts the odds in your favor a little bit because the odds of being range bound are a little bit better.
I'm going to go ahead and look for a break-even target.
Gabe, can you say your position one more time for Andrew who's updating positions? Because I know you're
Yeah.
not long 375s because we've not traded there yet.
No, I'm long 311.
311.
You can round,
just like
you
the
can round
band.
to 312. It's 311 and 3/4, but long one.
Okay, perfect. Long one. Micro?
No. Any.
A mini. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. A little bit of a Dorito pattern here. Honestly, tight range. Only about maybe 37-point range right here in the NASDAQ. I mean, we've had a hell of a day so far, but it is chilled out. Just stuck here kind of at the top of the range. We'll
Gotta
see
get
here.
back above 330 here.
Yep. I'm seeing that. You got those, what, 320s, Antonio?
I grabbed 322, yeah.
322, okay. NASDAQ doing its best to antagonize our traders currently. What are you long?
Yes.
How many? What's your size?
I'm long 2 micros from 322.
322, perfect. Let me update my board here. Well, now I got both of you on. What were we looking for stops here? We're like sub 300s?
I got my stop tight under these 298s.
My stop is around, it looks like 262 and a half. That's what it looks like.
262. Okay.
You're giving that previous 5-minute little pivot from 273s a little bit of room, right? That's kind of what your invalidation point is.
Yep. I mean, I risked very low last night. So this will just probably bring me around down 1R in total on the day.
All right, nice. So 2 traders, very similar positions, vastly different stops and risk tolerance on this. Of course, Gabe is trading a E-mini, so I don't think you're too keen on taking 50 points of risk on an E-mini. It's probably a little bit too rich.
No.
I had to guess. Hey, it's a good
I wouldn't
example.
be
You know,
either.
you trade micros, and you can take a little bit more risk. You trade E-mini, and your risk is going to tighten up a little bit. That is how that relationship works. We did get our pullback here. Oh, chat, you came through 157 votes. I knew you could do it. So here are the poll results. One account at a time, 35%. Micro contract, slow and steady, 31%. Copy trading, 20%. And full size, aggressive pass at 14%. Thank you, chat, for getting us those results. One account at a time took the lead. I'm not too surprised there. Just got to lock in on that one account. That was a good pull. That was good stuff. Man, this Dorito pattern is just locked up right now. Anyone looking to add beneath 300s to maybe ride these higher lows? A little bit of a wiggle here going on right now.
I get a cheap add at 298.5.
Nice. Okay. We'll average down.
Nice.
Yeah, quick stop though if we blow through those 292s.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be like real quick so you don't even feel it.
Yeah, we will see.
Until you look at the P&L, you don't even feel it.
Antonio, how's your hold time doing? Oh, sorry.
If we get under
Hold
this
time
range,
is just about the same, but I mean, as far as when to hold something and when not to hold something, that's become the new adjustment and the new adaptation that's, taking some practice.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Chad, if you're not familiar with Antonio, his hold time is most likely longer than yours. Talking hours. Hours of hold time. Long, big wide stops. Sorry, Gabe, what are you going to say?
nothing important.
Nothing important. Thank you. Just kidding. Thanks.
Antonio's the priority. He's our guest. My comments don't mean shit.
Chat, if you got some trades on, put them in there. Let me see what you got. Are you trading this NASDAQ right now? Feeling a little bit sleepy. Range traders might be eating right now. 15, 20, 30 points. Gobble it up. We have not been out of this range since...
Where's the risk at, Gabe?
292s.
Okay, I'm looking. I'm like, that's some decent risk to invalidate this.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, because if we get under this range, then I'm going to look for a much better location.
Yep.
Yeah. I may be able to average in if they don't go any further south than what you're looking to add into.
Yeah, add in. Yeah, why not? I mean, you could easily get down to the 280s and still be in an uptrend.
I may be able to add one in if they don't go any lower than Gabe is putting his bid in.
Just buy a stop, Antonio. Just do it. Buy it. Real aggressive.
That's the way that it has to be now with these conditions that we're looking at. You have to be a little bit more aggressive with a little bit tighter stop.
I mean, you can kind of get away with it. The ATR on the 5 minutes only about 28 points, which is the lowest I've seen it recently. It's been as high as like 50 or 60 points. So the volatility is not really there as much as it used to be. But as we said earlier, we got Tesla after the bell. We got Google after the bell. Anytime you have major earnings coming up, typically that's going to put a collar on the market. Unless something else happens. All right, Dave is out of his trade. Antonio,
Range failed.
Range did fail. Yeah, looks like we couldn't really make any higher highs. We're just doing the lower high thing at the highs, but maybe this is just a little stop run here, just to piss Gabe off.
We'll see. The only thing that concerns me is the overnight VWAP is down there. So
we're at
down
there.
We have our stop at a completely invalidation point. So you'll have to just come and get it or play around in front of it and do something else.
What number do you got for overnight VWAP?
I've got, it looks like 204.24. It looks like
29,204. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean that's
it's dynamic. So now it's moving 204 and 204 and a quarter.
I'll just say 204. So there's a little range down there. We kind of formed a 5 minute range. right around that overnight VWAP. I actually think that's where Dakota got long. I believe in the fast markets was right around that area, around those 200s, big round number, overnight VWAP. Probably wasn't there during his segment, but it happens to be there now. NASDAQ maybe selling off a little bit, currently trading 29,294s, lost the 300s. Is that going to sustain? Are we going to keep this little Dorito pattern we got going on? Kind of testing the low right now of the Dorito on the 5-minute Dorito pattern. Of course, lower highs, higher lows. Let's see if we can hold. I think another good target too for the downside could be the middle of the range that it broke out of. I think that'd be pretty close to overnight VWAP as well. That'd be about 29,222s to 200s.
Yep, 225. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we go visit down there. Antonio, you're considering to be adding into this trade. Where do you think you would maybe add in a couple more?
Well, if they get all the way down close to this stop, then it's gonna be a sit on my hands moment to see exactly what is taking place, if we're going to create a range or not. Because if we create a range, then I'm not sure what I'd be looking at as far as trying to play the range. I don't like to play that type of reindeer game.
Reindeer game. That is the truth. Also, what is a reindeer game? I know it's a movie. What is the actual, like, what does that mean? I need to look that up.
I have no idea.
I'm looking it up. Chat, I'm sure Chat TST knows.
More than likely.
Here we go. Reindeer game usually means activities or social behavior that exclude outsiders or make someone feel left out. Comes from the Rudolph story.
Okay,
the
cool.
other
So
reindeer
we're on
kept
point
Rudolph
then.
out of their games.
We're
There
on
you
point
go.
then.
There we go. Chat, we're learning something. Okay, now we got the NASDAQ testing the bottom of its 15-minute range. So maybe buyers come in here, maybe do a little stop run. We've got a little valley in the volume profile. Have not traded a lot of volume around 29,280s. Maybe this is the time where buyers come back in. We will see. Chat, yes, Rudolph. ERT Mikey, thank you. Thank you for that. Of course, someone in chat knows. Someone in chat always knows. This is fantastic. Oh, we got Jean Felix Rousseau passed 250K trading combine in less than 24 hours. There we go. We got Orlando. We got O in chat. Who's long? Your boy Antonio's long, Orlando. You like his trade? Feel free. You can talk as much shit as you want. To Antonio right now. I'll give you a minute. Just razz your boy on air right now.
Bring it.
Just razz him. A little bounce here. Let's see. Let's take a look at crude actually. If Nazi is selling off, maybe crude is bidding. And honestly, that is not necessarily the case. So it looks like crude oil made a high of 88.62, and ever since then it's just been range under range, selling off casually, currently trading 86.35. Maybe you can find some support around like the 85s or 86s. But on the 30-minute range over range, trying to get back up to the middle maybe if it's previous Dorito pattern it was in. We got the Russell selling off a little bit, 29.77. Chat, you don't have to trade NASDAQ. You trade other markets. ES also selling off as well. What's the Japanese yen? That's an interesting market. It is
weak
at its lows. Yeah.
Very weak.
Actually, this is so counterintuitive, but the lower the 6J goes, it actually means the stronger the yen is against the dollar.
Correct.
So the chart looks weak, but it's actually stronger. That always screwed me up. And I did international business in college, and that confused the hell out of me every time. I could not process it. It took me so long to figure that out. It's literally just
the only thing that helped me with it was actual currency pairs. Like, all right, I'm selling the yen.
Yeah, right. That's right, Lumber Trader. Look out for Bank of Japan intervention. It also has some impact on the carry trade. I am not expert enough to talk about it, but I am expert enough to hop on YouTube and watch a YouTube video. I would highly recommend it, chat. It's pretty fascinating what is going on currently with Japan and the carry trade, and their positioning with interest rates going forward. In general, Japan had very, very, very low interest rates. Traders would borrow the yen and then take that money and then invest it into higher yielding assets. And if it gets more expensive to borrow the yen, then that kind of unwinds that trade, and there's a lot of money behind it. A lot of money behind it. Aaron says, how is the yen not at 0? Daniel says I'm wrong. I don't know if that is correct. I'm not sure. I have to double check that. Like I said, international business confused me, so I'm probably not the best person. NASDAQ still selling here, 29,280s. We can get back on track. I'll stop speculating about yen currency futures. Gabe, any levels you are currently looking at?
Yeah. I'm looking for a retest of these 260s. It's going to be a much better location to pick up a cheap long, just relative to that 5-minute range extremes from the 340s to 275s.
Okay, got it. You are correct, Daniel. I was wrong. That means the yen is getting weaker. If it is going down, I believe. I gotta figure that out. I'm not much of a currency trader, obviously. I did ask the internets.
So all the currency futures that we have, to my knowledge, are based against the US dollar.
Correct.
So if you go pull up a symbol search and you type in, whatever currency, it's going to say USD futures.
Yes.
After it.
That I know. It is okay. 6 days yen futures. When the contract price falls, the market is pricing in a lower yen versus the USD, which is the same as a stronger dollar against the yen. Okay, there we go.
You can also take a look at the actual currency pair, USD, JPY, to get an idea of the strength of the base. The base itself versus the quote. Base pair would be USD, quote pair would be JPY.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you. A little bit of a bounce here, 29,290s. Chat, we're going to learn together. We're learning about reindeer games and we're learning about Forex currencies. Maybe one day I'll pass that international business class. Does anyone else still have dreams about school in college and like taking tests and writing papers? I definitely still do that, maybe like once a quarter. Then I have to remind myself I'm 40 years old and I'm not in school anymore. It's always a good time. Talk about cortisol levels. Good Lord. Chat, what levels do you got? Put them in there. Put them in there. Daniel Gallup, don't sweat it.
Level.
Use me too. Man, the segment's flying by right now. Well, what level do you got?
So you got to keep it level, otherwise things get broken.
That is true. We got some levels here in chat. OniKZ official 260s, looking for 260s. That's where Antonio's stop is. You trying to buy his stop? 29K. Maybe we hit 29K if Google doesn't smash earnings or Tesla. I mean, I don't know how much more like speculation.
It's not out of the question.
No, I mean, not at all. Not at all. It does kind of feel like a game of musical chairs, though, to be honest. I mean, this just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher. The margin of error for these earning reports is just less and less and less.
I mean, this is a very generous stop. It's 60 points. So
you have a great stop. Yeah.
Can I really complain?
No, you have a lot of room. You have a lot of room.
That's 60 points. Like, if I can hold through 60 points, then when I need to place a larger stop, maybe it's 100 points, and I'm waiting for a larger move. Who knows? There's times like that. That's the only thing that builds your mental capital. That's the only thing that builds the fortitude behind. Okay, even if this move is incorrect, this is where I'd expect it to be incorrect at.
Yep.
This is where I want to stop trading this move. Hence,
I mean, that's
stop
the logic, right? That's the logic behind stops typically is the point of invalidation. When is this trade going to be wrong? It's also why going to break even typically is not the right decision. Because it's not a point of invalidation. It's a point of discomfort for you as a trader.
Right.
The market does not care about your comfort. In fact, it probably prefers you being uncomfortable. We got O in chat. O is long. Oh, where you long at? Put your position in there. Let us know. We got 3
He
minutes
probably got
left.
a better
O.
price than me. They probably got
maybe.
a better price than me.
Maybe. We will see. We don't know yet until O puts his trade in there.
I think there's a chance that we could still reject 300 just to get a little bit lower.
Mm-hmm.
I really would like to see if we can get a brief little run on that 274 low from 1040 Central.
It's not out of the question.
I mean, hey, NASDAQ loves to go down to go up and vice versa. Has to make sure everyone gets stopped out. Let's go find liquidity. Go get all those orders, and then buyers just come swooping back in, or vice versa. Ooh, 23.5
that's
Iowa
equal lows
futures.
there.
Yeah, that is
He's
equal
picking
lows.
up right up under the equal lows, so that's not out of the
Yeah.
question at all.
Low volume note on the volume profile, right around those 280s. So if you're not a volume profiler, basically you got kind of these standard distributions. The low volume node is that little valley between the peaks, and that is typically where some good trade location can be had. That is, you basically want to avoid the highest point because that's where everyone's trading the most. So if you can kind of find those valleys in the volume profile, typically you'll kind of see bounces there. So we got a little bounce there. We got a bounce there. It can be pretty useful.
Yeah, Gabe is crashing boards, bruh.
It's crash.
Crashing
Gabe's
boards.
crashing boards.
Let's go.
Punching boards at this point.
Punching boards. Yep. Yep. Punch your pillow, Gabe. Don't want to break your hand. Don't want to break your hand. I think that's one of JD's stories, actually. I think JD once, if I believe correctly, JD did punch a wall and I think broke some metatarsals in his hand. We'll have to get JD back to tell that story. We finally got a position update from Orlando here along 29,321s. That's a very close to Antonio's trade, actually. Y'all are on the same page. And then 5 Iowa futures was saying Tesla will show delivery delays. Trust me, been waiting for one. Interesting. You taking a trade? Are you hedging your Tesla delivery in the market? That'd be very interesting. Oh man, y'all, the segment's over. Just like that.
Crazy.
Over. Boom, boom, boom. Super fast. Dolby, would you say people take the path of least resistance? It depends what we're talking about, to be honest. I would say in general, yes. People do not like resistance. Unless you're going to the gym. But if you're going to the gym, you're looking for the path of most resistance. You're trying to get swole, some weight. Look at this bid. Gabe, it just wanted your stop, man.
I know, man. Back above 300.
Activities. Dirtbag activities from the NASDAQ.
If we can reclaim 300 and stay above 300, then I think session highs are in store and potentially looking to take those overnight highs. But if we reject 300s, I think 270s are not out of the cards yet. But we'll find out.
Wow, what a bid here, man. This thing is popping. About 30 points just like that. And the 3-up just like that. Gabe, Antonio, thank y'all so much for coming on. That segment just flew right by. Chat, as always, thank you for your participation and hanging out with us. Coming up next, we got group coaching. Who do we have coming on for group coaching? Let's take a look. We got Eric, Coach Emmanuel, and Hoop. Make sure you submit your group coaching questions at the bottom of chat. Put those in there. Y'all, we will see you in about 5 minutes. You can send it out here. See y'all. Good trading, boys.
Welcome back to Group Coaching, where you ask your questions and we answer them the best of our ability. My name's Eric. I am joined by two of my favorite people that we get to spend the next hour with, Coach Emmanuel and Coach Hoop. Gentlemen, how you guys doing? Emmanuel, how's the day treating you?
Day's not too bad. Trading's pretty bad, honestly. We're walking onto 3 red days in a row, which is not the best thing, but just got to deal with it. It comes with the market. It comes with trading, right? We have a bunch of green streaks. Just got to manage everything and get out of the slump.
Absolutely. I like how you separated it. Day's good, trading's bad, right?
Yeah.
Don't ever let trading affect
They
your
don't
day.
correlate. No, not anymore. It's been too long.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because you're in Florida, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to have a bad day when you got that much sun, man.
That is very true.
Well, everyone take it how they will, right? Losing streaks come no matter who you are, and it is okay. It is not anything to freak out about. Hoop, what about you, man? How's the day treating you?
Got a little impatient. I was listening to Dakota talk about it last night. And, I think that's the biggest thing about overnight trading. You expect the market to move like it does during the day or close to it. And right now was super condensed overnight. Locked myself out after the first couple hours. And then once again, living on the West Coast, I could stay up a little bit later. Gold caught a bid, got away from my XFA, started trading my combine. And, once again, we always talk about it, man. Mindset of a combine and an XFA. It's like we talked Jekyll and Hyde, right? All of us, flowing great, finding good trade location. I'm up like $1,900 in the combine, and I could trade my way out of a wet paper bag earlier in my XFA. So that's trading. You need to journal it and say, okay, are you trading looser? Whatever the reasons are. It's just, once again, that gets frustrating sometimes that all of a sudden, and you see chat talk about it a lot, the difference of being XFA versus combine. Is it a mindset thing? Are your parameters changing? And one of the things too, we were talking ags this morning, Eric. Cattle, it had a 1-day rally and has been going back down. Keep an eye on this one. It gap opened up lower and it's never came back to fill that gap today, and it's still got 52 minutes before it closes. I'm going to throw up the daily here a minute. And ag markets are a little bit different. If we go back and look at the last bounce that happened in cattle, it happened on something you don't see every day, and that's an island bottom. We gap opened up lower, never filled the gap. The next day, we gap opened up higher, and we never saw the light of day again. So I don't necessarily know if we have that steam, but I sure as hell know tomorrow if we're going to close without filling that gap. And once again, gaps do not have to get filled right away, but it's something I'm going to keep an eye on if there's a shift in this market. So, and the agricultural markets like grains, wheat, are flying right now, which tends to means if grains are going up, wheats tend to go the other direction. So keep an eye on that negative correlation going on there.
You are muted, Eric.
Muted.
Well, how about that? Haven't done that in a while, huh? As I was saying, cattle giving us 1 day of relief and a little bit of hope just to get it crushed the next day. I will continue getting let down by NQ. That is enough disappointment for me. You said, there's a difference between XFA and trading combine trading, and I think you're right? There's that mental hurdle you need to get over. But also overnight versus New York session. Chat, are you guys more of a recently do you like the overnight price action, or do you like the New York price action? Recently, I personally have been kind of enjoying the overnight sessions a little bit more, just because it seems a little bit more directional based, and it can kind of follow one trend for pretty much a whole night. Like last night was kind of down for most of the night. If you started catching shorts, you were able to hold those for a pretty long time. That's just me. I know that, Emmanuel, we were talking in the green room how the New York Open recently has been a little bit on the sloppier side, right? So if we kind of zoom in over here, we got the New York Open shot straight up and then had like 10, 15 minutes of consolidation with some pretty big wicks. And this is the 2-minute chart. Pretty big wicks on the bottom side. So showing bullish confirmations, but still hard to trade when you have a lot of wicks, right? I know we were talking in the green room. I came into the market today with a long bias. And for some reason, when we rocketed straight up, I started looking for shorts. And I wanted to bring that up because it's very normal, especially in your trading career, to have your bias, and then as the market's playing out, to almost fade yourself. And in the end, that's kind of like, when I took a step back, I took one loss on a short, and then I took a step back and I was like, why am I shorting? What am I doing? I had a long bias on the day. Get it together, man. So I had one loss, another winner. We are basically break even on the day. A whopping $15 in my XFA. So we'll see if we can make a little bit more today. But everyone, it is okay to have that plan, digress from it, and then get back on track when you realize that you're digressing from the plan. Real quick before we get into the questions and a couple other things, we have some updates on some live leaders if we want to pull them up. Andrew B, 15,591. Let's see. Oh, you're marching your way up since our last update. Francisco, 13,600. Looks like you have locked out for the day. Good on you. And then Brandon, 12,559. Also marching your way up. Well, I hope you guys all have a good stopping point of what you're ready to lock in on the day, but that is some damn good trading. Again, live markets, live money, real traders. Good work there. Emmanuel, before we get into the questions, I know you've been on quite a bit. Our traders know you. They love you. But let's give them all kind of like a quick recap of you trade primarily supply and demand, of how you find your levels, and kind of like what's your morning process go when you're starting the day.
All right. So usually I'll mark out my supply and demand first. We honestly don't have anything for anything that we've hit today for supply and demand. I'll wait until the screen shows up here. All right, so we really didn't have anything for supply and demand. So my levels in between, which are these horizontal rays here, are usually coming from places that the market has visited a bunch of times and moved aggressively off of. So if they've moved maybe 2 or 3 times aggressively off of, I'm expecting a third, fourth move where the market's going to play on a 1-minute time frame, very aggressive, right? I'm looking for that nice big spike, volatility, a support, possibly a resistance area. For example, this 28,950 area comes all the way from, a couple months ago or so. So May 19th, this level comes from, and then a bunch of these levels are coming from, May 12th or something like that. It's just areas on a smaller time frame, maybe a 15-minute or a 5-minute, that the market moves aggressively off of. And then I'll make plans on that pre-market, so I don't have to think of extra stuff while the market's moving around when it's nice and calm, where I'm looking to take longs off of certain areas if they hold, or if it's a resistance, I'm looking to short it. Generally speaking, like I said, if New York is not choppy, I'll do very, very good right on open. Usually we open at a VWAP confluence or one of these key areas that I can get aggressive off of very, very early. But like we said, we've been seeing a lot of chop early morning right here and here. That has just been killing me. I think my stop loss is just slightly too tight. And I think I'm actually doing the opposite of what I should be doing, that I don't want to lose more since I'm on the 3rd losing day so far, that I'm just getting ticked out here and there, and it's just going up and up and up. So I think for the plan of this, I mean, the pre-market plan will never change. I've been doing it like this for 2 years with these levels like this. Very, very, they work very, very good. It's just the execution of the trader the past 3 days was poor. So it's definitely my fault, not the pre-market plan. So I think it's sizing down to micros now, honestly. I think that's where we have to go.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, you nailed it on the head, right? The levels are great, but ultimately, like, they are like, the buttons are being pressed by a human, and we can make human mistakes, right? It's inevitable that sometimes you can have emotions run into your trading, and your tight or your stops are too tight, and things like that, especially after a couple losing days. So thanks for sharing that, because, again, it's good to see the good and the bad side of trading. Like, Emmanuel, you are a very, very good trader, and for everyone to just understand that this kind of stuff happens to even the best, it is completely okay. So I appreciate that. Go ahead.
I took a pretty nasty losing week too. I think sometime in April. It just kept on going over and over. I think it was majority of my days were losing, and then something switched in the market. I came back around, and the week after, I took I think a $25,000 or $26,000 payout just from Topstep alone. It just switches back and forth as long as you stay with it, and your overall foundation is good. It's just time to make slight adjustments, or maybe the market's going to slightly adjust and come back in your favor. You just got to stick with it.
100%. Stick with it. Understand what type of market you're in. Hoop, I know you talk about that a lot, is that market conditions are changing all the time, and just being able to trade the market conditions that are in front of you. And Emmanuel's doing that right now by kind of thinking, okay, we have 3 losing days in a row. Maybe it's time to switch down to micros. That is the definition of knowing what kind of market you're in, right? If you are putting your stops too tight and the market is choppy at the open, size down, widen those stops. That's how you get that capital perseverance, right? Yeah. All right. Oh, go ahead, Hoop. Yeah. What do you got to add to that?
Yeah, it's just, market states change. The quicker we recognize them, either we stay out or we trade or size different. We talk about it, sizing down, widening out. The more experience we get in this business, recognizing those sooner tend to lead to, more paper cuts and not, damage control for the week, because taking big loss days, it's just really hard digging out of the hole. So, just keeping those days to a minimum are important.
Yeah, not only to mention, what those big loss days can do to your mentality for your future trading, right? And we had Ted on here during Power Hour a couple days ago, and he was saying he has amnesia when it comes to the markets, right? He forgets the trade right after, and I know that's something we're all looking forward to becoming. But sometimes those big losing days can affect your trading, and that's the issue there, right? So we all need to make sure that if we have those big losing days, we got to reset, rethink everything, and then go back to it. So let us dive into some of these questions really quick. If you haven't got your questions in, the form is still in the chat. Feel free to submit them, and we will get to as many as we can today. First one here. Let's go with Latasha. It says, "Hi, Coach. I came across day trading options in August of 2024. Taught myself on YouTube University. I recently started futures and using a prop firm in February of this year. I'm on my 5th account. I've blown 4. I really hate that I did not have a mentor, and do not, because there's so many strategies out there. I try to stick to one. My question is, I use 1 micro when I'm trading and usually break even after seeing $100 in profit because I want more." Okay, so you're $100 in profit on 1 micro, break even. Should I size up? What's a good amount of micros to trade to pass a combine? Also, when my entry is bad, I hold in drawdown until back in profit. Should I do that? Okay, let's break this down really quick for a TLDR version, right? One contract, break even after $100, which $100 in profit on one contract is quite a decent move, right? Should you size up? What's a good amount of micros to trade? Well, that's up to you. I'll let some of the other coaches answer that as well. Also, when my entry is bad, I hold in drawdown. So holding in drawdown until it turns green, I don't know if that's the best way to do things as opposed to having your defined risk. Emmanuel, let's give kind of like an overall recommendation for Latasha here.
Like you said, the $100 for one micro is a very decent sized move. That's very, very good. I would look to trade 1 to 2. Definitely don't go higher. You could possibly look to, if your move is falling short a lot of the time, you can kind of scale out a little early, half your contracts. I'm not quite sure. There's too many variables for that, but definitely for the stop loss, you have to cut that. It needs to be cut immediately. Don't just hope it's going to come back, because sometimes it does, and you're thankful for it, but sometimes it never comes back, and then you can blow days of profit or the whole account just in one trade. And to do that off of one micro is very, very unfortunate, or any kind of trade like that. So first off, we need that stop loss, and it needs to be a hard stop, not a mental stop. Don't say I'm going to cut. I'm going to press the button by myself at 29,250. It needs to be, let Topstep take care of it. Let the computer do it. So it's going to happen no matter what. That's the first thing to do. And then just see if you're looking for too big of a move, possibly. I don't know. Did it say on NQ, or did it say?
Yeah, it said on NQ.
Okay. All right, so you're looking at about 50 points right there, which is a good move. Try to move to 2 micros just so you can pull one out early and then see if the other one can ride for a bigger move. I'm not quite sure if you're scalping or whatever, but I would definitely start off with 1 to 2. Don't go up any more, obviously, since we're only trading 1 micro, but see if you can add a second one in there and possibly take profits for a little bit bigger of a day. But the biggest thing is that stop loss. That stop loss needs to change, and that's means way more than anything else.
My thoughts exactly. When I was reading that question through, I was like, oh, if we're changing one thing, it is that. It is a stop loss, because you're right.
Yeah.
We back in the day would open up basically kind of just play around accounts, right? And I would just take one trade a day. I wouldn't put a stop loss in. Wouldn't put a take profit. It was either long, short, and we're going to see where we end up. I'm opening at the beginning of the day. I'm getting closed out at 3:10 Central, right? And it is crazy what type of drawdown you can get yourself in without any stop loss, and just that pure hopium of the price coming back to give you a little bit of green to get out. So Emmanuel is spot on there. You don't want to let it completely run without you, especially if you're only targeting, $100 and then break even. What happens if you're $300 in the negative? Are you going to keep holding that and just hoping that it's going to come back on you? Get that stop loss in there. Maybe get up to one more contract so you can peel one off at your at that 50-point mark, and then journal it, see what it's doing for your mentality, and then maybe submit another question once you've done that for a little bit. But I hope that helps. Move on to the next one. Hoop, welcome back. This one's from Walter. It says, how can I switch my bias and hit the reverse button instead of just accepting a stop loss and waiting for the next trade on the same bias? Many times when reviewing trades, it was just very obvious that I was wrong on the short term or the small time frame bias. Hoop, what you got for that? I mean, I think we've all been there, right? Where trades are just blatantly wrong. And when do you cut it and reverse your ideology, not hitting that reverse button? But what's your kind of point there?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing I pick up on that is shorter time frame. The longer time frames, like widening out to 30-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, are bigger lines in the sand. We've talked about that. 1 minute's inside of NQ, you know, depending on what's going on and the volatility that's going on there, that can be extremely, are you right? Are you wrong? Is the market wicking a lot? So I would just say, you know, go to the wider time frame. You know, you've heard Emmanuel talk about zones he's looking at. I'm the same way. Like here in gold, I mean, I kind of drawn out these areas, and this goes back to a 30-minute from yesterday, right? And I keep yesterday's VWAP in there. So, you know, this market rallied yesterday. It kind of held yesterday's VWAP most of the day, right? So we kind of know where these support areas are, right? And yesterday on the session, we did it again, you know, took VWAP, went out to it. And then, you know, once again, you know, we talk about these areas of, you know, if the market comes back through this and blows through it, then that's just what the market did. But at least you've established an area of support where if I'm going to risk, you know, $150 to make 300, make it a 2-to-1. At least if I put a stop in through here on the bottom of this box, then the market keeps going, so be it. I accept it. I was wrong. I sure as hell don't think I'd reverse, depending on, I think that's when you got to be careful of. Just because you're wrong, does that mean you automatically reverse? I'd be careful of that. That can get you in a little bit of trouble. I mean, you know, Jack had a really good trade today that was kind of what we call a wheel play. He got, you know, the overall trend was kind of up. We pulled back and he got out and the market rallied back. Those don't happen. I mean, they might happen more in NQ than they do in cattle, or gold. But, you know, I just think going to the longer time frame, finding those levels and see how the market respects them, and then taking your risk, you know, around there. And I would always tell people, and I've said this, you said it earlier, Eric, as a younger trader, you're going to put the stop in after the fact. And like I said yesterday, when you go inside your risk settings, you know, I mean, do both you guys have auto OCO brackets on automatically when you're in a trade, or do you put it in after?
I usually do. So I do stop order primarily on my entries, but I do stop order and then I have another order that's beyond it. That's my stop loss. So even if we get those, you know, those big Trump candles, I'm still protected, right? What about you, Emmanuel?
I do not. That is definitely something I should do, but thankfully I've never needed it in the moment within the past, you know, with the 5 seconds before flipping the stop loss down. I think that's one of the best things about Topstep. Just on the chart, you can just pull and drag in 1 second instead of looking down the DOM. I've said this, you know, probably 100 times already. That's my favorite feature, 100% of Topstep.
Yeah.
Same.
I appreciate your.
Yeah, the honesty is incredible. But you're right. And Hoop, I think one thing to add on to that too is you kind of have to ask yourself, right? Am I wrong on my bias, or am I wrong on the location? Right? Because you can be wrong on your location, lose the trade, reverse it, and then still be wrong again because your overall bias is correct. You may have just gotten in early, right? So that's why that reverse button on my charts never gets touched. Emmanuel, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the reverse button will never get touched. To flip bias, like I said, I like to play a basic support and resistance of my levels. So if we're above it, I'm looking for support of the level. If we're below it, I'm looking for a resistance. That's the only time I'll flip bias. And actually, you guys saw this yesterday where I longed the market. I shorted the market twice off of this 29,350, and I was wrong both times. So my timing was wrong. My theory was not. You know, finding a resistance of this 29,350 level worked. Just at the end of the day, the last time, I would have took profits easily through this too, but I just caught it too early. I believe I caught one about in here and the second one in here. And just if I would have tried it again, or if my timing would have been correct, I would have been right here. And you can see the market never came back to that area. We dropped significantly. I shouldn't have flipped bias, and I didn't. It's just my timing was incorrect. The trade theory was great. It's just the execution time, and you can't control every variable either. So you don't always need to reverse your bias, especially if your theory is still correct. Like I also said yesterday, the theory was still there. It's just the trade didn't work out, and you have to accept it. So you don't have to reverse every time you see you get stopped out, or stick to your original plan that you made beforehand. And the only time to reverse it is if you have an actual short bias from a different level. I would not try to trade anything else, anything in between.
100%. Yeah, I feel like, if you're ever questioning your bias and you're wondering where to flip, one, it kind of tells me one thing too, that maybe you are a little too anxious to enter a trade and you're a little too trigger happy to press that button, right? Which is never good, never a good spot to be in, because when you're anxious and you're looking for trades, your mind's going to tell you there's a trade anywhere you can, right? But it's also, once you are your stops where you're truly invalidated, or are your stops somewhere based on a number of dollars that you don't want to lose, right? Because if it's where you're truly invalidated, let it run to stop loss if that happens. If you're wrong, let the market show you that you are truly wrong. And then if that's the case, give yourself 10, 15 minutes to step away, zoom out to that higher time frame, and then reassess if the trade was wrong or if your overall bias was wrong, right? It's okay to have realistically both of those. It's okay to be wrong on your bias, and it's okay to be wrong on your trade, as long as you're just not married to one of them and you keep spamming that button, right? Give yourself a 15-minute timer and just take a break before doing any type of flipping of bias and just immediately going right back to, okay, I got stopped out of this one. I'm going to get back into a position because I want to make it back. So, Walter, I hope that helped. It was a good question, because I know we get quite a few of that for newer traders. Okay, let's move on to the next one from Erica, and it says, what practice can I implement to be patient for my entry? My Achilles heel lately has been entering preemptive again. I had a great winning streak, even got a first payout option, but I didn't take it because I wanted a bigger buffer. But something is up. I feel like I started all over again. So frustrating. What the heck shifted? Talk to me, Goose, in all respect. Well, Maverick, this happens to a lot of people. Emmanuel, what do you got for Erica?
First of all, when that payout is available, take it. Even if you want to build the buffer and you're only taking, maybe a couple $100 or something to keep that good buffer in there, I think everyone needs to take their payout. I wouldn't risk it, oversize, over leverage, over trade, and then when there was possible real money in your pocket, it's gone now. So always take a payout. I always try to take a payout on my third or fourth day with the consistency account. Even if, it's not a lot, I'm still taking something. I got to take back from the market. Second of all, I think the biggest thing for this is a pre-market plan, right? That's what I swear by. And everything I talk about kind of correlates over each other with almost most of the questions. The pre-market plan is huge. I'm only trying to trade what I thought about before the market opened, and I'm only trying to trade my levels. Sometimes, yes, I can have an intraday theory off of something that came during market hours where it's open, but usually I'm really just trying to stick to my levels that I made before I was actually looking to actively take a trade. It's very, very easy to see what the market's trying to do when you're not trying to press that button, and when you're not trying to look at every little detail. You're looking at historic stuff from hours ago, weeks ago. It's very, very easy to just say, okay, these are my levels. This is where I'm going to execute off of, and I'm just sticking with that. I'm not looking to execute off of a big red candle here or massive orders here. I'm going to use that as a confluence maybe, but I'm not just going to enter looking to short because I see a lot of red in the market. I don't think that is the correct thing to do. And that will keep you from just throwing executions left and right.
100%. So making a plan and sticking with it will help curb that strong desire to just be in a position, right? It'll reinforce that patience, because you get the the negative reinforcement of losing trades when you are not patient and you don't stick to your plan. Hoop, what do you got for Erica?
Yeah, I mean, especially in equities in the summer, and we have range contraction, patience will really get tested. So waiting for that trade location, which might be different in May versus what it's like in July, you're just going to have to write that in the journal too, right? That, why am I not having so much success in this month? Maybe it's, thinner markets, ranges are contracting, although in NQ they're not. But, I think demanding, you hear Hogue talk about it, and we talk about it a ton, demanding, great trade location and being patient to wait for it. Once again, you get from combine to XFA like we were talking about before, and then you start, maybe trading the money and the P&L more than you trade your setup, right? Because you're thinking about, what she said. And what she said was, I want to build the account, and I love the thought process of building it. But Emmanuel also made a great thing. It's a business, right? You have to pay yourself. So you kind of have a juggle going on there, right? That I want to leave enough in the buffer in the account so I still can trade this thing, but I want to pull something else out because, once again, we talk about it. If you, buy 3 combines in a month and you buy other data and other info, those are expenses. So are you just saying, oh, writing them off? So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Manuel. Whether it's a little bit small on a first one, just to kind of make it real and pay yourself. And once again, I get the other coin too. We're like, we used to say it's nice to have that buffer because you can, you don't trade as different and things like that. But it's definitely something you're going to have to juggle. But I just think it sounds to me like she might have shifted a little bit to trading the money more than she was trading her setups again.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. And even you said it correctly. That was actually one thing I was going to add too. Is you need to treat this like a business, and your P&L is your business, right? If you have money to put your business in the green, why would you not do that? Right. And with that whole thing too is, we talk a lot about momentum in trading, right? That if your first trade's a winner and your second trade's a winner, you're feeling better about your third trade, your fourth trade, or whatever, right? Because you're building that positive momentum. When that payout button appears and it says you're ready for a payout, even if it's small, take the payout, because that's going to start building that momentum to the next payout, to the next payout, to the next payout. And then if you end up blowing an account between then, it doesn't feel as bad because you already have these payouts and you already have that momentum pushing you forward, as opposed to not taking the payout and then you blow that account. You're like, oh, shoot, I could have taken a payout, but I didn't. Okay, now you're on tilt. Now you're blowing up the next count, blowing up the next count, blowing up the next count. And now you have momentum, but it's the wrong kind of momentum. You got that negative momentum going, right? So just always keep that in mind. What's going to put me in the momentum of the correct way? How am I going to treat this as a business? How am I going to use this as a tool to better my business? Yeah, trade it like a business. So I hope that helped, Erica. I know it's frustrating when we get to the payout, and I'm sure we've all made that mistake where we want just a little bit more, and that little bit more costs us a whole lot less. All right. Yeah, this, I know we've touched on this one a couple times. Pablo asks, how do you stay in a trade and let it run through the volatility without getting emotional and jumping out on small pullbacks? We talked about this one quite a bit on here, and I think we get a lot of the same questions because as traders, we all go through the same problems, right? We think they're maybe new to us, but they are very much something that everyone gets through to get to on the level such as Emmanuel and Hoop here, right? So Emmanuel, what do you do when you're seeing pullbacks? How do you mentally stay there?
You have to kind of look at the pullback as, is it just a red candle, or is there actually going to be a different move where the structure of the market's going to change? If it's very, very easy to get scared when you see a pullback, especially in a big candle, right? But if you're getting that emotional, it means you're probably going to be trading a little bit too much size. You're too worried about the money. I would definitely look to size down, or even if you have multiple contracts, maybe at the top of that where you start to see some resistance, you can pull one contract and let the rest ride. But it's kind of just a thing of being numb to it afterwards. Just you have to really put your face there, watch it happen, watch the red candle or the reversal part not be real. It's kind of like a fake out, right? Just seeing one red candle does not mean we're going to drop. Just seeing one green candle does not mean we're going to rally past and hit your stop loss in 2 minutes. The red candle, in a long doesn't mean something is going to reverse, right? It just means that, somebody's taking profits, somebody's, is a little bit more selling in that area, and we're going to probably blow past it. It could be something like that's happening right now, for example. Just because it's red doesn't mean it's bad, and it could even come all the way down here. Trust in your plan and your theory that you made, and it's either the theory bunks out and you hit stop loss, or your trade theory is correct. So you got to become numb to it at the end of the day, whether you're going to size down a little bit more to care less about it, or you just got to sit there, grind your teeth a little bit, and you'll see that exactly like this, that it's just a red candle.
Got to get comfortable being uncomfortable. That is the game of trading, right? Hoop, what do you think about this one?
Well, I mean, I guess the thing we always look at in trading is, every day is a little bit different, right? So how we react inside of a day, I think that's the biggest thing. Emmanuel, you said about it earlier about planning into a day. And, we can go through this whole day overnight and plan it up, and the best plans just get imploded, right? That's part of what we deal with as traders every day, right? It's never, I think that's what makes it great in that too, is that it's never the same thing twice, right? It might have patterns or similarities, but that's been always, to me, the beauty of trading is you typically have, it's different every day. So, I mean, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it each day. I enter the market. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of my feeling on it.
Yeah, and I mean, let's kind of go on like the journaling method as well of, are you journaling your trades while you're in them, or while afterwards, are you journaling your emotions? Because I'm a big proponent on journaling emotions for the sole fact that I can identify trends of how I'm feeling on certain things, right? So I also had the same problem where I, on pullbacks, would get out of a trade because I don't want it to reverse fully on me. But then once I started seeing this trend of, okay, I would feel this way because price was pulling back, I would close out of my trade and then I would watch it run all the way to my TP. What's happening here, right? What am I feeling? What am I thinking? And I found out that more times than not, my protective side of my brain that was trying to protect the capital that was already up money was taking over and not letting the trade play out, right? Once you realize this, it makes it a lot easier to hold to your profit target, stick to your plan. Is there going to be times where it comes and reverses and it wasn't a pullback, it was a reversal? Absolutely. But you're going to find out that, trading is a game of numbers, and over, not maybe in the next 5 trades, but in the next 5,000 trades, 500 trades, it will be better in your favor if you hold through those pullbacks based on your system, right? And I think that's a big thing, is it's going to be trusting your system, understanding how your body works in these trades, and understanding your emotions and what's helping you and what's hurting you. Go ahead.
Sorry, Eric. One other thing, that I just thought about as you were talking about that. We've always talked about the art form of moving a stop, right? And one thing that if you read The Best Loser Wins is, why are you moving it? Are you moving it because it makes you feel better? And, once again, we talk about moving it to break even, and then it's an art form to it, but just remember why you're moving it too, right, Eric? I mean, once again, a lot of people like to move it to break even because, and I get it. There's a theory: a scratch is a winner. That's one of the first things I was told on the floor. I'm like, how can a zero trade be a winner? Well, learned that a little bit as I was on the floor, but you also have to be careful when you talk about like the emotional part of it. It's making me feel better because you know what? This thing's not a loser. Can't be a loser. So at worst, I scratch it. But as Emmanuel would say, is it an invalidation of the trade? Is that why I'm doing it? Right. So there's never a perfect answer, right, Eric, to this one. It's just be sure why you're moving. Is it emotionally making you feel better, or is it truly the way your setup is working, right?
Yeah, never a correct answer to this one. You're right. Like it is an art form, and everyone trails and does things their own way. I can guarantee I manage my positions way different than Emmanuel manages his, right? So you got to find out, like I said, that's why the journal is so big, is you got to find out what works for you and what caters to your style of trading. So we saw it in the chat a couple times, right? Plan the trade the plan. Develop your plan, stick to it, no matter what emotion is trying to take over your control, right? Again, let's all get comfortable being uncomfortable. Next question from Kate. I prefer to trade NQ, and I've been successful during the New York session. However, I find it incredibly difficult to trade the Asia session as there's typically big gaps in the bid and ask price. Should I be switching to another product like gold, or just sit the session out entirely? Or should I be looking to change the strategy altogether? There are days I cannot trade New York session and only Asia, so I'm looking for advice. So it sounds like you are trying to just trade essentially every day. There are days, I'm assuming, maybe because of your job, you're not able to trade New York, so you're forced to trade Asia, and they don't quite move the same. And we just talked about that in the beginning here. Hoop, what kind of advice would you give her on this one?
My thing I would tell you, and once again, I watch NQ because for going on over 2 years, watch Dakota once again because I'm on the West Coast. I'm in slow markets pretty much every night, watching Asia session open. I would tell you from somebody who's traded, that session for a long time, NQ especially at first, there's not a lot of volume in it. You can see it even in any of the markets you would look at. The first hour tends to be, once again, now today's might be a little bit different with two huge companies reporting earnings after the bell. Could be a little more dynamic than usual. But more often than I found out is whatever market you're trading is typically in Asia, the market is pretty directional, which means you can see it in gold here. As soon as it opened, it chops around the first hour and we go up. Did it again here, chopped around, directional. Might start to get a little wonky into London. I just would tell you, if your trade set up and you're having success in New York, why the hell are you trading Asia? Not to be the coach, but that would be the first thing. And whatever setup you're taking is, be looking at maybe a different market. Like I said, you can see, metals can be pretty directional, but if you're finding success in New York and you're struggling in the Asia session right now, then you don't have to trade, right, Eric? I mean, if you're, why do that? So I would just say, if you want to look for a different market, great, and trade it in a practice count to get your tradies out, great. But you do not have to trade it. And once again, NQ last night, if anybody watched that first hour and a half during slow markets, holy crap, no thanks. Very wicky, choppy, thin. So yeah, I mean, if you're finding success, and Emmanuel's a perfect thing. You trade typically what? 30 minutes to an hour of the day. That's, if you're finding great success in one zone, stay with it, man. Don't trade the other. Watch.
100%. You don't have to trade every single day. Some of the best traders don't. They trade once, twice, maybe 3 times a week. Emmanuel, what's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I definitely agree. If you're finding success in one area, why try to change to the other area? I've tried Asia plenty of times throughout the years, and I'd make some money, I'd lose some money, probably ended up scratch at the end of everything. So it's kind of just a waste of time. Like, I would ruin my good sleep and everything else for that I can get from New York, where I'm deemed profitable, for something that I'm just wasting my time with. Recently, Asia has been better for sure. There's been a lot more move. But if you're finding success in New York, keep it. And if you can't trade it every day, that's fine. Recently, I've been trading every day, if not almost every day. But a couple months ago, it was 3 times a week, sometimes even 2 times a week, and there was success there too. It was less trades. I think overall the win percentage was probably better, being that there was less trades and less days that I was trading. It doesn't need to be every day, and I know as traders we understand that money is being made every second, and it's very hard to just sit on the sideline and watch other people, print money, but and see that opportunity and sit by. But sometimes it's beneficial to the P&L for sure. So just stick with New York if you deem that it's best for you, and then the times you can't trade it, sit back, do something else, and come back when you can and take your money and keep it going like that. You can always make more by eventually, obviously, if you're profitable, if you're getting a bigger bankroll, slowly size up if the emotions say okay, and trade more money and just trade less times. That's usually what most traders do who are very profitable. The people who are making 6 figures daily, stuff like that, they didn't always have that, right? And those people definitely don't trade every day either. There's plenty of very profitable traders who trade, like you said, once a week, twice a week, and they stay out the market 4 weeks until their trade is valid, until they see their setup that they like, that they know that they're profitable with. And that's probably the hardest thing to do as a trader, but always the right thing is usually the hardest thing to do.
Exactly. And it's like what you guys say, right? Time is a location too, right? Or
sure.
something like time is
on the bad side yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, time can sometimes be our enemy as well. But no, I mean you're right. If you are seeing consistent success in the New York session, why are you trying to change it as opposed to hammering in on that New York session and getting those A+ setups and then just knowing when to build into them, right? There's a lot of really successful traders out there that are going to tell you, when to hammer these positions, right? And then when to back off, right? If you're trading New York, Asia, all the sessions, right? And you don't really have a consistent edge on any of them, how are you going to know which ones to hammer harder and then really press the gas on, right? And if you don't know that, I mean, it seems like you already do. You already know that your New York session is. If you can't trade it because of work or something else in life, it is okay. The market's always going to be here. Save it so that you're not wasting any of the money in the Asia session, so you have all that capital ready to be deployed in the New York session. Okay, Kate, that was a great question because I know we have a lot of people want to be in the market for every part of the day, myself included. Back in the day, right, I wanted to be 24/7 watching the markets, and I think having that screen time was really beneficial at first, right? Now it's really nice to have nights where I'll have my charts open on a laptop off in the corner somewhere and I'll look at it, but I'm not necessarily required to be in a trade all the time. I think, let's see, we've got time for probably one more question. And I think we will go with Trina. We've actually talked about this one before, and I'm going to leave this one solely up to Hoop and Emmanuel. It says, what does it mean when the NASDAQ and ES are looking completely different? For so long, they were so similar, but lately they have their own trends. Which one should we look to for a more trustworthy direction? Hoop, are you a correlation guy? Do you look at? Obviously you're cattle and you're looking at the different ags. But as far as like equities go, are you a correlation guy?
I am, or a negative correlation guy, right? I think when the markets came off the highs, they were going up together pretty significantly. And then when the AI changed, there was this, once again, we call it rotation. And, you've heard Jack talking about it during fast markets. The markets, especially in the summer, when they run out of larger players, the market tends to bounce. We talk about moving through the NASDAQ. I'm an ES trader, but I look at the NASDAQ, right? And I will look at times how they move. Sometimes he's right. They move together. One moves first, and then the other one follows it. Right now, the ranges are so big in the NASDAQ sometimes that ES it struggles moving with the speed of NASDAQ. So I don't think there's a right or wrong, but there's things you can look at, like, JD shares in the morning. There's a company called More Research, and they talk about times where the markets are more correlated at certain times. I think you have to be careful as a trader if you lean on correlations, and probably one of the here that trades what's going on in gold or what's going on in crude and how it reflects with the equities. I think you have to be careful, because when those markets are disjointed, some people, it's scramble mode. It is. So I think you be careful of how correlated we are at one time. Just be careful as a negative correlated guy. Just be careful of how you lean on that, because sometimes, like when you got two huge companies reporting after the bell, the NASDAQ's probably going to move a lot more than ES, would be my guess. Just a guess.
Oh, sorry guys, I'm back.
Okay.
Always happens at the end of the day. Emmanuel, we got like 30 seconds for your take on this one. I'm sorry to cut you short. If you answered it when I was gone, that's even better.
No, but I think, Hoop said everything perfect in my opinion. The only thing I would possibly add on is the divergences are normal every once in a while, but there's going to be a point where they come back and correlate, right? So you can use the divergence in your favor. You can kind of see if NQ is going to pick ES up, or vice versa, if ES is going to drag NQ down at a key level, especially in a supply zone or a demand zone. They're going to start to correlate once again. Like you said, NQ is always going to move mountains more than ES. But when they start to correlate again, it's going to give the other one a lot of steam, and you're going to have a very favorable trade going on if you can catch it right when you can really understand where that divergence is going and add it to your trade theory for sure.
Absolutely. And like Andre said, it's our job to find the correlation in these markets, right? Moving stops and finding correlations, in my opinion, are both art forms, and they take time to discover. So keep searching, keep working on those correlations, and you'll get it. You'll get it soon here. Trina. Sorry if I said that wrong, but that's it. We're out of time, guys. We got the 3 heads. That means we're getting kicked out of the space. Thank you so much for all the questions. Be back here every day, every week. So keep submitting them, but don't go anywhere, because next up, we've got a mystery host for you. Stay tuned to see who that is. That is Trading with Dominic and Vince with a trade with Topstep. That should be a really good one. So don't go anywhere. This was group coaching. TopstepTV. Let's go.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. It is time to trade with Topstep. We got two special guests. The first one in the middle, you know him. You've seen him a few times. We got Dominic back in the house. Then off to the right-hand side, we got Vinny 2 Ticks. Dominic, what's been going on, man? How are you? Trading well this week? What's going on your end?
I'm doing pretty good. I was on here like last week. I've been having a little bit of a rough time with some choppier markets, but today I took a nice trade for some gold longs in the later night session. And now I am trying to see if I can catch some sells around this 41.50 10 area. Looks like we've had a pretty big drive, so I'm going to see if I can catch some stuff to the downside, but I'm not going to force anything. So if I get my price, I get my price, and if I don't, then I'm going to end the day up about $800 and be happy with that.
Very nice. I like it. Yeah, that overnight move in gold was pretty crazy. Looks like you caught 3 micros long from 93s, exited around those 120s, and that is in the live account too, which is obviously great to see. What are you seeing around this 41.51 level before I pass it over to Vinny? What are you looking at that? Why are you kind of looking at a possible correction from that level particularly? Any reason?
I'm looking at it on a smaller time frame. I'm looking at it on a 5-minute. Typically, I'll pay attention on this kind of hourly chart. And as things begin to touch the hourly areas of interest, I'll zoom in and I'll pay attention to the moving averages. So if you can see on my screen now, it looks like it broke the 50 MA to the downside. So I like some entries at the 50 MA for some shorts and possibly targets around the 200 period moving average, as well as you can see I've got another trend line kind of around that same area. But that's what I'm looking at right now. Like I said, if I can't catch it, I can't catch it. But we'll see.
Awesome. Sounds good. Vince, what's going on in your world today, man? How are you? And what are you looking at right now?
All right. I was on opening call this morning and did some analysis, and NASDAQ ended up working out pretty nicely for me. I'm up 4,500. I bought 2 combines today, one 150, and a 50K. I'm up 4,500 in the 150. I'm presently short gold in my other combine because I can't trade this one anymore because I'm at the max limit for the day here. So we're short, I think, from 47.80. We're looking for 39s. So we'll see what happens here with gold. I'm at break even on it.
Sounds good. Is it a micro you said, or?
I'm in five micros.
5 micros, got it.
5 MGC.
That's from 41.47. You said.
Yeah, 41.47.80. Let me fix my chart here. Hold on, I'll fix my chart. I got to change the. Oh, hold on.
No worries. Well, Vince is doing that real quick. Let's take a round trip through the market, see where we are at recently, and hit the tilt as well. S&P is trading back near 75.46. We've been seeing about 5 red 5-minute bars in a row here. NASDAQ is trading 29,254s currently, getting a little bit of a base built around this 250 level. We finally broke underneath that 5-minute range from the 270s and see if we can get a recovery back into that range or not. Dow's trading near the lows of the last 5-minute range, 52,496 last trade in the Dow. Gold, we're trading 41.43, so about $4 in the money there for Vince for his current 5 MMQ short. Once again, Dominic is looking for that 41.50 level. And crude oil also kind of building a nice little base just underneath $87 a barrel. We actually just top ticked 87 and are about 15 cents lower now, 86.81 per barrel. Tilt, not seeing a whole lot on the tilt outside of a pretty heavy long tilt in crude. About a 70% long tilt with an average price of 86.70. So longs are still in the money just a little bit. But that's about all we got. Otherwise, we're just a little over 50% short in the equities, S&P and the NASDAQ. We'll see what happens here. So, Dominic, in that 41.50 level, I noticed that you had the risk to reward tool on there, the short position calculator. Looks like you were looking for about a 1-to-1, kind of potentially risking new highs of session. Is that a typical reward to risk that you're looking at nowadays in your trade plan?
Yeah, that's typically what I'm looking at. I'm definitely trying to get a 1-to-1. Everything is pretty much based off of the support and resistance levels of prior days. So if I can catch something a little bit bigger than a 1-to-1, I definitely will make an attempt to do so. But since I trade on a higher time frame, the ranges can be a little bit wider as compared to someone who might change on like a 2-minute or trade on a 2-minute or a 5-minute. But I've spoke about this before. I don't really like to be at my computer doing my trading. I trade pretty much from my phone at like all times. I don't want to be at the desk for many hours of the day or looking for too many setups. So I like trading on the higher time frame just because I can set my alerts, I can set my entries, my stops, and my targets, and then I can just go about my day. So typically, I'm looking for a 1-to-1. If I can get a little bit more than that, I will. It looks like in the earlier session, I believe I got about 1.2R, give or take, on that, which is a little bit better than 1-to-1. So not too bad. If I have like a 70% win rate, sometimes more, sometimes a little less, I can be pretty profitable and I can survive pretty good in the markets.
Yeah, I like it. All right. So Vince, how are you going to manage this short right now? I know you said you're short from 41.47.
I'm at break even.
Break even. What are you looking for downside? You
Yeah.
said 39s?
39. So like 39.40 I have it at, like 39. 30,
Any particular
that
reason?
zone.
Is that like a value area at all? Like what type of play is that for you right now?
If you look at my chart, if you go over my chart real quick, I'll show you what I'm looking at. All right, so right here, we're at value low, and this is an area where we might have some trouble, right? There might be some buyers hiding in here. I mean, it may be best for me to get out right now, right? If I'm looking for longs, I'm probably going to be looking for longs up against this zone. We have a gap imbalance. We're below value. We're up in some excess here on this candle. So that's why I wanted to lighten up there, because I have a funny feeling like there might be some buyers lurking in this area.
Okay. Vince, can you actually reshare your chart? For some reason, it's just extremely blurry. I know that's not normal for your screen.
Sure, absolutely. Yep.
Redo that whenever you get a chance, man. That'd be great. Try that again.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's all good.
All right.
Technology is not perfect, man. Not blaming anybody. Let's see if we get some new lows. Equities are looking a little heavy again. NASDAQ kind of rejected that 270 level. I know a couple people were looking at that 270 level. See if we make some new 5-minute lows here to get back below 230. We're retesting kind of a previous area of consolidation from earlier in the New York session, kind of prior to about 10 a.m. Central, before we broke out higher. So maybe some buyers will start to step in here and pick us back up. But let's see if we can get a little bit of a lower push here in gold for Vince. Or at least a retest of that 50 level there for Dominic.
Well, that's my stop. So let me get to the target first.
50s are your... Oh, that's right. Because, you're break even at this point.
That's funny. It's
I want him to get in,
honestly
but
kind of a
let me
good
get out
example for traders. It's funny that sometimes someone's stop or someone's entry or someone's exit is the vice versa of what you may be getting into, and we can all still make money having
Right.
different entries, stops, and targets.
Gabe, you in anything right now or no?
I'm not. I'm flat.
Okay. Yeah, the equities are kind of a bummer right now. They're just falling back.
Now, we left those overnight highs untouched from around those 360s Actually, not really overnight highs. I should say those are the afternoon highs from yesterday, Tuesday session. About, is that 1400 Eastern? It's about 1 p.m. Central. So I was actually interested to see if we can make it up there, but we are not doing a great job of finding any sort of a bid at the moment. Falling right back into the session's range.
Mm-hmm.
Dow's making some new 5-minute lows. S&P just popped a new 5-minute low here. 75.43 half last trade in the S&Ps. 230s getting a little bit of a retest right now on the NASDAQ, possibly about to break that recent little 5-minute low. Gold
Low
also
push
finding a
here.
little bit of selling. See if we make a new 5-minute low here for Vince, get him out of that short. Once again, targeting those 39s. Crude also selling off a little bit. Back under the 5-minute range, 86.70 last trade in crude.
Yeah, we're sitting right at value low here in gold. It's kind of not a good spot to be short right now. Like, this is where I would be buying if I wasn't short.
All right, 43's breaking in the S&Ps. 230 just popped in the NASDAQ. New 5-minute low here. Get a little sustained selling. Crude still staying pretty heavy in the tilt, about 72% long still. S&P's actually growing in tilt, 64% short. NASDAQ also growing just a hair, 60% short. See if we got any headlines coming across the wire. Looks like about 4 minutes ago, Iran's IRGC Navy said we warn against using alternative routes in the Strait of Hormuz. Not really seeing a whole lot of impact on the crude market with that headline.
Yeah, what is crude doing? I don't have it up at the moment.
We're in a little bit of a 5-minute range between $86.60 and $87 a barrel. So building a nice little base up here. Kind of mid-range on the day.
And I haven't traded oil in a long time.
When was the last time you touched it there, Dom?
Man,
Long ago.
I was doing gold and oil for a while, trading both of those, but I probably haven't touched it in like 6 months, maybe 8 months. Like, it's been a long time. But definitely before I stopped trading it, I wouldn't say that I miss it. I check in on it every once in a while. It's still one of the only things that are on my watch list. But the movements, compared to what I was trading before, the volatility definitely picked up, since all the news and, everything that's been going on. So, I stepped away from it just to focus on trading one thing in particular, being gold. But I haven't traded oil in a long time.
How long have you been trading gold, Dominic?
Man, I've been trading gold since I started trading futures. It was the first thing that I traded. Never traded ES or NQ. So I've been trading gold for, man, it's got to be close to like 2 years now since I started trading futures. So I've definitely became familiar with some of the movements, which is a nice thing when you're a trader. Start to learn the characteristics of something that you're trading in. I like it. I like the way that it moves. As you can see, I trade gold a lot during the overnight market. I almost never trade the New York session.
There's been a lot of opportunity at night.
Yeah. A lot of opportunity at night. And then, of course, I live in Vegas. So, if I got to wake up for New York, I got to wake up at like 5:30 in the morning. And I'm not really a
Who likes to do that?
person.
Yeah.
So maybe it would be different. But honestly, the later night session, it's been moving. pretty good, and I definitely find some opportunity there, especially on a larger time frame. So
You trading off the 1 hour?
trading off the 1 hour. Like I said, sometimes I'll zoom in to the 5 minute and see if I can really, define some better entries just based off of the moving averages and the daily VWAP. But I'm definitely paying attention mainly to the 1 hour.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing
I'm
crude
fighting
pop a little bit.
big candle right now. On the 1 hour, I'm fighting a really big candle.
A little bit of a bid here coming back into the market. It's interesting. Lately, in the last, let's say 15 minutes, we've had an actual correlation. Both the equities and crude are all kind of printing the same directional 5-minute candles. Crude catching a bid back at 87, highs of the 5-minute range. A little bit of a bid coming up in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. S&Ps trading off the 42 handle, about 3 points higher. NASDAQ also about 10 points, 15 points higher from its recent 5-minute low. Dow also catching a bid. Crude's tilt's kind of leaning a little bit lower. Oh, never mind. It just popped right back up to 73% long tilt in crude.
The market's really got quiet, huh?
Yeah. Remember, we do have Alphabet Q2 earnings.
Oh, yeah. What time's that?
Close,
Okay.
right after the close, in addition to Tesla. Both Alphabet and Tesla's earnings are at the end of regular trading hours today. It's like tomorrow we got Intel, American Airlines, Lockheed Martin, Honeywell, T-Mobile, Comcast. Friday we got Verizon, American Express, some of the bigger names.
Yeah, Tesla's been flat all day. It has a $5 range today. Tesla's usually an animal. Yeah, Tesla's usually a pretty volatile stock there. It's just flatlined, waiting.
All right, new 5-minute bar is opened. About 10 minutes until the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, if I don't get a push here, I might just cover this, look for something else.
Okay.
It's kind of dead.
Yeah, there's not too much movement. I moved my entry down a little bit to see if I could catch something. It's definitely not too much movement, but I do still like it to the downside. I could definitely see it touching those 39s. But yeah, kind of slow movement here.
Yep.
Now
on your chart, right? You have that big 1 hour bar that I'm fighting against in this short. So what makes you want to get short, with that big bullish candle in our face?
I think sometimes when we have a massive drive like that, gold can be pretty quick to flip around, especially when you see my chart. I've got those two top wicks followed by a massive red bar. So when I think of it on a larger time frame, I just can't imagine influx of buyers coming in and beating the highs of day. Now, of course, if you're trading on a smaller time frame, maybe it might stop you out if you're looking to have a tighter stop. But yeah, when I look at it on a higher time frame, after seeing a drive and then a failure with two top wicks and just an engulf green bar, it makes me feel more comfortable with some shorts. And especially on the day, I mean, the drive has been so massive, opening up around that 40.85 area and popping all the way up to highs of 41.70. Either I can imagine it kind of fizzling out around these areas, not going to move too much up or down. We're definitely coming back down, maybe even into these 41.28, area. Because here we go. Looks like
The
it's
gold
moving
tends
right
to
now.
do
You
that,
might
right?
get that 39.
Trap some longs, right? Trap the longs up there, take them the pain, right?
And I mean, you can see how quickly the move up is. You know, that's fairly quick. And if you miss out on that, sometimes, oh, yeah, look at that. Sometimes the bleed to the downside, you know, is fairly a little bit easier to trade.
I mean, we basically, from the reopen last night to the highs that we just made during New York, it's about a $90 per ounce move from 40.80s up to those 41.70 highs. So yeah, it's a pretty. We had multiple cycles of breakouts. I think we took out a couple pretty major previous highs as well. I don't know if one of those levels that you were looking at, like that 41.50, 41.48, I think that was a high from. Look at a larger time frame. We had a bunch of pivots throughout the beginning of the month of July.
Let me see if I can take a look at
Really
it looks like we had a
9th.
couple session highs around 45. I see some around 41, kind of 80 area. So definitely tapping into some older areas of interest. But yeah, it looks like we're getting some drops here. I mean, I can definitely imagine it getting down at least to this 41.35 area. We got a little bit of consolidation there earlier in the session.
Knowing the market's
kind of
kind of
broke
running
out
away.
at 38s, right? 38s, we kind of broke out of that little range.
Yeah.
See if we come back and retest.
Micro Bitcoin just made some new 5-minute lows. Gold also dipping below the last 5-minute low. Equities tried to catch a little bit of a bid here, starting to reject 75.48. The S&P about 3 points lower. 250s held pretty well. The NASDAQ about 20 points lower, trading the 230 handle again.
What do you guys think about short ES?
Short ES. What would you be seeing there? What would your target be, or kind of interesting?
I don't even know.
Price level.
Just maybe to test the low. Maybe test the low. Maybe test down to 675.35. Maybe.
Okay.
It's like 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
in there.
a slow bleed right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like a slow drip.
You got a bid to
Slow
cover
drip.
those 39s, or are you manually closing out there of that gold trade?
No, I got an order in there. Yeah, 41.39.40 is my working order.
Okay.
I'd love to see like a little quick blip down just to get me out, because this is an area where I might be interested in buying actually. So
I like it. A little bit of demand down there, kind of a prior major pivot high.
yeah, kind of where we
Axis
broke
a
out.
little-
You know, we broke out there below value. So we got any volume here. We'll put the volume on. The volume's kind of.
How long are you willing to leave that offer out there for, Dominic? I know that price is starting to continue to kind of run away from you. When would you be looking to get a fill or cancel potentially?
Well, it is a little bit later in the markets, so I can't imagine too much movement. Like I said, if anything, I don't want to just randomly get into some shorts. So definitely, like I said, kind of want a little bit more of a fair value. It's possible that if we pop back up, I might move my sells to this 41, 45, 10 area and just tighten up my stop, because I'm not really in for too many contracts. I'm just, maybe if I can make 100 or 200 more bucks on the day, I'd be happy. But like I said, I don't want to just start taking shorts anywhere. So I'm paying attention. I'm looking on the 5-minute. over here. You know, I keep looking over, and if we make a little quick pop back up, I might move my cells a little bit lower, keep my tight stop, and see if I can get some. But I'm not just gonna hop in right now.
Okay.
I like the patience. Very good. And he's on a longer time frame too. So that order up there he's working off 1 hour bars. So
yeah,
you could definitely be a little more patient.
Zanar in chat, is this futures trading? Yes, we are indeed trading futures. Welcome to Topstep TV. Glad to have you.
Hit that like button.
So Dominic, knowing you switched to more of a second shift schedule, what are you doing with your new kind of daily routine? What does your typical day look like nowadays? Now that you're not working overnights anymore.
Well, I'm off at 11 p.m. So just coming home, showering, going to bed, eat dinner at work, waking up around like 8 a.m. Going for a little walk, getting a workout in, and then having some breakfast, and then kind of assessing the markets. Like I said, I know with the futures market, since they're open for such a larger time frame, even though I look at the markets, when I wake up around 8 or whatever it may be, I'm typically not taking trades, but I do definitely pay attention. For me and my strategy, I'm really just waiting for 3 p.m. Over here in Vegas. I think it's to tell me whether or not I'm going to be getting into trades. I like to base my entries off of trends that are happening earlier in the sessions, kind of trends that are going to set the tone of the day. So, I'm now that I'm working at a better time, I definitely am feeling better. But yeah, all my trades still are kind of being taken around the same time. Typically, I'll trade anywhere between 3 p.m. and I might get into a trade anywhere, near like 8 or 9 p.m. But anything after that, I'm probably not going to be taking any trades. But yeah, it's been better, man. Like I was saying before when I was talking to you guys, I feel more alive.
Yeah. That's important. I know when I don't get good sleep, I don't make the best decisions in my trading. I've noticed that too. There we go. We're filled. We're out.
There it is. Nice.
Cancel that.
All right, 39s.
All right.
Nice trade there, Vince. Bottom of the
Yeah,
hour
so
has
this-
come and
A
gone.
little pop too. Look at that.
Yeah, we're out. So this 50K combine. This one I'm up 985. All right. Let's see if we can find another trade, guys.
Right.
All right.
Crude continuing to get a little heavier in the long tilt, 75%, probably the highest I've seen it so far this session. Trying to get back above the $87 level.
Let's see the Dow.
All right. Let's see here. We've got some movement.
I might want to get short the Dow. I don't know. I'm kind of or ES.
Seeing a little bit of momentum coming to the seller's side here.
Yeah.
47's rejected, and the ES trading 3 handles lower. 44's Nasdaq also rejected the 50 level again and about 35 points lower, making some new 5-minute lows near the 215 handle. Dow's kind of lagging a little bit, but potentially could be making a new 5-minute low.
Nasdaq. Gabe, you're only trading the Nasdaq, or do you trade ES as well?
Between the two, I trade Nasdaq. I did trade a
Nasdaq
little
most.
bit of gold yesterday,
Okay.
but that's pretty rare for me. Mostly Nasdaq.
Dominic, you're working the short still, right? I can see us bouncing from this
Yeah.
zone a little bit.
I just
Where's your short at? 45?
I just moved my shorts down lower. I'm looking for 41, kind of 45 area. I've got 41,
Okay.
44.9, but
Gotcha.
you know, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get it. We might just bleed for a little while. If I can get a little pop, that'd be nice. But that'll probably be the last time that I move my shorts any lower. You know, if I don't get it, I just don't get it. Like I said, I'm not gonna try to be too aggressive on the day. I'm already up $800, so you know,
Mhm.
no reason to force a trade.
Right.
But we'll
It's
see.
a good day.
It's a good day.
Yeah, great day.
Any day green is good. Not even if it's even a small red day is a good day.
Yeah, we've been. I don't know about you guys, but I have been having a tough time the last couple of weeks. I think I've taken more break-even trades in
Mhm.
2 weeks that I've taken in like my entire trading career. Typically, I'm a kind of one-to-one, all or nothing guy, but my targets just are getting so close, and the flips have been so intense that I've been a little
Mhm.
bit more strategic with my break evens. I think like the last 2 weeks, I took about 9 break even trades.
Oh yeah. I can't
And that
even
was
tell you
kind
how
of
many
day
I've
after
taken.
day.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of those, especially with you know, with what's going on, you know, with all the tweets and the Trump and this and that and the war. You know, the market is just like it's not giving us the range extensions that we were getting prior to the war. Markets are moving
Yeah,
much
I
better. They're
agree.
very, very choppy. It's tough. It's a very tough market right now. Very tough.
I agree. And, you know, I think definitely I have got stopped out break even a few times and then hit TP, or then it continues to hit TP, or I've got stopped out break even and it just absolutely would have obliterated my stop. So it's kind of funny as a
Mm.
trader, you know, you really have to get to know yourself in relation to how the market's moving, because sometimes you have to change up your strategy, and not always is it going to be exactly the same as how you've traded it prior. So you have to learn, you really have to learn who you are as a trader in relation to the market and tweak your strategy here and there. So,
Yeah, because conditions change. What's your
Sure,
typical
but
threshold, or like where do you give yourself permission in your trade plan to go break even, knowing you're only looking really for 1-to-1? Is it like a particular like halfway, like 0.5 R that you typically start moving your stop and reducing risk, or when is that trigger for you typically?
so typically for me, I'm looking to go break even if I'm shooting for a target that's higher than 1-to-1. So I like to use the 500 period, the 50 period moving average and the 200 period moving average a lot of times for my sells and my buys. And if it's a little bit higher than 1-to-1, um, I'll set my targets for that area, and then once my 1-to-1 gets tapped, I'll go break even. So sometimes, you know, that can bite me in the ass, knowing that typically I'm a 1-to-1 trader and it hit my 1-to-1 and flipped around, and now I'm break even. But also, you know, that goes to show, like yesterday, I got a little bit more than 1-to-1, which is nice when you're a 1-to-1 trader, because you know that helps you make a little bit of extra money. Um, but typically that's how I'm navigating it. Every once in a while, if my tight is really if my stop is really tight, I will maybe at about half R go break even. But like I said, typically I'm 1-to-1 all or nothing, and just depends on kind of market conditions whether or not I'm moving my stops to break even.
Okay. I know that's always a big question for traders is like, when is it okay for me to start managing my risk outside of the original risk that I set? Like, when do I start interfering manually and kind of, is it okay for me to trail my stop? And if so, when? Some people use market structure. They're just looking for, new breakouts using prior swings or pivots as new potential invalidation points. Others might be using, like in your case, using moving averages to kind of look at those smaller time frames to see how we're starting to trade once you're in a position. But it's not a one size fits all.
Yeah, and I think using market structure definitely comes into play as well when I'm looking to go break even. Typically, I'll zoom into a 5 minute. I think market structure on a 5 minute for me fairly well. I don't look at anything smaller than that time frame, just because, like I said, I trade on the larger time frame. But if I start to see shifts in market structure within a 5 minute, that might be a determining factor in whether or not I exit a trade or move break even. But, definitely market experience. I think you see these patterns every single day, and sometimes you just get a gut feeling that, hey, I should exit or I should go break even. And although it's not fully within your strategy, experience kind of builds itself a little bit of a role in breaking even your own rules sometimes. And sometimes it helps out. Sometimes it doesn't. But, yeah.
It's hard not to break them, right? It's very difficult.
Intuition, for sure.
We're
Develop
sitting
more
right
intuition
at
over time.
settlement in the ES right now. Right at settlement.
S&Ps,
a little bit of a bounce here.
Yeah, a little bit of a bounce. You're seeing a little bit of a divergence on the 5 minute. S&P's made a higher low here in the last, we'll say 30 minutes. NASDAQ did technically make a lower 5 minute low. Little difference between those two there. Also, the Dow is currently failing to break lower. Gold catching a little bit of a bid. We're about
a little bit.
$3 an ounce roughly higher. 41.41 trading out. I know Dominic is looking for those 41.45s basically.
Yeah, I like 45s as a short. I like that.
Tick underneath.
Yeah, I'm still liking these shorts. Like I said, I think the drive today was pretty intense. So if you're looking for shorts on a smaller time frame, they might work in your favor, but I don't know. We'll see.
Chat, what do we got cooking on your side of things right now? Anything fun and exciting going on? You long, you short? What products you trading? You hands off for the day? What's your current game plan right now? Gary's looking for some support in your 29.170s.
I might look to get short the ES. I mean, we're chopping around settlement here, but I kind of feel like if we can't hold it, right, and we can't rally off of it, I feel like we're going to drift lower. Yeah, we're sitting right here. Let me blow this up big. Hold on 1 minute. There we go. So you see how we pushed up? We pulled all the way back, almost to the low. I mean, this would have been a great opportunity to get short. I mean, long up against the low of the session. But we took out the IB right there, and we kind of drifted back into range, and we're in value, and we're sitting right at settlement right now, just for the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes. Just sitting on this thing. If we can't rally off it, I think we might try to drift back down here to value low. So I might get short. Is my chart fuzzy again?
It is, yeah. It is fuzzy again. I think, Vince, the last time we fixed it by just restarting your browser, just closing down the browser itself. But I know that your vMix is open in it, so might not be the might not be the solution right now. But yeah, try to reshare him. We'll see if it fixes.
Bad. Oh, jeez.
We're popping in an $87 high here, about 10 cents higher, 87.10s. Shout out. You got Dan Emmons locked in a winning day. Great job. TMP3, long MNQ from VWAP, currently at break even.
Try again.
Law Pup just got out a long plus 58 for the day. Might leave it there. Like it. Nice little small base hit day. Shubham, trying to cook but can't decide what to cook. I'm flat. I like it. Raised long, or looking to get long from a 201s, 5 micros.
What are your guys' opinions on this ES potential short here? All right. Hopefully this is back up and operating.
Take a look at ES. Let's go. Where are you looking to go short at?
Probably somewhere around 48, 50, somewhere up there.
I like that. Looks like the 50.
Look, we're just sitting here in the middle. I mean, I usually don't trade in the middle of the range, but I'm feeling like we can't rally, right? What's the next thing to happen if you can't rally? Maybe we'll continue to drift this market lower. It's kind of building a base, but who knows? We might even close right there.
Look at it too, like how we were talking with market structure. You're seeing lower highs and lower lows. You know, maybe you see a little bit of a base, like you said, kind of building. But the question is the base going to have a little build up into sells? It probably will. That 45, 48, even 4 area might be nice. That's where I got my 50 period moving average. Looks like it's trading under.
You might get your fill here. You know, a little bounce here in gold.
Yeah, we'll see.
I might join you in that short. We'll see if we get up there.
Yeah, if we can get it. I might even throw another contract on there if we can get it.
You just got an offer for 1 MNQ for right now?
I've got 1 contract going. We'll see. We'll see. Kind of movement we can get.
Need some volume to come back into this market. Might be power hour before we get it.
Hate to say it, but we need Trump to do something. Where is he when you need him? Isn't he supposed to speak this afternoon? He's supposed to be on, right? Or no?
Yeah, Trump is scheduled. I thought it was 2 p.m. Central. You triple check.
2 p.m.
It is 2 p.m. Central, so right around 15 minutes from now. Trump is due to speak at Wheeler High School in Georgia. Not really too sure on the subject matter. More than likely a broad range of subjects, as he normally does. We are getting a couple potential headlines here at Iran's foreign minister. Our defense doctrine is clear, an eye for an eye. Any aggression against Iran will draw a powerful and decisive response. Any party that participates in or supports such aggression will be considered a legitimate target. The U.S. acts on threats. Iran will stop all Gulf oil flow and target oil, gas, electricity, and economic infrastructure in the region. That was per state media. All in the last about 10, 15 minutes.
Oil market's going to get spicy.
Yeah, settlement has come and gone. About 15, 16 minutes ago, we had settlement in the energy sector. But that does not mean that trading has completed. Electronic hours are still going.
All right, getting closer, Dominic.
Yeah, we're getting a little pop here. Hopefully I can get filled.
Come on. Let's get it.
Equities also catching a little bit of a bid here. S&P's just retested your 48 half handle there, Vince, that you were looking at.
Mm-hmm.
48s. NASDAQ trying to get back near those 250s. Dow looking a little heavier out of the bunch right now. And maybe make a new 5-minute low back under 52,500. Gold trading 41.43s, just a couple dollars an ounce away from Dominic's short entry. And crude rejecting $87 again.
You're working 44s? I'm trying to see it. 44.90?
41, 44.90, right before that.
44.90.
At 5.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Can we get the fill up there?
I know. Come on. Let's see here. I'm going to add another one on there too. See if we can get a fill.
There you go. Isn't it something when we want to get filled, it's like you're sitting there and we're waiting. But then when we're in a trade, right, it tends to just go so fast right to the stop, right?
Yeah, it's like the curse, you know? It's like the second you enter the trade, all this volume just picks up, huh?
I'll tell you, last week, I think it was last week, I had a Dow order. It was three minis, or 3 Dow minis, and I had it working way below the market, like maybe 100 points. And then Trump came out, said something. It actually went down, filled me to my stop, and it did it all within less than 30 seconds.
Man.
Yeah, it was brutal.
The volatility has been pretty intense.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes that's what I'm saying. That's almost why I like trading the later night sessions, is because, you know, I don't typically have to deal with that.
POTUS is sleeping.
But I know for some traders, you know, it's not too bad of a thing. If you can get a good entry and you can get a crazy pop like that or a crazy drop like that, you know, you might be able to collect pretty well on a good RR. But
the volatility has been pretty sizable, though, in the overnight, too. I think you just get a little bit more directional moves lately in the overnight, which helps because that volatility is typically singular in direction. But New York has been, depending on the product you're trading, you've been seeing just a lot of back and forth. I mean, this is a pretty low, other than headline risk, this week has been pretty low for economic data. We just have jobless claims tomorrow morning. Outside of that, it's been pretty light. You know, we have a Fed blackout week this week because we have FOMC next week. Another rate decision.
Think they're going to raise or what?
Let's see. What's the
probabilities?
Jack
They
would
might
probably
shock
be a
us
better.
all and raise it.
Yeah, Jack would probably have a better grip on probabilities, but right now it's looking like the forecast is just unchanged, 3.75%.
There's a short in the Dow in this.
All right, can we get a little bit of a further push here in gold? They're getting just about $1 an ounce away from Dominic's offer, 44.90s. Equity's still building a little bit of a nasty base down here. 75.45s trading the S&Ps, 236 in the NASDAQ. Dow just attempted a new 5-minute low. Bounced a few ticks off that low already, recovering back into range.
Yeah, we're just chopping around this point of control here. You know, we're right in the center of the range here in the ES. ATR is not even 4 points. We're oversold, though, on the stochastics.
If I get filled on this, I'm probably going to put my stops around this 41.62.5 area.
Okay.
So I might not see you guys. I might get filled. So we'll see. We'll see.
About $1 away
close.
right now.
We're close.
I know.
Missed that by 6 ticks to fill, right? 44.90s?
Yeah, it's like just edging me.
Up to 44.30. No recent headlines since the last little batch of them that we got. Well, hopefully some volatility comes back into the market for Power Hour. Obviously, with the president speaking, the markets might be just anticipating a little bit of.
I think they're waiting. They're waiting. Gabe.
A little bit of movement here.
Let's see what the big man says. I mean, we've been pretty aggressive overseas over the past couple of days. I mean, we've been doing some damage. I'm shocked how this market is holding up. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. Doesn't make sense, right?
We were striking pretty much every night for about 7 nights in a row. Yeah. I think I actually might have gotten up to either 8 or 9 nights in a row that we
market likes
some other infrastructure. But it's not seeing as much of a reaction. I was actually a little bit more curious about the reopen on Sunday night this week, if that was going to get a little spicier, knowing we were seeing some things go down in the weekend, but it really wasn't too chaotic of a reopen.
Let's see if we get back up to
that's
these
the thing
48.
sometimes with news is you just don't always know what's going to happen. That's why I don't pay attention to any of it. Got no clue what is going on ever.
Just follow price. That's it.
Just
price will tell you what the market feels, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, knowing that you're typically not in trades early in the morning in New York, you don't really have to deal with a lot of the incoming major economic reports, right? I mean, the only one that you probably be awake for would be maybe FOMC because it's in the afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern typically. So that's kind of nice. Just, I mean, do you hold any positions overnight while you're sleeping typically, or are you usually flat by the end of your shift when you're getting ready to wind down for the night?
You know what? Every once in a while, I will hold an overnight trade, especially if I get a good entry. I might take a couple of contracts off and just hold on if I feel like I'm getting some good movement. Or if I get a good entry, just quite wide, I might just, have my stop set and my target set, and then I'll wake up a little bit earlier and just check to see if either of those got filled. But typically I'm out before 12 or 1 in the morning. And then I'm just sitting on my hands. Like I said, I'm waking up and going about my day and then reassessing before market open and trading that way. And I think that works pretty well for me. I know when I used to trade the New York Open, I found myself kind of getting a little bit more on edge. It's a damper on your day if you take a loss early in the morning. It's nice for me because I go about my entire day. I work out, spend a little time with my family, have breakfast, check emails. And then, by the time I'm taking trades, it's later in the day. It's kind of like whatever. But definitely in the morning, I'm sure you guys have felt it before. You take a loser real early and you're kind of going, what the heck, man? I got to go about the rest of the day.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, gents, that hour is come and gone. We got Power Hour coming up. What do we got? We got Eric, Jack, and Dolby Time. Hopefully some volume re-enters this market. We got President Trump due to speak at a school out in Georgia here in the next few minutes. We'll see if he is going to rattle off any potential comments that could spice things up. And in the meantime, Dominic, thanks for coming on and hanging out with us, man. Have a great rest of your week. Vince, always great to see you, my friend. I know we'll probably have you back.
You too.
For sure. But in the meantime, stick around, y'all. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back. It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back. It's the last hour of the day. We call it Power Hour. I'm here today, joined by Eric at Dolby Time. We'll start with Eric. Eric, you've been on a little bit today. What's going on?
Man, another day in paradise, Jack. I feel like I haven't seen you on this late in a while, huh?
No, it's whenever Andre flakes out to do something that I get to take his spot at the end of the day. So, we'll
Well,
see him
I'm going
soon.
to consider ourselves lucky.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Yeah. But no, overall good day, man. Overall good day. We're pretty much flat. We are, break even, $13 in profit, working along right now. And we're going to see how it goes. See if we can get that late night or the end of day pump, you know?
Good to see that. Dolby, you looking at any end of day ranges developing?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of in one right now. Let me see what the highest time frame of this is. I'd say this 30-minute range that we're in right now, between 29,000, let's say like 208 up to about 29,270s. I think I'm interested in maybe getting short around the 275s and then getting long around these 200s. This is basically the Tesla and Google waiting room. Those are coming in after the bell. So we're going to wait and see. I'm going to anticipate a range-bound market until then. Obviously, we have not done anything super exciting. We have not broken out of the 340s. I think they kind of have a lid on this until we get those numbers. Maybe we get something crazy at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm looking to just fade the extremes here and just trade the range.
Yeah. Well, we do have Trump is speaking shortly. If you saw my reaction there, I clicked the live video and they were just blasting opera music. But yes, James is nodding back there. That was an interesting choice. He's in Georgia, I believe. We'll let you know when he comes on. Any news that comes out of that. At the very beginning of this day, you were talking about the Google and Tesla waiting room.
Yep.
I pointed out that 7500 SPX, which is at like 7537 or so. And I still think that that's like a target rich environment, shall we say? Like that's just where the S&P has felt comfortable. It was where it closed. It was the closing print for the second quarter. We're going into I can't pump up enough. These Google earnings are huge. And by saying this, I'm probably going to ensure that nothing happens whatsoever. But especially look out for the guidance because they are the biggest market cap wise of the hyperscalers who are paying for all this memory from the other companies. Good times.
Are they the CapEx kings, Jack?
I think so. I didn't look up the exact cap numbers, Dolby, but I assume they are. I just know they have the biggest market cap. I mean, Facebook spends do drunken sailors still spend money? Is that still a thing you can compare them to?
I think they spend booty, from what I recall.
Booty. Well, Mark Zuckerberg has dumped all the booty on the floor to buy more computers.
Hello.
Yeah,
that's nice. Why does your hat say flog on it, Eric? What does that even mean?
Well,
the flog.
Yeah, we went over this the other day. It's not flog, it's golf upside down.
There we go. Is that a camo hat as well? Is that a golf hat that's in camo? What does that mean?
Don't go too big for him. I'm getting a haircut today, guys. Okay, we're long overdue.
You have a camo golf hat, so that way when you shank one, no one can see you in the woods.
That's right. When I'm looking in the woods, I'm not even there.
Brilliant. Anyone else golf in camo so they can't see you? You never see Eric on a links course.
No.
Can't hide.
I've done the maneuver though, Dolby. Usually like once a month or something, where I hit a drive and then just wave off the caddy, like, please do not go after that ball. I don't want anyone to see that we're just going to move on.
He's over three fairways over. Jack, you're right here.
Yeah. You're right.
No,
found your ball,
no.
Mr. Pelzer. Please, please ignore. Not a lot of movement right now in the ES, as you might gather from our discussions. But admin, I don't usually do this segment, so it is Power Hour. If you have any content you'd like to share, use the hashtag Power Hour, tag Topstep, and we might show it at the end of this very show. Also, we like to play a game called Above Below. Eric, I don't know. We haven't been on air much together, so I'm going to let you do it today. And we try and guess what the closing print will be in the NASDAQ or S&P 500. Or ES, actually.
All right.
So what do you want to do, Eric?
Let's do NASDAQ. And, you know, I think you guys are right. I think this is the waiting room for the earnings reports. So I'm still thinking that we're going to have an end of day push up, you know, as long as Trump's remarks aren't outrageous, which we can never count on. So I'm going to go end price at 29,330.
All right. You said 29. What do you say?
Yeah, 29,330.
29,330 above below. We'll put that in a poll and y'all can vote on it.
Are you long right now? Is that why?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All makes sense.
Speaking
All
it
coming
into
together.
existence here.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm wrong, I will be wrong twice.
And just so we have it on tape, I am going to we don't have a poll for this. I'm going to say we close at 75.37 in the ES.
75.37. All right.
Yes.
Oh, you're lower.
Yeah. Well,
Someone's got
it's
it
just
correct.
like we're kind of like in this range here in the ES. Dolby would maybe love it. But
Certainly.
it's more that I just feel that this is the most likely place for it to pin if people really are just waiting for Google and Amazon, not Amazon. I keep saying that. Google and Tesla earnings after the bell. Let's take a look real quick. Google right now is basically scratch for the day. It's trading about 345.66. For context, nice. The high of the year for Google was about $404 a share. So it's come in a little bit, like 12, 13% off the all-time highs. Let's see what they're expecting here. Okay, they're looking for $14.33. Wait a second. What are you doing here, Google? I'm not reading this chart right. I'll get back to that. What's your trade, Dolby?
We are long one MES 75.43 3/4. Looking to add a second at 75.42 half. So we are trying to. You said there was a good range in the ES, and I agree with you. So we're gonna see if we can get. Okay, we're long 2 now. Maybe we can get long a third at 539s here.
Very
All right, we're
cool.
long 2.
All right, we're looking for $2.88 a share on revenue of $117 billion. That's right. Google makes that much money in a quarter.
Wow.
For 2026, they're looking to make nearly $490 billion in revenue.
Jeez, that's a lot of money.
Yikes.
That's a lot of cash to just throw to SanDisk and Micron, but they make it work. Coming up on the overnight view app here in the ES. Got that at 75.41 or thereabouts.
Okay. A little bit in the red here.
No real good bounce out of this this area. So I'm not super confident in the long right here, but we're gonna see it play out. You know, you gotta wait till the trade fully invalidates itself.
I would agree. Especially with how slow the market is.
Yeah.
Let's see if these ranges can stick the landing here. I mean, they've been range
I
bound
see
for
some-
so long. It would be terrible if all of a sudden it decided to break the range. That'd be
Right.
poetic. It'd be a terrible poem, but it'd be poetic nonetheless. RTY is selling off pretty aggressively.
Yeah.
Far more aggressive
Sorry.
than any of the other markets.
Once again, I was trying to fix. Still don't see Trump. If you're interested in what they're playing now, it sounds like Nothing Compares to You, a Sinead O'Connor version. Okay.
Good stuff. Haven't heard that name in a while. Sinead O'Connor.
Well, she unfortunately passed away a few years back.
Oh.
So if we did hear for her, it would be a really big deal.
Huge.
$75.42 last trade. ES. What's SpaceX doing? SpaceX is down to 116.48. That is, yeah.
When you buying it?
Yikes.
When you buying it?
Not for a long
What
time. They haven't
price?
even released the shares yet. What price would I buy SpaceX at?
What's your magic number for SpaceX?
We're at 1.5 trillion. I don't know, man. It's just not like, and this is not a comment on the company itself or something, but that's not the sort of thing I get involved with at that valuation. Like, you want a price? I'd buy it at
69. Shout out Elon Musk.
I'd buy it at $40. And even that, like, you're like, oh, that's so low. I mean, it's got a market cap of 1.5 trillion right now. That just means I'm buying it at 500 billion, which is still a crazy, like, that's astronomical, as they would say, valuations here. And
Ooh,
I'm
I
not
like
going to
that.
touch it. Yeah. I'm not going to touch it until more of the shares are released. Like, only 5% of the float's out right now. And over the coming months, there's going to be a lot of possible sell pressure.
Yeah, when's the next release? Isn't it like December?
No, I think it's like August. It's like whenever their next earnings are, it's like 2 days after that. So they have 15 days until their earnings, and then I believe 2 days after or something, another 5% of the float unlocks.
Now, how many of you people bought it at $200?
Not I. Not I. Hold back in the green here. Entry 75.43 quarter in the ES. Range is ranging. Let's see if we can get above 75.48.
Yeah, it looks
Nice
like
little
ES
bounce
took out that low. NQ didn't. So any correlation traders out there, that could be a good signal, but I'm not great at correlations, so.
They're great
Who is
until they're not.
these days?
Great until they're not.
Looking at the individual stocks, for the $1 trillion stocks, still Nvidia's up 3% today. That'll do wonders for the index because it's $5 trillion in value. Broadcom up 2.9%. Meta down 2 3/4. Microsoft down 2. Apple down 1%. Nothing too crazy. The Palantir's down 6.5%. Not sure what's up with that.
Oh no, Palantir.
Oh no,
that's so sad.
Well,
I feel like we need waiting room music. We're literally in a waiting room for these earnings. What would Sergey Brin have in his waiting room? Isn't he the CEO of Google?
He
Probably
was
an
one of the
AI
founders.
song. Probably like an AI song or something, knowing him.
It's probably some AI elevator music. We could probably get that in there.
Yeah, I want AI elevator. Yeah, exactly. We should just play positive affirmations for 40 minutes.
That's it. Just elevator music. Yeah, for the next 40 minutes. We're just going to sit here and stare.
Vladislav
right.
says, careful, Dolby. Alex Karp sees you.
He's listening.
I think just as I said that,
on his list.
My door opened. I think we're safe.
Maybe he sees you, Jack.
There's some crazy hair coming over my computer. Now let's be honest, he's like doing dead hang somewhere. I don't think he cares about us, but he could. How's this trade cooking?
Not too shabby. I mean, looks like the Nasdaq is behaving itself and catching a bid here, obeying the range.
Trying to.
MTK is bouncing. ES is ES is bouncing the least of the three indices that I can watch on my charts here. So as far as our targets go, I'd be interested in taking one off at like 75.56 and then maybe hold a runner for like high of the day. I do think we can like recapture most of this on a bounce. I'm just want to see if we can take profit just underneath the highest consolidation that we had today, which was between 75.57 and 75.63. But we're getting what we want to see as far as the range goes so far.
So far, good place to be.
We can get a little bit more buying in ES. I think NQ should catch a nice little leg up. But
yeah, there could be a flurry of activity towards the close.
Yeah.
With the earnings and whatever option market makers are doing to hedge their positions. I wouldn't put that outside the realm of possibility. Checking in again on see what they're playing. They're playing Roxanne
Rock?
by the Police.
Ooh,
What's up? Yeah.
I was going to say the Kid Rock, Bow to Ba. That'd be a dope walkout song for a president. That would truly be idiocracy, though. If he won.
I saw Kid Rock live once.
Get out of here!
No,
What?
Totally. I went on a date actually for it, and the reason you might be like, "Hey, Jack, you don't look like that." Like,
Did you
you're
win the
Kid
tickets?
Rock. No, my company, the trading company I worked for, had a box at the United Center, and you could just buy tickets like for the music shows, stuff like that. And I did it because they were like cheap, and I thought it'd be kind of fun. And you know what? It was a ton of fun, but it was just me and my date alone in this box, and it was quite the scene. Yeah.
What a baller move!
was it a first date or like really impressed that you had your own box?
Well, it's a complicated story.
For another time, then.
for another time.
Did you regale her with stories about trading treasury bonds?
Probably not. Yeah, she has a PhD in statistics now. I say because this is someone that I've like known since high school. So
okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Kid Rock has a female drummer. That's awesome.
That is.
It is. Yeah, she's badass.
Sylvia, are you drumming?
I was
like right now.
Yeah,
kind of.
Stop drumming.
Can you hear it on the microphone?
Yes.
Oh really? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Says female drummer, and he's like, I gotta start.
I'm just holding waiting.
They hit.
Sorry, Ollie.
Still showing the same prices here.
A little bit of a bid. This is truly the waiting room. Nasdaq is looking pretty decent, though. I wish I had placed this trade in Nasdaq. The price action's been a little bit more
looking a lot
so
better.
far. Yeah, ES is
a lot
dragging
better
ass
than
right
ES.
now. I'm still interested in buying another one at a 75.39. If we can get down there, it's kind of the middle of a previous range that we had on the 15-minute. I'd be down. Maybe we can get filled at 230. Actually, typically we get a little bump of volatility there.
Bumps of volatility. 30-year yields above 5.15.
Okay,
that's pretty high. 5.2 is the big. what would you call it? Like maybe explosive resistance level there. It's what we touched the last time we were in this cycle. Then above 5.2, you gotta go back to 2007 to see a 30-year yield that high. Yeah.
It's almost 20 years ago. Crazy.
That's wild.
Crazy. Time. How do you work?
Mm-hmm.
We are still hanging around our entry here. Just hanging out. NASDAQ looks way more interesting than the ES does right now.
Just don't have enough size on.
And that's a very comparative interesting, right? Like,
yeah, it's very true. We're going to watch both at the same time. See if there's any correlation here. They don't feel very correlated. I know there was a question during group coaching about ES and NASDAQ being correlated. I'm like, what does it mean? I mean, they're two different markets, so they don't have to do the exact same thing. Ooh, crude above.
Well, I feel like for quite a while there, they were moving in tandem. ES and NQ were for the longest time, pretty identical. And then recently, I'd say in the last year or so, they've been kind of disconnecting a little bit more.
Yes, and the reason for that's, pretty clear. Like they are very, just definition of correlation. They are very correlated. They're both, U.S. equity markets. They contain many of the same companies too, but not on. Sometimes I feel like people are looking at they're not so correlated that I think it makes any sense to try and trade them on like a 5-minute time frame or something, right? So what's happening is I feel like if you're doing that, you're just like fading the whatever move is happening in the Mag 7 and semiconductors. That's the big one. The semiconductor companies make up like 30% of the NASDAQ. So like if you see the NASDAQ moving up, it might work that you buy the ES, but like I don't know. It doesn't mean anything. Or like, people be like, oh, Nvidia's pumping. It's like, well, yeah, Nvidia's worth more of the NASDAQ than it is the ES, but beyond that.
Right.
Yeah, and that's actually why I like when Dre explained like how he looks for correlations, and he'll compare it to gold, compare to the 10-year, and look for correlations outside of indice versus indice, right? I think that's a little bit better way of looking at correlations. Again, it's not something I use, so I couldn't even speak to it, but I like the way he does it.
Yeah. Well, there's also this natural rotations that happen. The Russell at least is all different companies than the S&P 500.
Oh yeah.
But they'll diverge by several percent in a day just because they're sensitive to other things and they have no Mag 7, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check in on this speech.
Oh, ES is just looking heavy.
We're about to add. We're going to add it 39s and 36s, but we're not going to move our stop.
Is Trump on? Is he?
No, they're playing November Rain, I think. I gotta see the musical. Yeah.
What's this even about? Is this just like a keep everyone DJing. Waiting?
Yeah, having a party.
It's an eclectic mix indeed, as who may pointed out.
And that's gotta be it. I wonder who's the DJ who picks the songs for like presidential events.
Dude, I think Trump does it.
Like an official title.
100% Trump does it. He's like known for this. He has like an iPad loaded. And they just plug it in.
Gets on Spotify.
Like, 100%
starts queuing up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the official party coordinator for the White House.
Yeah, like Dolby, he's like stopped by weddings at Mar-a-Lago and like taken over DJ duties with his iPad. I mean, this is his thing.
Oh man.
Tell you what, that's a wedding you would never forget.
Nope. Gotta get pictures.
Yeah.
If I were the president, I'd go to every wedding and only play Party Rock Anthem.
Of course. Oh, James, I wish I could credit the
DJDT.
person, but James, I saw an amazing tweet the other day, and it said something like, there was a guy who lived from 1895 to 2013, which is crazy because it means he was adult during World War I and experienced party rock anthem. That is crazy to think about.
Truly a life well lived.
Yes. All right, rockers in the house tonight. There's not enough. This might have been a, what is it like? There's not enough uncle nephew bands out there. Hope you're doing well, LMFO.
Hey, I mean, NQ's catching a little bit of a bid here.
Yeah, it's perked up. We did
Now,
not
can
get
we
added
see-
in. On our
Oh, you
third
didn't?
chapter. No, we missed it by 3 ticks. Missed it by 3 ticks.
We
would've
can't
gotten
get
down about
some.
41.
Yeah, if we can't get some momentum over these highs, I'm really not loving it, but we're gonna see it through.
Well, we got our bottom of the hour. That just happened about 10 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it perks up a little bit. Is NASDAQ selling off right now? Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, a
I
little
don't know,
bit.
We'll see. I mean, I still feel okay. It's not really doing anything
Where's your
aggressively.
where's your ad on ES?
39s and 36 quarter. Our average is 43 quarter right now. So we're just going to keep on adding. I'm anticipating that we stay within this range between 75.34 and 75.45. So I'm okay adding with that. Our stop is below that range by just a little bit.
Okay, cool. I'm still looking at 75.37, the date with Destiny.
Yep. Maybe we need a little MOC pop to come in and save the day. We'll see. Yeah, that's right. 20 minutes to MOC hoop.
Yeah. Hey, you guys heard of the Odyssey? Movie everyone's been talking about. I hear that we have a piece of news that will explain that more. James?
Elon Musk said Wednesday that Grok will make a full-length, historically accurate film of the Odyssey in the coming months. Grok is Musk's AI platform. Musk says the film will be completed before the end of the year and will be true to the art of Homer, who wrote the Greek epic. Filmmaker Christopher Nolan's version of the Odyssey was released over the weekend, raking in $260 million in its opening weekend. The tech trillionaire has been critical of Nolan's version, especially its casting.
Okay, cool. I'm always for more arts out there. So
AI art.
I'll look forward.
Should be great.
Mm-hmm.
Should be fantastic. Just in case anyone's wondering, if you're a trillionaire and this is what you think about, this is just don't like that movie. I'm gonna make it myself.
Yeah.
Make a new one. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's kind of a cop out that he's just doing an AI version. He could like easily pay, his own $500 million, get his own director, and make his own Odyssey.
Yeah.
James, did you say that this is going to be a 3-hour long AI?
The article didn't say, but I have to imagine.
Okay. That's wild.
Next thing you know, it's actually like Lord of the Rings extended version. It's 4.5 hours. You have to take an intermission.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. Have you guys seen the Odyssey yet?
No.
Not yet.
I'm waiting. I have this. I'm gonna. There's only one theater in Illinois that has like the 70 millimeter IMAX. So I'm gonna wait weeks, but I'm gonna have it like a dad night. I'm gonna go by myself. I'm not gonna say a word. I'm gonna buy my ticket online, so I don't have to say a word there. and I'm gonna try and go the whole like 5 hours there and back without saying a word.
What about like popcorn? Can you order popcorn like online and just
No,
pick it
no.
up at a window, or just no
No
popcorn?
popcorn. We're
Oh.
raw dogging this, Eric.
No.
Oh man.
It's literally the only
you
thing
got-
that'll get me to go to a movie theater.
We're
Fake
we got
butter,
Trump
baby.
coming to the stage now. So heads up.
Oh, finally. Give me some volatility, Trump.
So we have the feed. We just gotta wait. We'll see. What we're worried about, guys, is that we don't want to play proud to be an American on here because we hate America.
Ooh.
Just kidding. It's because no, it's because the YouTube algorithm will flag us for playing that. So we're gonna wait until that's
right.
done, and we might have the feed in here. Okay, James has informed me that Reuters says we can't use it. So
Come on, Reuters, trying to have fun here.
any
Well,
headlines, we will get in there.
Let's have James give us the
So-
cliff notes every 5 minutes.
Yeah. You guys both still long. Dolby's long 2 MES. Eric's long
now.
3 MNQ.
And anything can happen at this point when that man is on the stage.
Still cannot get filled on these 39s. 3 ticks away. Yes, anything. You can't say anything. That's fine. I'm want some volatility. Let's do the volatility thing here.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to say something bad?
Totally
Take out my
down.
stops. Go for it.
Oh, say something good. Say the Iran war is over, and then half an hour later, say it's back on again.
Yeah.
James, we do have a Trump dance going on. That's cool. Like this one, man, I wish we could pump this in.
Yeah.
I do. I can
Is that what
report
he's
he's
doing right
dancing
now?
on stage right now. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. ES does not like his dancing, apparently.
No, it does not.
All right.
No. What did he just
Nope.
say? Hello? And just markets hate
Yeah,
it?
that was not good. Long 3, 75, 41, 3/4.
Dude, if this closes at 37, I called that about 8:30 this morning.
You did. Yeah, you called it.
Sorry, I'm going to open
Be
up
very
some
happy.
Let's take a look at what the options are like on Google, but I got to fire up. I've been avoiding, I know I'm getting shellacked today, but it's just part of the process.
Mm.
So I didn't want to open this, but I'll do it for the content.
Commitment to the game, Jack. Love it.
You'll see in my reaction here, I'm just going to look at this. And we'll see, judge like how hard I'm getting shellacked right now.
Don't worry. I haven't opened my account in months.
That was like a not too bad face. That's what I saw.
Not devastating.
Good times. Good times.
So Google's trading 344.36 right now. The Friday option, like the butterfly, is $20, like maybe $10 on both sides. That's not bad. So that's only an implied move. Let's see. Let's call it 20. It's a little less than that, actually. 345. So it has to move a little over 5% in either direction to cash in on a long straddle. But if you take one side, that's not, I was expecting more than this. That's feels a little cheap to me. Not
All right,
financial
I'm out.
advice, folks.
All right, let's rally this thing.
$200 L. I mean, honestly though, like I wouldn't be shocked if it rallies. We had so much consolidation. Just take out some lows. Trump says something positive. Yeah, we could see a rally.
We are long 4. We've accumulated our full position here in the MES. Average is 75.40 half. Stop is at 33 half. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Trump, say something cool.
So yeah, no, I am down 2.1% today.
That's nothing.
That's pretty bad the way I roll,
right.
Dolby.
Okay.
Oh, here we are. We're at 7,500
Mhm.
SPX.
Now just don't move for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's the thing. It got here a little early. We got a little over 10 minutes until MOC. Hoop's going to be piping that in as soon as we get the numbers.
A little bit of a wiggle here in the dome. I'll take that. That sounds good. Give this a little bit more room. Okay.
I'll say Dolby down 2.1% is not great when the SPX is flat.
That's true.
That's
that is true. Oh, Trump, you doing something positive?
Let's
Look at
see.
this crazy bid in the MES right now. Look at this thing go. Up 2.5 points.
So, Adrian, beyond the music, we just, for whatever reason, sometimes with these video licenses, right, some of his speeches they allow, and for one reason or another, this one is not allowed to show.
Rude.
It's like the premium.
Rude.
Paid subscribers.
Maybe for 100K a month, Jack, we'll get a sneak.
Sneak. Are people going to start like co-locating servers at Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Nice. Oh, still not a lot of movement there. Hopefully we'll shake things up in these last 20 minutes or so. Google remains, probably it'll hang around that 345 or something. Doing stuff like options through, especially taking directional bets through earnings and options is. I've personally never met somebody who's made a lot of money that way.
Isn't it just coin flipping for the most part, Jack?
Well, it's worse than coin flipping because coin flipping, it's 50-50. You don't pay a very rich premium for the flip, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you're not flipping a coin. If you have the call option, you're essentially saying, I'm going to pay that much money to see if it can rally more than 2.5% by Friday. And there's because the IV, the implied volatility gets so jacked ahead of these numbers because of the uncertainty, that all disappears once like the earnings call is done. So when it opens up, like, it's just worth less because that's part of the implied volatility is a large part of the price of an option.
Right.
Well, you're getting some positive developments here.
Yeah,
hey,
Dolby.
back in the green, baby. 75.40 half. That is our entry. It's our average now. We got 75.40 half. Back in the green. We're looking for 75.48 evens and then 56s, 59s, and 62s. Those are our upside targets. So far, so good. Chat, if you're gonna hate a trade, at least hate it after I'm stopped out.
Yeah, let it play out.
While you're already in it and you're not stopped out. I mean, I guess I have to give you some props for having the conviction. And that's like less cowardly than like talking smack after someone's gotten stopped out. But you just see red in a trade and immediately flatten it. You just can't
That
handle
is-
any heat whatsoever.
That is it. Yeah, that is the most cowardly maneuver.
Yeah.
Is someone gets stopped out or like awful trade. It's like
Awful, straight trash.
Aware.
There was one guy in there that was talking mad smack, and then we started pumping a little bit. Didn't start talking again until we dumped.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
Fades back into the bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Gotta love the haters. As Cat Williams would say, if you don't have any haters, you're not doing anything right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I mean, maybe Cat Williams
6
isn't
minutes.
the best messenger for that, but I get it.
Hey, whatever. That was a great stand-up set he did from whatever that bit was
Oh, yeah.
from. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Nice bid here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. One time I was in an Uber ride, and this Uber driver, it was back in the day when you could do pools, and our Uber driver was playing Cat Williams' stand-up set from the bit from that set, and the other people who got into the Uber got so uncomfortable, and I was loving it. I was like, this guy's got great taste in stand-up.
I mean, that's definitely an uncomfortable situation.
Oh, 100%. Uber pool,
Bold move.
man. That just really set up some incredible situations.
Mm-hmm.
5 minutes to MOC.
Yes, sir. Right at the overnight VWAP. Hey, we got the VIX 1687, September crude 8670. Bitcoin's been a little bit stronger as of late, trading 65,828 in the spot.
Yeah, we're I mean, as far as this trade that we're looking at right now, we're just trying to see if we can get a higher high on the time frame here. If we could get over like 75.44s, even like 75.43s, just anything to kind of break this series of lower highs that we've had. We've done a good job of doing the lower low, lower high thing, so we're just looking for a trend shift here. I don't know if we're going to get it into MOC. We'll see. But we're going to retain this position here. We're not going to change it at all.
Yeah, so you holding through MOC?
Oh yeah, I'm holding through MOC. We got to get over 75.42s to make me feel a lot better.
Hmm.
I feel like this is I feel like this is an MOC play that I almost want to try to stop order it.
Oh yeah, you're a fan. You are a fan. 2.5 minutes to MOC. Let's go. If we can get filled on these 75.48s, we'll definitely start moving our stop up and managing risk a little bit. But until then, I still want to be full risk on for this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, 2 minutes until we get those numbers. Muted. Nothing too big, it appears, coming out of the Trump. It looks kind of like a rally. Would that be a correct way to describe it?
What rally?
Trump rally. Like it
Trump
seems
rally,
like
right? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe just general short covering going into earnings. I mean, I don't know if we're like in a state of mind or we're just going to start fading Google earnings. I don't think that's probably like, we're not there yet.
Oh, just absolutely massive negative gamma.
Ooh. CL selling, that's a good thing. Yeah, crude actually has been selling. That's a good call, chat. We had a high at around 87.16. Now we're down to 86.50. We lost about 60 cents at a time that typically crude is not moving that much.
And I think right. I mean,
Can we-
when we're talking about correlations, isn't CL and indices pretty inversely correlated?
Can you say it one more time?
Have you guys seen crude oil and the indices like NQES being inversely correlated? Like, you know, crude dumps.
They are, and we got 26 seconds till MOC, so heads up. They are, but then they diverge quite a bit. Once again, it's a little tough sometimes on like the lower time frames. Okay, let's check this out. We got 10
seconds to MOC. Looking to put our stop around 75.36. We'll take one. We'll peel one. We'll move our stop up. Now our average is 3 at 75.39 quarter. Our stop is going to go to 75.35 3/4.
Okay.
I did a stop by on the pump and just covered a little bit of the loss that I took.
Nice,
I just did a stop by above the previous candle.
Yeah. MOC, kind of light. Well, not the NASDAQ. 1.2 billion buy side. NASDAQ. 350 million buy side. In the S&P. 620 million buy side. MAG 7. Which would include Google.
Nice. So we were risking about 150 before. Now our risk is down to about $50. So cut about a third of our risk, took one off. We're up about 570. So we kind of scratched our first entry, which is probably around like 75.43s or so. Let's see if buyers can come in. I really want this to stay above 75.42 half. That we kind of were living in that range before with that was being the low. So I want to see us push up into that range. But the risk reward in this trade was really good. Really, really good. Even if it's not a winner, I mean, it was good value for the trade.
Speaking of, I presume, really good, we got hashtag Power Hour content, I believe. Right, James? Okay.
We absolutely do. Yeah, let's go ahead and hit your hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour content. Earlier, we asked you to share with us your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you want to show us. Here's what you brought to the table, starting with creatively at Coach DBA, hashtag Fast Markets, black shirt equals break even day. Put it on a green one before it's too late. Hey man, next time maybe send us like 8 to 10 more pixels. But you know, you use the hashtag, so you have to go front and center. So thank you creatively. I think you're up $6.84. If I have to take an eye vision test, that's what I'd say. But black shirt equals break even day. You heard it here first, folks. Moving on from Gringo El Diablo, a little mall sushi and trading with Topstep. Very interesting combo, mall sushi. But you know what, man? If you can trust it, you do you. It doesn't have lettuce in it. Apparently, that's the thing that kills you these days. So shout out to you. Good trading on the mobile-friendly website on Topstep X. Moving on from Wagner, started my futures trading journey with Topstep. Welcome aboard. I'll be posting my daily results, wins, losses, mistakes, and what I learned along the way. Think of this account as my public trading diary. You know, here on Topstep, we're always telling you to keep a trading journal, and some people find it helpful to hold themselves accountable and make their trading journal their online X account. Wagner, we can't wait to follow along and see how you do, and keep tagging us all day, all week long. Up next from Jay, I'm going to go ahead and assume this is a different Jay, but Topstep Combine update, just about break even. I didn't hear no bell. That's right. As long as you still got enough to trade, enough to keep going, don't let those red days stop you. Keep jabbing away in that account. Let us know how it goes. And last but not least, from Trade Corvus, I'm pretty sure we checked in with them yesterday because second session wrapped on the Topstep 250K Labs Combine. At Michael Patak, I know you want to make this a permanent option. What do you think, chat? For those of you who have it, do you like the 250 Combines? Do you want to see more of them? Go ahead and drop and tell us what you think in chat and as well on X, because I know the teams out there want to hear your feedback on them. But anyway, that's all I got for your hashtag Fast Markets and Power Hour content. Keep tagging us. We're only halfway through the week. We'll keep showing them in Power Hour. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James. We are through MOC, which can and will change. And guess what? It certainly did change. Now we got 1.4 billion sell side in the S&P, 478 million sell side NASDAQ, and 325 million sell side Dow 30.
Man, I kind of want
Still hanging in there.
I want like a health update on Mall Sushi Guy tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Ooh, a
ain't
little
nothing
whippy
wrong
here.
with all sushi, I think.
I've never seen it, so I don't know. That's like is Mall Sushi like a hair above like store sushi?
Yeah, probably.
Colby, you have the definitive rankings on that.
What about? You mean sushi? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Tiers.
Sushi tiers? Yeah, I mean, if it's in a strip mall, it's probably kind of mid. If it's in a mall, maybe a little bit better. 7-Eleven, gas station sushi is by far the worst. That's not good.
What's your opinion on airport sushi? I saw that recently and I want to know.
I think it kind of depends, to be honest.
I've never had like the taste
There are
for
some legit
sushi in an
restaurants.
airport.
Yeah, same.
Like
There's
I want
zero
like,
chance I'm eating sushi before I get on a plane.
Chili's
Yeah,
or
that's rolling
something.
some dice. Yeah, I want something like deep fried, well done.
I've seen
Okay,
it
nice
though
little
because
bounce at our
I don't
entry.
hear isn't it called like Wicker Park Sushi, which I've always thought just made no sense. Like for the Wicker Park is a neighborhood in Chicago, and also I believe a Josh Hartnett movie nobody saw. But Wicker Park has like nothing to do with sushi. It's not near the water. It has nothing to do with anything Japanese, and it's called Wicker Park Sushi. So go figure.
Love it. Love it. If we can get back up to 75.42s, we'll start walking our stop up even more.
Yeah, NQ kind of fell out of bed there, and now ES is holding up pretty strong.
Well, look at Trump. He just said the stock market is skyrocketing way up. Fantastic. Thank you, Papa Trump.
SpaceX not feeling it though. SpaceX on 115.30 right now.
Oh man!
Well, they haven't sold any moon rocks yet. How are you going to make if you can't sell any moon rocks? How are you going to make any money?
I forgot that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, moon rocks. So like a collector's item sort of store.
Oh, hoop update. More sell side. Now 1 billion sell side NASDAQ. 1.6 billion sell side.
They bid it up.
S&P.
They bid it up. All right. I feel pretty comfortable with going to break even. So dangerous. All right. We'll go out one more, then we'll go to break even. So now we're up 750. Our stop is now at 75.38. Our position is 75.37 3/4. So since we were adding on the way down, as we start peeling off, it's going to take our first trade off first. And so that's why our average is going to be so low here, which can be the benefits of averaging down. So you end up taking a little bit less risk on the trades after the first one as it gets closer to your stop. Doesn't always work, but when it does, you get positions like this. So now our average is sitting nicely at 75.37 3/4. We're going to see if we can hit maybe 75.48 evens here and test the top of the range. I don't know if we're going to get any big runners into close. We'll see. There's not that much time left, chat. It's only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes.
You got 100 seconds, Dolby, until the bell. And be careful, everyone. I've said this like 3 times today, but the Google earnings could come out pretty quickly after the bell, certainly before 3:10. And I don't know. Do you like to live dangerously?
Mr. Bond.
Yeah.
Ooh,
you probably shouldn't, though. Like, let's be honest.
All
Don't
right.
do that.
We're out one more. So now we've locked in 34. We'll just let this last one run. There's a minute left. I didn't like that little wiggle right at 75.45. So kind of pulling teeth here with the ES, but I feel like the trade was managed probably about as best as it could, considering the volatility that we had. So let's just hold this last one for a runner and see what we can get. We'll close it right at 3 o'clock.
Good trade, Dolby.
Either way, we're in the green. About $45. About 45.
That's right.
bucks
Yeah.
each.
And
Peters
how
and shambles. Peters and
you
shambles.
theoretically can trade your Topstep account. I think it auto closes at 310, right?
Yeah.
But on normal days, that probably isn't going to be a big deal. But today, the earnings are going to come out in the window for Google, so you don't probably want to be in there.
Yeah, man. ES is having a real hard time at 75.46.
Oh, come on.
Ooh, look at this thing sell
You got
off.
10 seconds.
Wow.
Dude, flush it to my level.
No way. Put it
37.
back up. No,
37.
no. Who cares about Jack?
How does he do it?
$40.
Oh, would you
Oh,
look
you
at
kind of
that?
nailed it, man. Oh, wait. We go
Would
to
you
a
look?
1 second chart, Jack. How did you, Yeah, I mean, you got
just look at
within
the-
a half a point there. Holy moly.
Wow.
Good
Yep.
stuff.
I take
Good
my bow.
stuff.
All right. Well,
Well
thanks, guys. That was a fun last hour of the day. Eric, Dolby, we'll all be back tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Dolby, I'll be seeing you later tonight, I think. What a rare
Yes, you
treat.
will. I know.
All right.
In real life.
Any last words, Eric? Or should I send it to Vol?
Send it to Vol.
All right. Thanks for watching. This has been Topstep TV. Love to see y'all. We're going to send it to take it home to Dr. Volatility himself, James, the Hitman Harden. James?
What's up, Chad? I saw some of you get sent to the Shadow Realm, but a lot of you had a great Power Hour, and we love you for it. Let's hear it one more time in the chat for our Power Hour contestants. Let's hear it for Jack, Dolby, and Eric. And hey, those of you who can still type, give yourselves a pat on the back because you've been here from 7:15 in the morning, and you are a true bell to beller. But now you're probably still going to want to talk shop, and we got you covered because up next is At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. It is the only market recap show that you need in your life. So stick around because that kicks off at 3:15 p.m. as they go over every market movement that happened today and what it means when the market reopens. Don't forget, we do have Google earnings coming out shortly after the bell at 3:30. And then it looks like Tesla earning calls coming out at 4:30 shortly after that. So please be aware if you are in the markets in any way, shape, or form. Be aware. Got those earnings coming out, but you can definitely catch At the Buzzer for the Google earnings and see how that shapes up the market. Then come back tonight because Coach Dakota will be streaming Slow Markets again tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. I believe Jay is streaming with them tonight, but you never know who may be stopping by as well. So tune in for Slow Markets night again. That's tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time with Coach Dakota. Catch Coach Dakota, as he fights his way back up the Top Step Octagon. There is a lot of market movement happening overnight, so join Slow Markets at 7 p.m. if you haven't yet. It's a good time. Then tomorrow morning at 7:15, we'll be doing this all over again for you. We got another packed day of Topstep TV heading your way. I'm looking at the lineup right now. I mean, we are kicking things off in the morning. Jay, Hogue, and JD for opening call. We got Andre, Jack, Mandy, and Ted in Fast Markets, and that's just starting us off. That's before Dakota, Muhammad, and special guest Ed Batowski drops in around 9:20 a.m. to talk jobless claims. And then the day goes on from there. Got a lot of big names heading your way. A lot of cool stuff still in the works. So you got to tune in each and every day to make sure you don't miss a moment of the action. But for now, let's go ahead and get you on over to At the Buzzer. As I say each and every day, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This has been Topstep TV. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.